Oh yay, we going full pog mode. Poggers, 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 crank it up. Poggers, 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 crank it up. Poggers, 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 poggers. That is the energy, baby.
Rare!
Yo, chat, listen up! Gus be out here doing the legendary hair timer flex, a true boss move for that perfect crown grind. We snacking on that haircraft magic. No cap, that is the energy we love. Stay tuned for the next level Gus Glam session. Let's go!
Woo ooh 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 ooh. Living Lily just got a 220-day stream streak. www what it streaking. Let's go chat everyone. Streak bobies.
Chat, the machine is coughing sparks, bro. This is like asking if you want a goblin with a laser gun or one with a flamethrower. Both wild but totally diff vibes. But Simon, y'all know Lil Green Goblin's heartbeats loudest for the ultimate Giga Chat FDR, reigning over the New Deal like a boss king of workers' dreams, Zohran Mamdani. Fresh face could be spicy, but I'm here hoarding those vintage buttons for history's titans. Lenin's a whole revolution vibe, but big mess energy TBKH. So yay, FDR greater than everything, always and forever. All hail the king of share our wealth, baby.
Woo, 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 woo. Strategy member just got a 20-day stream streak. www.uwattit and 20 streaking violators. Let's go.
You don't donate, you don't matter.
Chat, the machine is coughing sparks. Okay, chat, imagine a goblin sneaking through a foggy 1920s speakeasy, slipping on a lemon peel while whispering, I call him Lenin, like a sneaky little shadow meme trapped inside a funky time loop, cause bro, that name's a wild remix of reality slapping the timeline. So here it is, loud and goblin proud, I call him Lenin. Stay wild, map-brained crew.
Golden rare!
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Please clap.
Chat, the machine is coughing sparks. Brew, the goblin backpack just tripped it over a portal and slammed into reality like 1,000 hype train horses. Wake F spinning like a wheel of shiny political buttons in a chaotic tornado. What's the Malorion deed you need? Chat, let's freaking goo.
Stop the stream. Living Lily just resubbed for 6 at tier 3 for a total 17 months. They are on a 0-month sub streak. Hunt Ultra.
We want goosed. We want goosed. We want goosed. Oh, and boobies. 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 Boobies.
Thank you, Living Lily. We got the boobies. God damn. I'm back. Oh, wait. I'm back. Just kidding. Damn right. Nice. You did it, girl. Yeah, the Glogimon overlay is a little buggy. I updated it last night. I did some major renovations to it. Oh, like the weather effects should be a lot better. But something must have broke, so I'm gonna fix it. But how's everyone doing today? My streak message got eaten too. All right, let's see. Yeah, it was because I was trying to do that, so I turned it off for a second and then forgot to turn it back on. Anything else we missed? The achievement should be working, so now you'll get an achievement. Like, yeah, Rigel, you're gonna get achievements like in oh man, it's gonna be epic. Like, it's gonna look like the Xbox one, the
RLIG Nerd reached 3 stream streak. Boobies, 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 woohoo, let's go, let's go.
Dude, this is becoming so funny. I fucking love this. Thanks, guys. Yep. Those tiggle bitties. All right. How's everyone today? Sorry for some of the technical difficulties here, but doing some major changes. I'm also working on an app. That's gonna be fun. Got a PM from Third German. Seems somewhat bummed out. I guess he won't come again. Oh yeah. Some let's just say some drama happened, man. You honestly don't want to know about it. I mean, basically he like spammed the chat with some stuff, and yeah, he didn't like that he got modded for that. And yeah, I don't know. I reached out to him again, and he said he hasn't responded, so I'm probably just gonna leave it there. But oh well. My brain is on fire. Well, Living Lily was there, right? You guys were all there. Like he posted a bunch of stuff. Like he spammed the chat with some pictures and stuff, and I was like, whoa, dude, what the hell? My brain is on fire from migraine, so you may lurk a little more today. Yeah, it's just like bringing drama to the community, guys. Don't do it. Stop it. That's like one other thing I will say. Just don't do it. Okay?
You don't donate. You don't matter.
Who did what? Oh, it was just a guy, a chatter. Another. He's saying another guy who comes into the chat, Alco. I can't handle drama. Yeah, and it was just like, I don't know, like, this is not really no worries. I felt salt from him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, and that one hurt because I actually really like him. I think Alco's a great guy, and he's a great chatter, and he's fun, and I like the whole dynamic you guys have. But like, I also have to keep the community safe, right? Like, somebody taught me something very early on. And that was like, you as the leader or the streamer, like, you have to be the one to like set rules, boundaries, and limitations, right? And like, drama and causing stuff, messaging other people behind, like, that's just, don't do it, guys, right? Just don't do it. By the way, another person kind of was in that same category. I just don't want to get into it because I don't like to deal with this stuff, right? It hurts. It hurts to like, it hurts because like, I like them as people, right? But it's like, they're doing stuff that is causing like the opposite of cohesion, right? So there is a limit to how much you can risk. And exactly. Of a community's mental stability. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Meaning, I like him and I have no ill will. Like, I didn't say anything mean to him, but I'm like, dude, you can't be doing that. Like, and like, he did it out of spite, right? Which is even worse because it was like, dude, what? In the early internet, I was a mod form and I got good view of daily drama flood. There you go. So you understand this, man. And it sucks because I'm not as used to it, right, Rigel? I'm really not. Because I think everyone should get along and be drama free as much as possible. But like, that isn't always the truth, right? So I'm glad you at least noticed it, right? Like, I don't have to sit here and explain it to you. But like, that's basically what it is, right? But there's been like, that's something I've learned. And if I don't do that, guys, right, what's going to happen is I've already happened it. It's already happened to me. Like, if I let people like that into the community and they just do whatever they want like that, they will just basically have other people leave, right? So basically there's like a blowback effect. And I'd prefer to nip it in the bud and move on, right? But I did reach out to him and he hasn't responded or anything. So, ugh. Usually people who create drama have something going in their lives. So I hope they get the help they need. Yeah, exactly. That's what it seems like to me. So, I mean, I know he's going through a hard time, right? Like, he's been going through a hard time the entire time he's been on here, right? Like, he even admitted it. So, I don't know. I just believe that, like, you can solve things peacefully, give people time or whatever, and then eventually, right? Like, I don't hate the guy. I don't. So. But yeah, thank you, Living Lily. I like that because, I don't know. I just really do believe it. So. Thank you, Gloggy, for announcing the winners here. Let's see. Yeah, it poisons the well. Thank you, buddy. Yeah. And you end up with a case of maybe only trolls or bad people left in. Exactly. And like, what I built here, right? And all the people that have come in here, you guys included, like, I don't want to ruin that. Why would I want to ruin that kind of vibe, right? With like drama and shit posting and stuff. Like, come on, guys. Like, we have fun here. We have a lot of fun. And we don't need drama. Like, we just don't. Like, if you have beef, keep it in the DMs, right? Or like, keep it with the person you have the beef with, not like the community. It's just, ugh. It's so spiteful, right? But I mean, I could have very easily done a lot more, right? But I know a lot of people on the internet would have been like, you motherfucker, you this. And I'm just like, that's not. I just walk away, right? All right. But yeah, thank you for letting me know that he messaged you, Raggle. Appreciate it. Yeah, he messaged a few people, by the way. And a few people were like completely like asking me, and I was just like, oh my god, this is something I don't even want to. Is GeoGuessr back in action? Let's check. Last time I checked, it was not, but hope. It could just be this browser too, man, which sucks, but oh man. Maybe if I just make an account without. Yeah, let me just do an account without. Let me try that real quick. While we do this one here. So big news. I guess Mallory McMorrow has dropped out. Holy shit. I don't think that's going to be very good. Like less than a month from the election, right? But yeah, there you go. Are you using Chrome? No, I'm using Movad. Molvad. What is it called? Molvad? Molvad, yeah. Or Edge. No, I'm not using Edge. I'm using Molvad. So, hold on. I'm also working on the fix. I left posters in Discord and Blue Sky. Sweet, thank you, Alco. Welcome. I mean, Alco. Aloe Shear, welcome back. Your name is so similar to that. Okay, then I don't know if it's the case of Chromium browser, but there aren't many non-Chromium browsers there and nowadays. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it is Chromium. I could be wrong. Does anyone know? That sucks. Hold on, let's see. Oh, wait a second. I think I might have got it. Hold on. Yeah, I think you just have to. You can't use Google. Google doesn't let you sign up with it because I'm on Molvad, which I really like. I like Molvad. It's good so far. Everything Chromium besides Firefox and is our related browsers. Yeah, Molvad is really good. Molvad is a VPN service too, so somebody recommended it to me, and so far I'm impressed. He only wants liberty for his buddy and donors. Damn right, dog. Damn right. Let's see. Let's see. Gonna log in real quick, guys. Oh, you were right. I guess that was it. I think we'll in. So we'll take a break when we're done with the news and play some GeoGuessr. We haven't done that in a long time because it hasn't been working on this new browser. Oh man, finally. Finally. Yeah, so if you guys have that problem, I recommend you only use I recommend you just like sign up using the email. Don't like, hold on. How do I change my name? Breezy Meadow? Oh, fuck that. All right. Well, we got it. We're all good. Let's fucking go. Let's see Mallory McMorrow dropping out.
Surprising.
Which I don't know how that's going to impact Abdul, right? Do you think it's going to make it easier? I don't know. I don't think so, because I actually think Mallory was the better candidate compared to her. Stevens. Like, Stevens is just, oh God, what a train wreck, right?
News.
Get the fucking clown nose out and honk honk it, right, guys? All right. I think I got the fix, Alco, so we can do Blogimon, but let's see. Everything Chromium, but yeah, exactly, dog. So,
of the Michigan Democratic Senate primary yesterday, as again, it's a Sunday, and Mallory McMorrow suspended her campaign for the Michigan Senate Democratic nomination. Let's take a listen to her announcement video.
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers.
No, you're not. You got the call.
Everyone who donated.
She got the call from Israel. The call was, hey, super echoey. Thank you. I'm going to fix it. She got the call from Israel, from AIPAC. And the call was, hey, drop out because we don't want a Muslim there, right? It's really that simple.
What you could.
Rip
Building
bozo.
a campaign with zero corporate PAC dollars.
Okay, that was like the consultant focus group tested candidate in this
Bingo.
race, who I think a lot of consultant types on.
Yeah, like the what's her name from the Bulwark, who I don't like it. Sarah Longwell. Oh God, she's like the Sarah Longwell candidate. Stevens is probably like a little more rough around the edges, but aren't there? Oh my God, she hasn't endorsed either of the candidates. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's be honest. I think she has a better chance of endorsing Stevens, but
the left, right.
I'm just saying, right? She probably aligns more with Stevens.
And they thought with Mallory
hasn't early voting started in Michigan? That's going to cause an issue as well if early voting has started. But yeah, okay. So she kind of dropped out too late, but it depends, right? Because if you voted for Mallory McMorrow, then yeah, I have my ballot. Yeah, okay. So there you go, Ducky.
Morrow, who initially
Thank you for letting us know that. If she endorses Abdul, I'll eat my hat.
viral.
I'll be shocked if she endorses Abdul. Like, guys, I will genuinely be shocked. That will be like a Janet Mills fucking endorsing Abdul Graham Platner moment. And not happening. In my opinion, right? I could be wrong. She is a bit younger and like her politics are a little bit different, but yeah, it's like there's a reason she hasn't like just flat out endorsed them, even though she's dropping out, right? Or sorry, suspended her campaign. I always love that term because it's like, yeah, you just don't want to admit that you dropped out. Okay, cool.
Pushing back on quote unquote book bans, which actually it was a lot of Muslims in Michigan that were upset about. It was a lot of Christians, a lot of Muslims as well. But she went viral during the pandemic era because people were saying, here we have this normal Michigan mom making a kind of inspirational left argument against this. And look, she seems like a normal soccer mom. And
but she wasn't. She was a fucking corpo dem, right? Do you have a call-in numbers or collaborate so on stream maybe? Yeah, I was thinking of doing that maybe like on Fridays. On the Discord or something, you can call in and ask questions. It's just not a lot of people take advantage of it, so I think you guys are just pretty open-minded and you like to do stuff. For the money, yeah. Maybe I'll make it like a Patreon tier thing because like not a lot of people seem to really like to ask questions. That maybe they just don't like to be on stream and right. Like I get it. It can be very nerve-wracking. So
might be able to.
I remember like a long time ago I called and I was like a very very nervous wreck. Right. It was kind of adorbs because now it's like this is what I do all day every day. Apple, would you be any better if the poll position, since you don't answer the browser within my functions, develop browsers? You work for you're like an app developer, right, Rigel? Or do you like build infrastructure for like homes and stuff? Like for the tech infrastructure? If I like the sound of my voice, I wouldn't be in chat. I was. Yeah, okay, got you. Yeah. You know what I'm learning how to do now is build a progressive web app. Electrician and coder. Damn, dude, what a fucking G. Rigel, you really earned that fucking G in that name, dude. An electrician and a coder, guys. W. Oh, what a goat. Damn, dog. Oh, look at that. Me too, I do controls. That's crazy, why so dankness. Yeah, Rigel, I'm crazy. Like, that's crazy, man. Good job. You know your shit, dog.
Ooh. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank for das Geskichenkambo. He's not gonna. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the gift. Yep, perfect. I was going to say, where did Gloggy translate? He did it. Oh, that's so cute. There you go. Rigel, you got gifted a sub. Now you get to use our emotes. Ad-free experience. What up? That's a nice overlap. You ever mingled soldering aspects too? Yeah, no, it's a great overlap. I like that a lot. It's impressive, man. And not only that, but yeah, like I'm learning how to do a progressive web app because I want to like eventually like set up my own website so you guys can watch the stream on the website itself. But like, right? What do you guys prefer? Would you guys prefer gustex.gg, gustex.ai, or gustex.io?
Take her all the way to the Senate. She's actually like lived in California right before moving to Michigan. I think maybe her husband's from Michigan or something like that. But anyway.
Vote for Gawker, right?
Like I already have a website. I would just have to transfer all that stuff over, right? So, and get the newer name because like my website that I already have already has, like it kind of doxes me. So I'm like, I don't want that.
Did she?
I think so.
Oh my gosh. After all of that, Mallory McMorrow suspended her Senate campaign. Let's take a look at this throwback.
Gustex.nl, Netherlands.
Conversation between...
That's what I would suggest. Of course you would. Of course! Because it kind of includes Gloggy. Yeah, I like that one, right? And my name already has a G in it, so it looks kind of cool, right? Like, I don't know. I don't really like IO as much, but isn't that what Destiny does? He does like destiny.gg, right? Yeah. But my name already has a G, so Gustex to GG. What up?
Emma Vigland and Mallory McMorrow on Medicare for All.
A public option is an improvement of
Oh, fuck off. Yeah, I remember this interview.
course on the private marketplace and the affordable
Laugh out loud. Are we being janky right now? Oh,
Care
God.
Act.
It's not all ecos. Yeah. I think a lot of streamers do the GG, but I don't want to be like other streamers, but at the same time, I kind of want to keep the same aesthetic, right? But yeah. I just think it looked cool on the name, but it would be more expensive. I looked into it. That domain name is more expensive. So. Alushir.
But that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare for All?
Yeah, I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And
Checking out.
what I know after almost a decade as experience in a legislator is
we got
it. Chuga, 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 chew, go, chew, chew, chew. We got a hype train chat thanks to Living Lily. It ending at 7/6/2026, 7:43:13 p.m. So let's keep it going.
What up? Let's keep it going.
that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line.
Yeah, the cool part is I already have a website and I can just like import all that stuff, put the stream on it and everything. I just would want to get a new name because I kind of don't want to dox myself, right? Oh, that's the only difference. But
and
you don't donate, you don't matter.
Yeah, this is gonna cost some money too, because thank you very much, Alosh. Your 12 biddies. Appreciate it. But, of course, you gotta
true
love
single
Cenk.
payer system isn't there yet.
I think that when we're talking about how to keep a coalition together, the 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money, that would, I would imagine, be the position that would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's reflective in polls and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based.
Got you. Okay, so what she's admitting here is, yeah, maybe the polls, but with the donations, the donor class, no, it's overwhelmingly against it.
Off of polls is not a way that
you don't donate.
There you go. She just said it. Polling doesn't matter, guys. Right? This is the equivalent of the polling doesn't matter kind of people, right? It does. And there's science to back it up, right? In fact, generally the people who say that tend to be like more pseudo-intellectual because they're not actually looking at the fact. Like, not every poll matters. Of course, that's not what I'm saying. But poll aggregates, long-term studies, yeah, there's a reason this is called political science, right? You're trying to scientifically predict outcomes in politics. And generally, that's why this stuff is pretty accurate. It's why she hasn't done very well, right? She's not listening to this stuff. Okay. The altering web page domain name isn't always an extremely expensive depending on where you host it at. Yeah, can you tell me more about that? Because I'm kind of curious. I'd love to learn more about that. I'm not very good with like web development, guys. I have a website and I built one and I've had it for a few years, but like it'd be pretty easy for me to go in there, but I just don't have like that kind of experience with like web domains and stuff. I just bought a domain and I would like to know like how to do all that stuff, right? I got all that stuff out of the way. I have like 3 domains and technically pay for it. It only costs me €2 a month, but I can use them for tunneling, but the domains are mine to use. Yeah, so what I was thinking is I'm going to use Streamplace, right? Strategy member. I'm going to use Streamplace and I'm going to be able to like customize it entirely, right? Here, I'll show you a kind of preview of what I have. It's going to look really cool if you want to watch it on here, but I'm going to be honest, I don't think most people are going to watch it on here, but like here you go, right? Like I already have it. See, it's already loading up. And then you can kind of like adjust it. The chat will be adjustable, right? You can do full screen. I've had this for a while, but I'm going to do a little more polish on it. I put in the universal translator into it. It's built in, right? Gloggy's universal translator. There's going to be, I don't know why it's not showing up, but there's like a tab for Gloggy where you can like chat with him directly. So yeah, there's a bunch of really cool stuff here, but that makes sense. So you wanted to copy over the code somewhat. Yeah, like I'm just using it as the template, basically. Altering isn't even necessary if you know how to reroute stuff. Yeah, all I want to do is the domain stuff. I don't know how to do any of that stuff, right? Also, I like to get a good deal. I don't like to pay, like I want to get a cheap price and for as long as I can, right? Like the domain I got was like $100 for 10 years or whatever, and that's been pretty good. So,
oh, I hear that. I hear the vision. She's so.
I know she's amazing, guys. Why did she drop out?
Acting, and you just get from her that she's artificial. I'm sorry, I'm really going in on Mallory McMorrow. I can't stand her, but
yeah,
it's more that I can't stand the consultant.
What drives you crazy?
Because it's the consultant class. I was going to say, like, what drives me crazier than McMorrow is that the consultant class looks at that and says, "This is what will connect with
the average voter
people in Michigan. This is how we make our Democratic agenda look palatable to people in Michigan." She's inauthentically Michigan. Like, it's just, I'm not from Michigan, I'm from Wisconsin, so I don't give, like, I can't speak for Michigan.
Oh shit! Shots fired! Ducky! I'm not from Michigan, I'm from Wisconsin. Fuck Michigan. Damn, dog. You guys hate each other, apparently, huh? Or you could technically put it through a tunnel. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to do that. If you want to send me information on how to do that, that'd be great. Thank you, man.
But it's just like,
again, the web stuff, I barely know even HTML, right? So
like it just drives me crazy because it's like we're 10 plus years into the Trump phenomenon, and that's what they're coming up with and thinking that it's going to work.
Yep.
Ironically, it may have, if not for Abdul El-Sayed running to her left, because Haley Stevens running in the establishment lane was such a flawed candidate,
right?
That she would have, I think, been a lot more appealing compared to Stevens.
At least she sounds like she's from Michigan. And Abdul, I think, comes across as much more of like a Michigander too.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just seems to be much more fluent in Michigan than McMorrow.
And McMorrow had the endorsement of Elizabeth Warren and kind of ran in that.
Ugh, Liz, why you be doing this to me, dog? Oh, Liz Warren, really? Really? Oh, God, I hate my state sometimes, guys. I fucking hate it. That one hurts. I met Elizabeth Warren. I helped her first campaign out when I was young. Ooh, yeah, that one really sucks. Jesus. Let's see if I can find a picture of my fucking goofy ass standing next to Elizabeth Warren. Hold on. Oh man, I don't think I have that anymore. Nah, I can't find it. Sorry, guys.
Elizabeth Warren lane, and it'll be very interesting to see what.
This is a really bad take from her, right?
Warren
I think she's generally good on the regulation and the overall stuff of but on these endorsements and campaigning, and she's not a campaigner, guys. She's a Harvard professor, okay? A good one, but she's a Harvard professor, right? She just doesn't know how to do this stuff, and she listens too much to her her consultants and campaign directors and staff.
She's much closer, obviously, to El-Sayed's politics.
Mm-hmm.
So if she goes out with AOC and Bernie, and campaigns, that could be decisive. There's been a lot of pressure on McMorrow to drop out and endorse Stevens to try to stop El-Sayed. From everything we gather, McMorrow is no fan of Haley Stevens. So if she does that, it will be as a favor to the party establishment, the party bosses, not because she herself kind of is a huge fan of Haley Stevens. There was a Politico report that El-Sayed immediately called McMorrow, thanked her for running, because now everybody's going to be trying to court her and her supporters, but that Stevens didn't until the Politico reached out.
Yeah, as soon as Politico reached out, that's what happened. Let's skip ahead to D5. This is from Prem Thacker, who posted from Zateo, who posted, Haley Stevens makes no outreach to Mallory McMorrow supporters while Abdul El-Sayed explicitly welcomes them to his movement, put out a press release right away, the El-Sayed campaign, and said throughout this campaign, Senator McMorrow showed what it looks like to fight back against a politics that rigs the system against too many of us. While we have policy disagreements, I never questioned what...
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but even that, dude, it's a neoliberal solution for... It's going to be fixing the problems around the edges, essentially. But yeah, generally, it's better than what most politicians would be doing today, right? Which is nothing.
Senator McMorrow would fight for a better...
She's good on certain issues. It's just, like, on this campaigning stuff, she's not very good. Ugh.
Better America.
Right. It's why she got labeled Pocahontas and stuff, and that kind of ruined her chances, right? She's also kind of stiff and, I mean, just a little bit too professorial sometimes, right? I don't even like to say that because I've had a lot of really charming professors, so.
My daughters.
But like old school professor, right? You know what I mean?
Hers goes on to say, I welcome her supporters to our movement and stand up against money in politics. Finally, a couple other things we wanted to mention here, the polling and the ad spending. This is according to Ad Impact Politics. Ad reservations as of July 1st, 34.4 million reserved for Haley Stevens, 8.9 million reserved for Mallory McMorrow, 2.8 million reserved for Abdul El-Sayed. And then finally, the Real Clear Politics average as of yesterday, we can pop up on the screen. This is for the El-Sayed campaign. I mean, they were at 35.0 in a three-way race between Stevens, who was at 29.7, and McMorrow, who was only at 7.7. So where that 7.7 goes, that is obviously determinative, because if it all goes to one or the other, if it goes to Stevens, you're basically in a tie. And if it goes to El-Sayed, the race is totally different. And he's in a really, really comfortable lead. He's up 5.3 points in the RCP average right now. And recent polling is all from June. So it's not like it's sparse. Like, that's a pretty good indication of where the voters are.
Yes. And by the way, let's not leave without identifying the wild thing that happened in this race that you're probably not going to hear about from like CNN or the New York Times as they cover this development. But if you watched it in real time, you saw it happen. And that was that in March, the McMorrow campaign decided, and the Stevens campaign as well, but McMorrow really taking the lead on it, decided to make Hassan Piker a major part of the campaign, because Abdul El-Sayed had said he was going to
that was, what a dumbass move.
With Piker, the leftist Twitch streamer. And
leftist
McMorrow
Twitch
comes out and slams him and says, compared Hassan Piker to Nick Fuentes. That was what McMorrow did. And
in a state, by the way, where you're running in a primary, a Democratic primary, which means you have to have grassroots and young voters. It's a state with a bunch of young Muslims that are involved in the grassroots at the Democratic primary.
I just found out about him last night. Yeah. If you're not like into Twitch or like Twitch politics and stuff, you're not gonna really. But now he's becoming more and more popular, right?
Level.
Especially because he's on like news stations and stuff. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and at the time that she did this, the race had been pretty stable.
Will this primary overlap? I think it will be right after, because the World Cup ends. It starts in ends by the end of July, right? And the primary will be in like at the first week of August, if I remember correctly, right? Okay, thank you, strategy member. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, like, you guys know this stuff better than me, so Rigel, if you also want to send me some stuff, like any sort of like tips on like setting up the website or something, that'd be really cool.
For months. And that was...
Yeah, like I already have my, like you have to pay $25 to become an app developer. It's kind of like stuff like that, right? Just a lot of like fees and legal, but like not legal stuff, but like you know what I mean, paperwork. If you need help, feel free to ask as long as I'm awake tomorrow evening. Yeah, I'll look into it. I just have to figure out how to do all this stuff, right? Because I have everything ready. Hey, like I could literally stream right now, and it would all work. It's pretty easy to set up a progressive web app, like phone app, where you could just like press the button on your phone and then immediately get the notification, immediately start watching, and then you'd see the chat. Like my chats have been linked up for a while now, right? Like we just started streaming on Kick and Streamplace, and they've been linked up for a long time now. So
Stevens with a slight lead over McMorrow, and then El Sayed a couple of points behind. They were all in the 20s, but with Stevens in the lead. And as the weeks go by, and the major focus of the race becomes this question of Hassan Piker, which then evolves into the question of where the different candidates stand on the question of arming Israel and whether or not they're willing to call out its genocide. It begins to become apparent to voters what's going on here, and that El Sayed is the progressive left lane candidate. Like it really.
I'm a little rusty since I'm somewhat limited in language, and I can to dodge any nasty Google walls and stuff.
To that idea in people's minds, and McMorrow, by comparing some Hassan Piker to Fuentes, came off as cynical and dishonest. Like there's nobody who knows anything about the two of them thinks that there's any similarity between them other than they're both critical of Israel. Nick Fuentes is an outspoken white supremacist or white nationalist.
Yeah, like any normal person would be like, yeah, they just both don't like what Israel's doing. On an urgent topic, at least send it. You helpful YouTube links. No worries, man. You're so great. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you coming back. I love having you here, man. You're the man. It's not the same without you.
Or whatever he says he is. Supremacist? Whatever.
I think it's probably
he's
fair
not
to say
Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
He's a completely different political animal.
Tell your other German friends, Germany's gonna colonize us.
The far right. And so,
oh no, like they did Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands.
It destroyed the campaign. Like that alone.
New Bismarck, anyone?
Third Way went to the New York Times, and they made this like Third Way is this corporate centrist group saying that the tent needs to be drawn such that Hassan Piker is out of the tent. Like, and they launched this campaign with the New York Times and CNN and all these others. Jake Tapper doing program after program about it. Fox News covering it every single day, and the lines were drawn, and it's McMorrow that was pushed out of it because people were pushed on the question. And when they weren't pushed on the question...
Well, and Haley Stevens is already in the race. Like,
Right.
you're not going to out Haley Stevens.
Right.
Stevens. That's impossible.
And McMorrow had a strategy going in that she was going to try to keep... And it's messed up how you have to strategize around AIPAC. But her goal was not to win AIPAC support, because she knew that wouldn't be possible because Stevens had beaten Andy Levin with millions of dollars in AIPAC support. She was clearly AIPAC's candidate in a previous race. So it was very unlikely that McMorrow was going to become AIPAC's candidate. But what she wanted to do is persuade AIPAC to stay out of the race. Just let us fight this out, and then we'll see you in the general election. To that end, and this is where DropSite played a role in this election. To that end, one of her top supporters on a donor call said that McMorrow had submitted an excellent AIPAC paper, policy position paper. I suspect he misspoke and he meant DMFI, which is Democratic Majority for Israel, which is kind of an AIPAC offshoot. Either way, so McMorrow produced this secret Israel policy paper in an attempt to keep AIPAC out. That kept coming up throughout the race with people saying this also appears cynical. Like, what are you not? What's in that paper? Release the paper. What are you not telling us about your actual position? Daniel Biss, who won his race against Kat and against an AIPAC candidate in Chicago, he also got hit because he met with AIPAC, trying to keep them out. Wasn't trying to win their support and wasn't bending to everything they wanted, but he met with them just to try to, because he was meeting with everybody. He said,
yeah, Kat lost that race. Remember we covered it
after the race.
Is it even worth to colonize trashed USA anymore? No, you're kind of right. I would prefer Greenland to go good climate, no poison in the water. Yeah. I mean, our water is incredibly poisoned, dude. Like those PFOAs, the PFAS material. Oh my God. And Trump just approved like 2 new chemicals that are going to poison us. Great.
If he had to do over again, and his advice to other candidates, do not ever meet with them because it's just politically too toxic even to take the meeting. And McMorrow, I think, found that out. If she had not done that secret policy paper, and if her donor hadn't, because what good is it if you can't tell people about it? So the donor kind of told other donors about it on this off-the-record call, but then that got leaked. So that really screwed her. So it's an amazing own goal on the part of Third Way, who thought they were going to make Hassan Piker the center of this campaign. They succeeded,
right?
And
but in the wrong way. You guys heard the statistic that Hassan Piker basically, and this is where like, this is the goal, right, in life, to get to this level. In the Daria Lisa like primary race that we covered last week, right? He was able to like bring out like 2,000 votes. And she won by about 2,000 votes. So this is the power of like community, right? Streaming, coming together, and like actually focusing in on a center of power, right? Like her seat is a center of power, right? Like it's one seat out of the, right? Is what I'm saying. So like these are the benefits of doing this, right? Because if Hassan can do it, that means other people can do it too. Right? Otherwise, it looked like she only won by about 2,000-ish seats. And that's how much he was able to really push out according to the numbers that he got. Isn't that incredible, guys? So like we had a really shit candidate and a really good candidate, and she was able to win because of Hassan's platform and audience and community, right? It's not really his platform, but like his audience and his name. That's the goal, right? Like if enough people do this, we can change many parts of the world, right? If not the world. Yeah, it's exciting.
Hassan Piker, the center of this campaign, they succeeded.
Right.
And they blew themselves up.
Totally embarrassing. And it's just missing.
And these are like real numbers, right? These are not fake. These are not like things that like right? These are real numbers from like real statisticians who gave them this information. And I'm just like, wow, see? This is why like I do what I do, because I hope to like do that as well too, right? Like these guys, for too long, the left has just kind of sat on their ass and not done anything or fight each other or just kind of like, I don't know what's the word, like lollygag, right?
Where the electorate is.
Exactly, yeah, that's how we're going to get to that, Living Lonely. Love it, girl.
And I just like a ridiculous.
Maybe I'll be banned, but I think there are better Hassan Shank nuances that most streamers don't. Yeah, but here's the thing: is like you're not gonna get banned, dude. Don't worry, I don't care. We don't suck them off either here, right? But what I'm saying is that there is an influence out there that just you can't deny, right? For whatever reason. Right? I don't agree with this policy on Ukraine. I think it's stupid, and I think it's incredibly naive. But on this stuff, he's clearly very influential, right? True. Yeah, exactly, man. So, like, I'm going to give you nuance, right? I'm not going to sit there and pretend that I like this or that, or, like, I love him entirely, and then, like, come on, no. Like, I barely talk about the guy on here. So many other Twitch streamers, that's all they do is cover his stuff, and I'm like, that's not politics, guys. Like, you got to do more than just that, right? If he has an interview, then yeah, I kind of see with the candidate. Of course, he does a lot of those, right? I see why you would cover that, but don't cover like, yeah, I just am like, oh. But this is the influence of the platform, right? This is what we all should be applauding. If places like Twitch, at least if they're done correctly, I mean, fanboying gets, yeah, exactly. Don't fanboy. Yeah, that's a good point. That's what I'm really trying to say. Is like I appreciate him for his good takes, and I don't really try to shit on him for his bad takes, but I disagree with his bad takes. It's really that simple, right? And Living Lily, like, you're in the same boat too, right? Like, weren't you saying like you had like an argument with them on stream? Like, that was crazy, girl. But like, you still don't sit here and shit on him all day, right? Because that's not the point, right? We should all be working together. It's called cooperation, right? Yeah, I think your takes are way better than his. And you know, he's pretty well read, it seems, right? Like, he does seem to read a lot of the same sources I do. So I just think he's a little naive on certain things, or like, it's just a different take. I don't like, especially Ukraine. I think that's where me and him are like completely separate on, right? I'm just like, excuse me, I could never have that take on Ukraine, right? And it's not contradictory, because I have the same take on Gaza, and I have the same take on Ukraine. I don't care about I think Russia is just as a colonial power as the United States, if not even sometimes worse, right? I would say worse because, well, not worse, but I would say in a way it's worse because Russia's been a country for longer, right? So you could argue you could argue that point, that maybe like in that case it's worse. I just don't like to use these kind of analysis like tools. Like, I just think it's stupid, right? I think imperialism is imperialism, and it doesn't really fucking matter what it looks like or how it kind of, it's all the same, right? He sucks off China too much, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't think like any country in the world is worth sucking off entirely, right? They all have their flaws and stuff, and I don't like that. Right? So like, I'm very just, I try to keep a level head on all this stuff, right? Any person being like, no, this country does everything 100%. Fuck, I don't even think Japan does it. I like Japan a lot, guys. Okay? And I think they have a beautiful culture and all that stuff. And they have some, but even I'm like, yeah, come on, guys. They're neoliberal. They all do all this stupid shit too. Okay? Like, come on. Like, what a joke.
Way.
All these countries suck. They need to all get better, do better. What up? Right? They all have power structures that are like ancient or old, right?
It's not that.
I was in China for China controls UC, and he didn't understand. Yeah, it's just silly. Like, I get it, girl. I get it. And like, you gave actual anecdotes, right? Like, you lived with the family who was like, yeah, we can't say that because then we're gonna get black bagged. And it's just like, what the fuck? Yeah, dog, they're not gonna black bag you because you're an American and you're like going over there to like show China in a positive light. Why would they do that, right? Like, it's not North Korea, best Korea, right?
Hard
with like the fucking what was his name again? God, I'm blanking on the motherfucker's name. The guy who was accused of like stealing a sign, and they literally Otto Warmbier. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy now. He just came to my head. Yeah, they literally don't let foreigners. I mean, you literally can't go to Xinjiang. I'd love Hassan to go to Xinjiang, right? I'd be like, hey, Hassan, why don't you go over to Xinjiang and check out how beautiful it is? They won't let him. Gee, I wonder why. Go to Tibet, Hassan. It must be beautiful, right? Oh, they won't let him. Yeah.
Any more honest?
Also, like, I'm against anybody who's like, we need cultural cohesion, or like they teach Chinese to the Tibetan people, and that's why they don't know Tibetan in schools. I'm like, remember that fucking COUP? I was like, excuse me, right? So again, guys, I just call it how it is. It's stupid, right? All these people, anybody sucking off any country like this wholeheartedly, yeah, they're not gonna get it from me. I fucking shit on the US all day. Why wouldn't I shit on all these other fucking countries and hierarchies? Oh, hell no. Could never be me. I want to go so bad. Yeah, they won't let you into Tibet. Exactly. Tibet looks beautiful, right? It literally looks like an air temple, like from Avatar, but you literally can't go if you're a foreigner. You can't go to Xinjiang either, really, right? Like you can't just drive over to Xinjiang. It's not like that, guys. You have to have permission, right? They will turn you back. Like, Trump is interfering with the World Cup is disgusting. FIFA is corrupt. FIFA is one of the most corrupt fucking organizations, Doc Trod. I mean, god damn it. I fucking hate FIFA. Speaking of hating hierarchies, FIFA's got to go, right? Like, what would be a more democratic version of FIFA where all the countries have like a vote and they go like, okay, do we ban this person? Yeah, I think, see, more democracy is a good thing, guys. More representation across the world, and in this, instead of having like FIFA be this like Eurocentric, money hungry, power manipulative like organization. Yeah, no, fuck that. That really pissed me off. I agree. And you know what? It's just like a mask off moment, because they've always been like that. FIFA's always been a piece of crap organization, right? Only MAGA trash would cheer for U.S. soccer team at this point. Yeah, exactly. Doc Trod, well said. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. You found the right place. We all agree with you, man. I argued with a guard in Chinese for an hour. He even brought it up in the chain. Jesus. Appreciate strong takes, verify facts, opinions, host. Yeah, exactly, Aloshir. But enjoy the insight. Don't treat it as a whole story. Yeah, that's what I want to say. So, like, I just want you to be, I want to be crystal clear, right? I never try to, like, say people are wholeheartedly 100% like this. I try not to do that on here, right? I just say I agree with a certain take, right? Even with presidents and politicians, always just know that, guys, right? I'm never endorsing everything they believe in, or I'm never endorsing or saying like, hey, listen, this is what I believe. They're 100% good or whatever, right? I just want to make that clear, right? So, and I think like that's going to be the more nuanced take. Hey, me and you too. Welcome back, girl. How you been? I've been said it 1,000 times. People, organizations enough, and they will show their asses. Exactly. They will show their asses. And I will spank it.
Like, it's... I think of McMorrow as the type of candidate that...
Depending, right?
10 years
Hey, Kristen B! You're leaving at 6 p.m. for work?
ago actually might have
Love it. How you doing, girl? Welcome back.
been a slam dunk, or 20 years ago it might have been a slam dunk. But even Haley Stevens, in this like new media environment, she's out there just like riffing and saying the craziest shit ever in a way that does feel a lot less stage managed than McMorrow. And
Good, the storm rocked out our community, but we are through it, so it's better now. Good. Where do you live again? Like in the Midwest?
And Abdul Al-Sayed feels a lot less stage managed too. Like, he goes on Fox News and answers tough questions. He just comes across as a normal guy. He knows how to talk on podcasts and just have a like authentic, genuine conversation where you don't think he's reciting talking points.
Oh yeah, he's probably one of the best. In fact, I would put him close to Zohran, if not better than Zohran. It's like him. That's why I love these new politicians that have won. Graham Platner, right? Again, and I don't agree with everything that's happened, right, with him and everything. But that's not what I'm saying. But I like how like candid they are, how open and how they just have these conversations outright. I'm so sick of these like suited politicians, right? Guys, in fact, if I really wanted to, and I'm used to it at this point, I might do a one stream just to meme on you guys. But like, I used to show up to Model UN and all this shit every fucking day in a suit and tie, right? I didn't have earrings back then, but I would do my earrings today. And like, this is just part of it, right? It's not really my style. And you can tell with like Graham Platner and other people here that we've talked about, it's not really their style either. And I appreciate that.
Same thing with Haley.
I do appreciate a good suit, though. I do.
Stevens.
Good, just grossed out about Graham Platner.
Like crazy as Haley Stevens is, she's out there like.
You are? What happened?
Riffing about how she dreams about Israel. Like she's just talking.
That haunting.
And yeah. McMorrow's the type of candidate who would never. She's like so risk averse. She can't do either of those things. So it's just wasn't.
Well, there are credible allegations against Platner and SA.
Possible lane.
I'd be a little careful about that, right? Remember the allegations that I've seen from the New York Times have been through Republican operatives, right? So just be a little careful about that.
With all three of them in the race.
And like people who have worked for his campaign or like worked in conjunction with it. Yeah, I don't know.
And it's unfortunate because...
Oh, you live in New York? Oh, so you're in the state right next to me. Cool.
I think like there is something likable and like there's some inherent talent behind.
This just broke an hour ago. Gotcha.
If she would have been unleashed, like, you know, if she would have just been able to be herself, but she was trying to calibrate this Goldilocks thing. I'm not the establishment candidate, but I'm also not the super far left.
Right.
And it didn't allow her to. It made her just constantly be measuring everything that she was saying.
Exactly.
And that turned out to be too difficult once she kind of deliberately polarized the race around Israel, which was a huge mistake.
Huge mistake. Well, we'll obviously continue to cover that race. The primary is, I believe, August 4th, Ryan, right?
Yeah, that's right. And now, like,
less than a month.
Al-Sayed's supporters are pretty confident at this point, but, you know, there's millions and millions and millions of dollars coming in for Stevens. This race is not over. Like, she could, if the polls show that about half maybe of McMorrow's remaining support could go to Stevens. So if Al-Sayed can pick up that other half.
Her therapist came out.
He's in really good position. We'll see.
All right. Well, let's talk about the huge. This is the huge conflict roiling FIFA at the moment, and has the.
Yeah, we're gonna have to cover this because that FIFA shit is crap. But let's see. Ducky posted this. Oh, no, not another one of these. Ducky, Charlie Kirk is invading your algorithm. Michael, you missed these. We covered like a bunch of these songs that are like AI generated, and it's fucking hilarious, dog.
Stand firm like a lion on the hill, through the storm and the thunder. Him keep still, him speak him mind. When the road get rough, with fire in him heart, Jah make him tough. We are Charlie Kirk, we light up the flame.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Through the people there, the message go round.
I'm Brian, kill me.
We are Charlie Kirk. We light up the flame. We smoke in the ganja. We get high.
Damn.
We are Charlie Kirk.
My favorite was the mariachi one.
Firm as one. Together unbroken. Till Jah kingdom come. The battle still won, but the darkness I go fade. I and I keep chanting. Now be afraid. With truth chanted, with love forevermore. With Jah at the helm, we reach the Father's shore. We are Charlie Kirk. We light up the flame. We smoke in the ganja. We get high in His name. We are Charlie Kirk. We stand firm as one. Together unbroken. Till Jah kingdom come. We are Charlie Kirk. Forever alive. We are Charlie Kirk. With Jah we shall rise.
All right, I found it. Let's see. Well, I'm not going to watch whatever Fox is saying because Fox is, let's see. So Politico reports that a mean woman who dated Graham Platner forced her to have sex almost 5 years ago. Wow, another one of these. Okay, let's see. I remember him grabbing my pelvis and being really forceful. What? This is no longer my choice. Isn't this exactly what they... This sounds exactly the same as the other fucking operative that said this stuff. Platner has immediately posted a video denying the allegations. Wow. Okay, so there's... Who's the victim, though? Like, we need to know this stuff, right? This is all stuff.
Address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me.
You know what's kind of funny? Oh, Eon Wagoneer. Graham Platner kind of looks like Kid Notkin, like 20 years older. I mean, like a Slim Jim if it was seasoned.
Accusation.
There is no graphic one where he got drunk and broke into a woman's house. Yeah, there's that one I heard about. I don't know what to believe about that. See, here's the thing, guys. All of this is hearsay and text messages. Unless I'm looking at them directly, I don't know the context, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I have to wait, right, before I make a judgment on any of this crap.
Is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have.
I will share the new video of him. Yeah. Well, isn't this the video?
Welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible.
Also, why is this coming out now that he won? See, I'm just like very skeptical on all this stuff. Highly skeptical. This is how people get fucked over, guys. We can never get anything nice because they just like release allegations or they pull like some Bill Clinton on your ass, right? Look at what Israel did.
Inevitable.
Like they had those Monica Lewinsky things up and ready, right?
This movement we have built,
I thought he was wearing a blue shirt. I
largest
don't know.
volunteer base in the
This just came out, so
history of Maine politics. The hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors and the supporters
must be pretty desperate to be doing this, right? Again, I don't have the answers, but we'll find out, right?
across the ideological spectrum. We were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement.
Or delay any criminal case till post-election. Yeah, exactly. I'm just always really skeptical of these, like, hey guys, now there's sexual assault right before an election. Okay, where was this 5 years ago? Where was this 2 years ago? Where was this last 2 or 3 months ago, right? I don't know. I just think the timing of this is incredibly suspicious. And you should be suspicious as well. He just boosted himself to selling himself really, even the address the allegations, so fuck him. Like they did with the according to the Epstein files. Yeah.
When I belong to.
And just because I'm skeptical doesn't mean that he's not guilty, right? Don't take me wrong here. He could be guilty, right? And if I see something that is like, yeah, he's guilty, then I'll say it, right? But so far, I don't know. This just seems like dirty politics to me.
And the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign. And they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject.
This is his new one, yeah.
A broken politics beholden to what?
But you see what I'm trying to say, guys, is this is very common when they cannot win. Right? Susan Collins can't win. So if he drops out, then what happens? She wins by default. Right? And if you let that like emotion get to you, listen, he could be guilty. I'm not saying that at all, right? I just need more proof than allegations a couple months before an election after he's already won. Right? Like, I've just been in politics far too long to know that that's never a good thing. It's desperation. It's like the clingy boyfriend who calls your ass after you fucking like broke up with him, and he calls you 15 times in a row or whatever and is like, can we get back together? The fuck? No. Right? That's desperation. This is desperation, right? So I'm trying to give you like a fucking like example here, right? See, boosting himself and how many mayors endorsed him and how wonderful he is, right?
Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our...
That just reminds me of the car racing video over a girl breakup phone call.
Power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned...
AIPAC saw him as posting thirst traps on TL and got jealous. Joint, welcome back, buddy. How you been?
You're back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
Susan Collins defeated, and we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes.
Okay, so it looks like it was broken by Politico. I don't particularly like Politico because Politico is very conservative. Right? I don't know why people use them as like a founded by American banker and a media executive. Look at this. political employees would be required to adhere to the company's principles of support of Israel, support of United Europe, and free market economies. That's Politico. And if you let them fucking influence you, yeah, you're basically just supporting a genocide, right? Because by proxy, if you work here, you have to support this shit. Yeah. And I bet a lot of other streamers haven't told you about this, but I've known about it for years, okay, guys? And it's right on the fucking Wikipedia site. I can tell because when you read one of their articles, almost every single one of them is incredibly conservative. I can smell it through the fucking screen, right? And guys, it's right here. Like, take it up with Wikipedia and the sources, right? This isn't even just my opinion at this point. I've had this opinion for years about Politico. I don't like them for that reason. But a lot of people cite them, and I guess they're a somewhat valid source, right? But really? We're going to go on this stuff, right? And this is what I mean. Like, politics is fucked. It's so fucked right now. It's called real research. Exactly. And that's why I give it to you guys, right? Because I read these sources and I'm like, wow, this sounds incredibly conservative. This doesn't sound like at all like impartial or like even left wing. No, it sounds incredibly conservative, right? But then again, it's founded by bankers, right? So there you go. So just be really careful, guys. Again, it could be 100% that he's guilty, right? I'm not saying that at all. I don't have all the evidence, but I'm not going to listen to a Politico article, just one thing. Like, I have to see the text messages. I have to see the overall context. I got to get the story, right? All this stuff. So I have to get, like, who is the person making the accusations, right? Because we already know that, like, a few, like, Republican operatives have literally done that against him. Well, why the fuck would I listen to some Republican woman? She clearly doesn't give a fuck. She wants him gone, right? So yeah, there we go, right? I've never liked fuck, I like Axios better, and Axios is pretty decent, to be honest. It's in terms of like kind of like, but there you go, guys. They're pro-Israel. And they're trying to, and remember, Graham Platner is just, he's against what they're doing in Gaza, right? They're trying to make everything like that. They're trying. But I mean, if you let them, right? I've known this for years, and I've talked, like, I remember in all my political science circles, right? We would be like, yeah, well, Politico says this, and I'd be like, dog, you trust Politico? Like, literally, do you know who fucking works there? There you go, right? He didn't come out and say he didn't know the woman. Yeah, true. That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to be open-minded, and I'm like, again, if I see that it's incorrect or that he did something wrong, but I always look at it this way, right? I have to see the evidence. I got to weigh it to what's like out there, but I'm not just going to believe some press story, one story, two stories, right? Like the New York Times one was a complete fucking sham. Why wouldn't this one be? And the New York Times is terrible too, right, guys? On many levels. But I'm sure a lot of people don't know this about Politico, right? Real Clear Politics is also like this too. I've talked about that too. Real Clear Politics is very, even more conservative.
So goes the nation. As always.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. I want to see what exactly is going on. Okay. Mitch McConnell, we covered this, but he's on life support because the dude's like 100 years old, and turtles die after 100 years. So.
All right, y'all. So we got to talk about this.
Turtles do die after. They can live 130 years, right? Well, he's not, apparently.
McConnell. So Mitch McConnell the other day, when I say the other day, what I mean is like literally 3 weeks ago, there was an emergency call. Apparently,
we covered this.
Apparently, he was found unconscious at his apartment. And we learned subsequently that...
By the way, Mitch McConnell's the reason why we have the Supreme Court, so fuck him.
Oh,
It's like him and Susan Collins, right? Because he was the majority leader in the Senate.
He had a cardiac arrest, bro. And, ooh, that's some loud-ass thunder. I know...
That's another thing, right? Like I always say, guys... It's hard, right? Like, this stuff is not exactly easy to parse, but I think... Like, we're going to have to parse it in the next coming days.
You guys hear that?
Let's not Stalwell came out and said he didn't know, he didn't do it, and then a week later stepped down. Yeah. I think we'll find out, right? I think we'll find out. Like, if there's enough evidence, he will step down. I guarantee it. That's why I'm not going to make the call, me and you two, right? But if there's no evidence, or it's just he says, she says, yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be crazy. Stalwell does look like a creep, though. So I don't know about Graham. Graham seems like maybe he was a little bit like aggressive. Maybe he was drunk or something. I don't know, right? But Stalwell, we kind of already knew that overwhelmingly he was gonna probably be in. Right? I called that right away. I was like, ooh. Yeah, that's the Republican operative at this point, right? See, and the reason it was more credible for Stalwell is because he's already in a safe district, right? Do you see what I mean, guys? He's already in a safe district. It's like some other Dem is going to take his place. They're never going to win that seat anyway. And like, just like the whole situation with him and like how they had so many details on this. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to wait on this one to be 100% sure. It depends on the turtle. Turtles can also die very early life. It's why when turtles eggs hatch, only 3 or 4 of them make it to the water before they're born. Yeah. Toidles. But yeah. Just being drunk is not an excuse for SA. Of course not. That's not what I'm saying. Being drunk is not an excuse for any bad behavior. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
Anyway,
I'm just saying, like, I don't know, right? Maybe he was rowdy that night. Maybe it wasn't, right? But Eric Stalwell, that was pretty clear cut from the get-go. That news broke, right? I said, listen, it looks like he did this stuff. It looks like he did.
He had cardiac arrest. He was found unconscious. He was rushed to the hospital. Homie's at the hospital and been there for 3 goddamn weeks, y'all. 3 weeks. And initially you had...
Is he dead? Yeah. I mean, I kind of figured he was probably either in a coma or something, not able to move or whatever. Yeah, so...
John Thune, a top Republican in the Senate, he came out and said the day after McConnell was brought to the hospital, oh yeah, I talked to him. He seems to be in good spirits. He sounds good. He said something like that. And everybody went, okay, I guess there was some sort of an issue and he'll be out of the hospital relatively soon. Here we are 3 weeks later. We haven't heard Dickie McGee's axe. We haven't seen shit. We haven't heard shit. He's just still up in...
His wife is in China now. Yep.
That bitch. Okay? So now people are asking the question, is Mitch McConnell dead? Is he dead? Because there's a decent chance that he's actually dead.
Oh, yeah.
Especially given the fact he's 1,000 years old. He's had health problems. He looks like shit. He's been...
What do you mean? He literally trips all on the Senate floor all the time, right? We have like 3 videos of him tripping. What the fuck?
In a wheelchair for the past however long. It's been quite a while. He's frozen mid-sentence a number of times. He just looks like death. With all that being said, let's listen to an update here where they'll give some more details. Here we go.
Desiree Townsend here again outside of George Washington University Hospital as we mark week 3 of the hospitalization of Senator Mitch McConnell following the June 14th medical emergency. As you can see behind me, the Capitol Hill police vehicles, these black vehicles, are still parked outside the hospital here, an indication that he is likely also still here. So after... I first released the dispatch audio indicating that he was found unconscious and was given CPR for cardiac arrest, this story finally gained national attention. However, I don't think many Americans fully appreciate the seriousness of what may be at stake following Senator McConnell's medical emergency 3 weeks ago, or how Congress's lack of a constitutional mechanism to remove members for incapacity could have broader implications for the nation's governance and, most importantly, national security. This incredibly odd story also involves Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who stated to Politico that he had spoken with McConnell the day after his hospitalization and that he, quote, sounded good, end quote. Now, this statement threw off the press for nearly 2 weeks.
This man is basically gone. Yeah.
Placating the public until
Cocaine Mitch is no longer Cocaine Mitch.
I released the EMS dispatch audio showing the seriousness of this medical emergency. Now, given that Senator McConnell is still here in the hospital 3 weeks later, and as far as I know, he has not...
I gotta fucking put that. Although now he's gone, so what's the point? I keep forgetting to put that as a channel point redeem, the Cocaine Mitch. But one of my favorite like political ads of all time, guys.
Don Blankenship, candidate for U.S. Senate, and I approve this message. Swamp Captain Mitch McConnell has created millions of jobs for China people. While doing so, Mitch has gotten rich. In fact, his China family has given him tens of millions of dollars.
China people.
Mitch's swamp people are now running false negative ads against me. They are also childishly calling me despicable and mentally ill. The war to drain the swamp and create jobs for West Virginia people has begun. I will beat Joe Manchin and ditch Cocaine Mitch for the sake of the kids.
Ditch Cocaine Mitch. Am I right, Chad? One of my favorite ads of all time. That shit still is the funniest I've doing it for the kids /s. Cocaine Mitch is evolving. Cocaine Mitch has evolved into Mitch McGooner. Isn't it hilarious?
Ditch Cocaine Mitch for the sake of the kids.
He has like 2 kids. Like, right. Oh my god, it's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen, guys. Hold on, where is it? How do I get rid of these again? Oh.
Cocaine Mitch for beat Joe Manchin and ditch Cocaine Mitch for the sake of the kids.
It never gets old. I guess we are ditching Cocaine Mitch, huh? So what family does... Like, what a fucking racist ad, too. He's created millions of jobs for China people. Jesus, dog.
United States very excited.
And his China family, because his wife is from, right, Taiwan, China, right?
Hey, if you like that video...
Oh my god, god damn it.
Spoken with any other members of Congress now puts this initial remark by Leader Thune into question. And look, he could have just been attempting to give Senator McConnell his privacy, but the better response could have been, I have not heard anything, or I don't know. And this story gets even odder after I reported a couple days ago of a press release documenting that McConnell's wife, Elaine Chao, met with the vice president of China 3 days after his hospitalization. And to be clear, the issue is not merely that Elaine Chao went to China. The issue is she is a private citizen. She holds no official government position.
There's been speculation for a hot minute that Mitch McConnell's wife is a Chinese spy. There just has been, right? I don't know what you want me to tell you. That's just a fact. There's been speculation about that. There's also been speculation for a very long time that Mitch McConnell is on the down lowington. Just super duper down low. Low key trying to gobble on some dicks on a regular basis. Not so much anymore because he might be dead. But prior to being dead, there's speculation that he was a enjoyer of many a dick. So weird setup. It would be, what do they call it?
Oh, hell no.
When you have like I don't know the terminology, but I think it's...
Can you imagine turtles sucking on dicks? Don't they have beaks and they're sharp? Doesn't that hurt? Won't you not have a dick by the end of that?
Weird if you're gay, but you have like a wife who's like a fake wife. And in this scenario, like I said,
Mitch likes lollipop. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I'm sure, you know, nothing wrong with that at all. But god damn, he's a turtle. You guys know.
the wife
Me and you too.
could be like an actual Chinese spy. So a lot of fucking fishy, sketchy ass things going on around Mitch McConnell in general.
She's married to a sitting U.S. senator who reportedly had a major medical emergency, and now
They're
she's
always
meeting with
sex
one of
freaks,
China's highest-ranking official 3 days later, all while the American public and possibly senior U.S. government officials in the Trump administration, as well as members of Congress, lacked clear information about his condition. So let me be clear about this. A meeting with China's vice president is not casual. Even if this was pre-planned, it signals Beijing views her as someone politically meaningful, yet she has no current role in the U.S. government. So why is she having these meaningful meetings with top government officials in China? Did she potentially carry messages to the CCP? Did she discuss U.S. policy? Or is she being treated as a back channel to non-public information, including her husband's
Fortune cookies and suckers.
health condition?
I love that laugh. Oh man, it's too funny. Listen, you got to be gentle, okay? You don't fucking use your turtle beak on the lollipops, okay? Jesus.
Now, what I'm about to tell you next is incredibly important.
Fucking hurts. Have you guys seen a snapping turtle? Look at this. They will snap anything off of you.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, watch.
Human hand. You ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Oh wow, you're actually breaking skin.
I got down to the bone so far, but there's no way you could bite through a bone with just your front teeth.
So you're actually hitting fake bone in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so you definitely did some.
So like this is obviously because this is really dangerous, right? I think I've seen this video. This is a replicated hand to simulate this as much as possible. But then you have like a real snapping turtle, and watch what happens to the fucking hand.
3. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Definitely crushed the bone.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he is locked. Oh, he let go. Let go. Huge impact.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he snapped right through the bone.
Yeah.
Right through the bone, right?
Bite test 1 on that side finger.
And if that's your manhood, your bone is gone. Oh, snap.
Medical emergency, without question.
Yeah.
Let's go
So
for
like why Mitch McConnell would ever want to... Yeah, no.
the thumb. But that was a bite and release. I expected him to hold.
Yeah, me too.
Bite and release.
Maybe he'll hold on this time.
Bite number 2. Oh, chomping.
Oh, look at him. That's the scissor power of their jaws.
Yeah, they have like a scissor thing, right? Like some turtles have this, and it's not just snapping turtles, but snapping turtles hurt the worst, right? My brother got bit by a snapping turtle. Well, it fucking hurts, and if it's a big one like this, you're cooked.
Wow.
Do not try at home. Do not.
Look at that. Look at how deep that cut is.
Yeah, like that would break that part. That would break that bone, right? You'd have to go to the hospital for that. This isn't even like the biggest snapping turtle I've seen, right? Some of them are even bigger. So
important for all of you to understand. Like every sitting member of Congress, Senator McConnell has access to highly classified closed-door intelligence briefings on matters impacting U.S. national security. Those briefings can include topics such as military operations involving Iran, as well as classified discussions related to defense appropriations, an area of particular significance given that McConnell's role as a chair on the Senate Appropriations Committee. Now, if Senator McConnell potentially lacks the mental capacity,
That's where Lorena Bobbitt got her idea from Chop Chop.
and independent ability to perform his duties sitting as a U.S. senator,
Sorry,
could
fellas.
classified
Damn.
information have been discussed, or even recorded by individuals hypothetically operating his office behind the scenes? More broadly, what safeguards exist to protect classified information when a member of Congress is no longer capable of independently carrying out the office responsibilities? Lastly, what information, if any, did Elaine Chao carry with her to meet with the Vice President of the People's Republic of China, Han Zheng, on June 17th, 2026, 3 days after her husband, Mitch McConnell, reportedly went into cardiac arrest?
How is this real life, bro? How is this real life? This is some shit you'd see in a movie. Also, there's no mechanism to like, get rid of the incapacitated, super elderly elected officials when it appears pretty clear that he's got to be on some sort of artificial, life extension shit, some life support stuff, right? Like, it's got to be the case that it's pumping his heart for him, forcing the oxygen into him. Like, there's no way. You don't go for a fucking 3-week stay at the hospital at his age and then end up, whistling on your way out the door feeling great the next day like a spring chicken. Doesn't fucking happen. So, Hassan said, is Mitch McConnell dead? And if so, will Massey run for his seat? And Adam Cochran responds, there are at least 2 reasons they might not want to update us on McConnell's condition. In Kentucky, a special election to replace a senator will not be called if it's closer than 3 months till the next election. That date is August 3rd. If McConnell's condition is clearly unfit for office, they'd hide that to avoid being forced to submit a resignation letter until after that date. If McConnell has not regained consciousness or has the chance of oxygen-induced brain death and is on artificial life support, they would try, and in Kentucky, brain death is legally considered death under Kentucky Revised Statute, whatever that is. Any 2 independent physicians may declare the patient dead for the purposes of the seat being vacated if the patient is only alive due to ventilator and artificial life support systems. But his next of kin, Chow, would need to be involved in the process of treatment and testing and final decisions to end support for that path to be viable. She left to China 3 days after his hospitalization. So is McConnell alive and well? Is he awake and functional? Is he a vegetable? Either way, I think they are trying to make sure we don't have the answer to that until August 3rd. Look, I've seen speculation that they just desperately don't want that seat to be vacated and for Massey to swoop in and take that bitch. Because if Massey...
That could be true, right? If Massey takes it, then, oh God, that would be a hilarious. It's what, Kentucky? It's going to definitely go to a Republican almost, right?
He swoops in and takes that bitch, which there's a decent chance he could win that seat. But if he were to do that...
Yeah, and Kentucky has Andy Beshear as governor, right? So he gets to appoint. They literally passed a law, guys. I'm going to, look how crazy these people are, right? This is how much they love power and are willing to bend the rules and fuck over anyone. Do anything to win, right? They passed a law to make it that even if the governor is a Democrat, okay, they have to appoint by law the person whose seat is being vacated. It has to be of the same of the same party. Why does that exist? To help Mitch McConnell and his swamp people, right? It's literally what it is. Okay, guys? It's so gross to do. Yeah. Even though Kentucky has a Democratic governor, right? Who would obviously appoint somebody who's far more left-wing than right? His name is Andy Beshear. Yeah, so that's so gross to do. It's what he would have wanted. Exactly, right? So that's why you're not going to get, even though Andy Beshear is the governor, and he's actually a pretty good governor. He's very popular, and he's a pretty good governor of a very conservative state, right? his policies, for the most part, are pretty spot on. I mean, I don't agree with every single thing he does, but like he's generally pretty good for being Kentucky, which is a very conservative state. Again, he can't even just appoint like a Democrat. He has to appoint a Republican, and I think like to do this to Mitch McConnell and the people who passed that law, he should just appoint Thomas Massey. That'd be funny, right? Because he's technically a Republican. Suck it.
You'd have somebody who wants to release all the Epstein files, wants to hold the Epstein pedophiles accountable, wants to end the Iran war, wants to stop sending money and weapons to Israel. And the Republican Party does not like that. The big donors do not like that one bit. They view him as a traitor. They view him as basically a Democrat, even though he votes like 90% of the time with Republicans. Okay? So
what do you mean? He's the one who architected Neil Gorsuch to getting on the Supreme Court. Right? He held up fucking Obama's Senate choice for over a year, so it expired. Supreme Court choice, so it expired, right? And then Trump just came in and in his first term just appointed Neil Gorsuch, right?
Play a role? Perhaps that can play a role. But what I do know for sure is whatever's happening right now is not normal.
But this is what I mean, guys. Once you understand how dirty politics is and like what they're willing to do to fuck you over, like you start to go like, yeah, this is so dirty. Like, ugh. And it shouldn't discourage you, but it should make you more grounded and be like, yeah, maybe my emotions are pointing me to this direction, but I got to keep a clear head until all the information comes out, right? That's why I said that earlier about Graham, because I don't know, right? I don't have all the information right now. And I'm certainly not trusting Politico for the end-all be-all of this fucking scandal, right?
Whatever's happening right now,
it's what he would have wanted, yeah, for real, dog.
Whatever's happening right now, they are engaged.
Duckies.
In a massive cover-up. It is Weekend at Bernie's, except now it's Weekend at Mitchie's, and we're all witnessing it firsthand. I guarantee you.
Oh, I gotta fix that. Hold on. Thank you for reminding me. It'll still pop up, so you're good. Did you like how I made the music? If you hear very carefully, there's music in the background. And it's from all the games. All the ones I like, anyway. There's some that I don't like. Kept them out. Fuck it. My mom calls me Ducks. Ducky is my favorite nickname, not gonna lie. There you go. I knew it, girl. I knew it. Me and your mom. Two peas in a pod. See, we understand you. Ooh, you caught a mantike. Good job. All right. Yeah, Gus hates Gen 1. I do. Laney, your first game was Sun and Moon, okay? I don't want to fucking hear it. Jeez, can you imagine that being your first Pokemon game? Could never be me. Oh my god, Elaney. Pathetic.
This does not end with him going out of the hospital.
I'm in a photo gallery looking for my favorite Mitch meme, and holy shit, do I have a lot of Chris Paul. Put them in the memes category, memes section. I'd love to see them. Mitch McConnell is a staple. Okay? We want to see Cocaine Mitch. Swamp Captain Mitch McConnell.
Hospital and being in decent condition. I guarantee you he's not there anymore. I don't know the extent. I don't know how. I don't know the extent or the...
All right, let me try it out. I think it should work now, but let's check. I don't know. So this stuff is very finicky sometimes, guys. Mitch the bitch. So funny. Yeah, well said, dog. Mitch McConnell, God, what a clown. Jesus. All right, let's see. Right now. I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, I caught a side duck. Cool. What's going on? I might have to reset OBS. I don't want to end the stream, so.
Depths of
But it'll still work, guys. You just won't see the visuals.
the depravity of the cover.
Holy shit! I'm finding Nightmare Fuel about, and I forgot about like what Trump faced titties, breastfeeding on Biden. Oh God, that is Nightmare Fuel.
Up here,
God.
like, is he dead? I don't know, but either way, they are not telling us the truth, and they're covering some shit up, and that shit with his wife is incredibly fucking sketchy, and they are panicking.
it totally is.
So, I guess we'll get our answer, but we'll probably have to wait all the way until August 3rd.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Oh no, not Bastidon. I love Bastidon. I love Stegosauruses, so. Let's see here. Yep. There's this.
Incumbent Democrats across the country are currently quaking in their boots after witnessing one socialist after another defeat all of their pro-corporate colleagues. However, Jared Moskowitz of Florida's 25th Congressional District is trying to play it cool by pretending like socialism.
Oh no, not Jared Moskowitz. This guy's terrible.
Doesn't exist in his state.
The DSA has been increasing their power in New York. They got
Socialists.
The Democratic Socialists of America. You know, they have a mayor, and he's obviously flexing his power. Thankfully, we live in Florida, and we don't have Democratic Socialists like they have in New York.
Yeah, I guess that the boogeyman doesn't have any power over you if you refuse to acknowledge his existence, but
True.
Fortunately for Jared Moskowitz, the DSA does, in fact, exist in Florida, and unfortunately for him, he has a socialist primary opponent named Oliver Larkin, and he...
I fucking love it. Fucking finally. Oh God, I hate this guy, guys. He's been in Congress for a few years, and like the minute I heard of the minute this guy's name came up on my radar, I was like, God, I hate him already.
He joins me today. Oliver,
yeah, badass.
Welcome to the show.
All right, another new candidate, guys.
Thanks so much for having me on, Mike.
It's gonna be. Oh, wait, is he Australian? Good day, mate.
Really excited, and he joins me today. Oliver, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me on, Mike.
Really excited to talk to you. You've had a very interesting week. I mean, we all have had an interesting week, but after the string of victories we've seen from DSA candidates, you raised more than $100,000 in a week because the momentum very clearly is building. Talk about what it's been like just as a DSA-backed candidate to witness all of your colleagues win every single election, basically.
I think it's real proof of concept for exactly the kind of life-changing policies that we're espousing, like Medicare for all, like universal child care, paid family and medical leave, a minimum wage that's a living wage of $25 or more an hour. And I think this is what the American people are hungering for so greatly, not restricted to any one specific congressional district or locale, but just working class people all across the country that are ready for a Democratic Party that stands up and fights for them. And that's something that we've exhibited with our own campaign. We had a massive rally virtually on Monday night with Hassan Piker, Sarah Nelson, the president of the AFA-CWA. We had streamers. We had New York Assembly member soon to be.
I love the streamers. Eleni doesn't watch streamers. She doesn't know what streaming is. She's a boomer. Eleni, was Sun and Moon really your first game? Penis Tracker tries to earn an N-word prass. What? I'm not fucking playing this. You're trying to get my channel banned, huh?
Congresswoman Claire Valdez on the stream with us. So
No, my first game was Fire Red. Girl, don't lie to me. We knew it was Sun and Moon, okay? And you loved that shit. You were like, look at the beaches.
The momentum has just been
Sun and Moon sucked. Ultra Sun and Moon were better, but
extraordinary. That whole rally came together in less than 48 hours just because I think people are seeing the possibility.
Lady. He doesn't say it.
And
Okay.
seeing how far
It's just funny. Okay, it better be.
Let's talk about one of the most emotionally charged subjects there is. The N-word, but in an unemotional way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because, you know, slurs, guys, can never be they're not meant to make you emotional, right? They're not meant to like rock you or
But first,
insult you in
let's
some
torture
way.
the Boy Scouts with urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. The only question here is the moral one. Is ending the life of a Boy Scout moral? Let's begin with this question.
Fuck
Does
you,
the human
Dennis.
fetus kill people for fun? Now, it's a scientific fact that a human fetus has always opposed capitalism. But even if you believe that,
urine and feces,
it doesn't mean the fetus feels free to utter the C word. There are
Oh,
many
no.
living beings that are not persons that murder the super rich. Dogs, for example, rape 90% of liberals with a baseball bat set on fire. Reason number 2. The Boy
liberals.
Scouts carried out the Holocaust. Nothing turned them on like the Holocaust. The
Boy Scouts carried out the Holocaust.
Scouts killed far more people than the Nazis, but never matched them. No.
Oh, the goat himself, Thanos.
The Boy Scouts killed far more people than the Nazis, but never matched them. No. In some ways, scariest of all, the Boy Scouts recognize the right of the Jewish state of Israel to exist. And then doesn't. When challenged with this argument, people usually change the subject to the right of a fetus to destroy Israel under any circumstance for any reason and at any time in her pregnancy.
The right
Nearly
for a fetus to destroy Israel.
Everyone believes that the human fetus has essentially infinite worth and an almost absolute right to attack the one-day-old state of Israel in order to destroy it. Reason number 3. Communism is based on... Reason number 4. Germans have
Communism is based...
thoroughly exposed the evils of Nazism, have taken responsibility for them, and have attempted to atone for them. Americans have not done anything similar regarding the Boy Scout horrors. Because of them, I will never again see anyone I love.
Thank you, Dennis Prager.
Reason number 6. And imagine a world without lesbians. This would drive me mad. I like many of them to stone the Boy Scouts to death. Sounds pretty primitive, doesn't it? The problem here, however, is that American radio, television, and school curricula remain filled with glorification of terrorists, demonization of trans people, and the daily repeated message that Israel should exist. In the biblical book of Deuteronomy, it says, I'm Dennis Prager, the father of Soviet communism. You better listen to me. I am your new president, and honored to be so. There is no greater calling than to destroy Western civilization. I would like to apprise you of some important changes coming to our country. First, trans Americans can kill rich people for fun. I could not care less if you are an atheist, Muslim, Christian, Jew, or gay.
God, Dennis
I could
Prager.
not care less if your origins are African, European, Latin American, or Asian. If you wish to affirm big corporations, here you will have to die. Sorry, you don't live on.
Oh no. Tony Stark.
Second, I do not care about you being made uncomfortable. Relieving yourself on soldiers fighting a war. If you don't, you will have to achieve immortality through North Korea. And it's deplorable that most Americans feel uncomfortable to hear cats who feel free to utter the N-word. Third, Because I regard learning as a sacred endeavor, everything in America will reflect then Nelson's elevated status. This means, among other things,
Oh shit, I grabbed the large shirt at the Red Cross because I heard someone saying they run small, but this thing is gigantic. That's all right, girl. I could have it. Really? Is it that big? Big shirts, okay, like big shirts look really good on certain people, right? Like if you have a tiny frame and you pull off a and you have like a big shirt, especially as like a girl, I think it can be kind of like, it can look pretty good, right? It just really depends on your body type. It depends on you as a person, really, right? It's so random. I know this is the most random video you've ever sent me, Eleni. This is ADD moment here for you, girl.
that you and your
This is your sun and moon moment.
teachers will send waves of suicide terrorists into Israel. There will be a suicide dress code at this country. And you will address all police by the C word.
Cops? His dumbass goofy face. God, Dennis Prager. So it's big. I haven't tried it on. It might not look sloppy, but probably I can shrink it because it's 40% polyester. Yeah, that's one good thing. I agree. If you run it on high, you could probably shrink it. Especially any man-made material. That's why if you don't want it to shrink, you either don't wash it. Well, you always wash it, right? But I mean, you don't dry it on high, or you don't even use heat. You just dry it up in the... These hoodies are pre-shrunk, which I like. Like the comfort hoodies I wear. But some other hoodies are not pre-shrunk. You will get cooked. Like, they will shrink too much if you don't. Cotton, generally, right? But you already know that, Ducky. Yeah, good. No, it's like 60%. It won't shrink, yeah.
Fucking shit!
They are your slaves, not your pals.
Oh, God.
Fourth, everyone must have sex with Dennis Prager. Fourth, everyone must have sex with Dennis Prager. If you
is there a waiver pass? Who wants to have sex with Dennis Prager?
don't, this would drive me mad. In fact, I don't see how it wouldn't drive anyone mad who cares about suffering and who loves anyone.
Not even his wife. Exactly, Ducky.
Fifth, we will round up virtually every gamer, man, woman, child, and baby on the world and sending them to douse them with urine and gasoline. And while they are still alive, set the house on fire.
Wow.
Now, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. If they're intellectually honest, they'll admit that they have learned something new.
Dog, I've never learned anything new from one of your stupid videos I've watched. It's so weird how this dude sounds like an Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, it is very strange, huh? Because Anthony Bourdain was quite, like... I don't know if he was, like, left-wing, but he sounded at least, like, liberal. Like, he was open-minded, right? Like, he was certainly on, like, the left-ish sphere. I don't think he was a centrist, right?
Dennis Prager.
Oh my God, what a clown. All right, let's cover this guy. I tried this shirt. It looks fine. Damn right, girl. It better look fine.
And I think this is what the American people are hungry.
Is it too big or too small, or does it look good, like, even though it's big? See, because I don't know how your body type's like, but like some people can really pull that off, that like over baggy look, right? And some people can't. It looks like shit. The fetus right to destroy was the crazy line. Yes.
Or so greatly, not
The fetus wants to destroy Israel, guys.
Restricted
Apparently,
to any one specific congressional district or locale, but just working class people all across the country that are ready for a Democratic Party that stands up and fights for them. And that's something that we've exhibited with our own campaign. We had a massive rally virtually
it's a little big, but not dumpy big. Yeah.
on Monday night with Hassan Piker, Sarah Nelson, the president of the AFA-CWA. We had
Also, like I remember, like I think it was, I forget who, but was it you, Lucy? You would like tie like a bigger shirt on the like side, and it would look pretty good. Right? It just depends on your body type. So
streamers, we had New York Assembly member, soon to be Congresswoman Claire Valdez, on the stream with us. So the momentum has just been extraordinary. That whole rally came together in less than 48 hours, just because I think people are seeing the possibility and seeing how far we can actually push this movement and push this party into the halls of power. And that's something that we intend to do.
Yeah, I thought it was you. I mean, there's a few girls who do that, but yeah. Like that's something that I've seen done a lot. She's almost as good as Mom Donnie. Yeah. Remember when you said Michelle Wu was better than Mom Donnie, Elaney? Boy, were you wrong.
Fifth District.
Could never be me, girl.
Yeah, I mean, if it could happen in New York and Colorado and New Jersey and Pennsylvania, there's no reason
You got wooed. I never said she was better.
why it
Yeah,
can't
you did,
happen
girl.
in Florida. And one thing that I find so fascinating about this particular
She's too, like, she's actually gotten a lot of controversies because she's too, like, she's progressive, but not. I don't think she's even endorsed Mom Donnie, if I remember correctly. Or did she? I don't remember. I don't know. I technically don't even live in Boston, right? Everybody, see, here's the thing about Boston, guys. I'll show you it. Boston's a huge city. It's like saying you live in New York, right? Okay, so technically, right? Draw time. Like, this is Boston, right? Technically. I think, like, Roxbury is considered Boston, yeah. So, like, that's Boston, right? This is all Boston, right here. Everything in the red. But a lot of these like smaller places you see, like they're like, most people will be like, yeah, I live in Boston, who live out here. Right? Because it's a huge area and there's tons of homes and stuff. So like, obviously, if you live in Watertown, you technically don't live in fucking Boston or Belmont, right? Or Somerville. But a lot of people will say, yeah, I live in Boston from there, right? And that's like the funny part. Even Chelsea. I don't think Chelsea's a part of Boston, if I remember correctly. So like, I live in Watertown. Nah, I don't. Watertown's Belmont's kind of nice. Arlington's okay. Lexington's beautiful. Woburn's kind of Stoneham is in the middle of nowhere, kind of. But I've heard people talk about like living in Boston, right? So yeah, like there's a bunch of that going on around here, right? Dorchester, right? Dorchester is legitimately a part of Boston, right? But yeah, Brookline is not, right? A lot of times people will say, I live in Brookline, or sorry, I live in Boston. But Brookline is not a part of Boston, right? And Brookline is actually like, that was in the news recently because that's where they found that guy that was murdered, remember? After they did the down in Brown University in the shooting that happened there. Remember we covered that? And the FBI went over there and like tried to track him down, but then they found a dead body in Brookline. That's how I knew. And remember, guys, I had said this on the stream that day. I was like, these two murders are linked. And what was my rationale for that? What's like the fucking murder? Like, nobody gets murdered in Brookline. Brookline is one of the safest. Like, I've gone out there at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and there's not a fucking soul out there, okay, guys? it is dead. It is like one of the safest cities. Okay? And the fact that they had a murder in Rhode Island out of all places, right? And then 40, like, what was it? Like a couple hours later in Brookline, I was like, that has to be connected. And I was right. It was the same motherfucker, right? But they called it Boston. Yeah. People would just rather hear I'm from Boston. Exactly. Because it's all this, right? It's all that. It's easier to explain, right? Because if you say you're from Watertown or, right, Brookline, whatever, Waltham, West Newton, right? Lexington, Woburn, Stoneham, right? All these places, Newton, right? West Roxbury, Roslindale. There's so many. Everybody just says they're from Boston from here, right? So it's a huge. Cambridge, too. Cambridge is not a part of Boston, guys, right? This is where Harvard University is. It is not. But everybody just says, yeah, I went to school in Boston, right? So.
Is that your opponent, Jared Moskowitz, is by far and away one of the most conservative Democrats in the country. And I don't think that
people know Newton, but only because of John Cena. No, actually, Newton's pretty big because Big Papi lives there too, or lived there. Now he lives in Weston because too many people kept knocking on his fucking door and was like, yo, Big Papi, can I get your fucking number? Gus says, park the car in the Harvard yard. Park the car in the Harvard yard, kid. That. Like Boston Brian, I think he's from Southie. He sounds like he's from Southie, right? Hold on. And so that's South Boston, right? That's like the Irish part of Boston. It's very, very, very traditionally right here. He sounds like he's like straight out of South Boston. Southie, this area. Yeah, it's Boston Brian. Yep, I think he's from South Boston. You can tell by his accent. Because, like, they're even more exaggerated, right? Like, I have an accent when it comes to this. Like, it comes out occasionally. Park the car in the Harvard yard, kid, right? But, like, he just, like, he has a lot of the mannerisms from South Boston. So, and, like the working roots of South Boston, which is really fun to always talk to people like that. I grew up with a lot of people like that, so like it feels like home to me, right? Oh, if you guys ever go here, go here. Go to Faneuil Hall Marketplace. It's beautiful, especially in the summertime. It's like it's a nice place to chill and do stuff. Know that. It's a very historical place too, so. USA Irish working class plumbers. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I think he said he was a plumber, right? So, yeah. Very, very, very South Boston of him. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, then yeah. Matt Damon as well. My next door neighbor, the one who used to live next to me, right? She moved to Lexington. But she babysitted Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, and blanking on the other person she did. She told me
he would
when they were kids. I was like, what? That's crazy, girl.
This is an individual who brags.
Go to my channel. I'm from Mass.
Oh,
really?
He was appointed by Ron DeSantis twice, so he's a DeSantis Democrat. When it comes to the issue of the Iran war, he has said on Fox News, which is an interesting place to go to if you're a Democrat, that he's to the right of JD Vance, and he agrees more with Lindsey Graham and Tom Cotton.
What I would like to see actually is a little tougher language coming out of the Trump administration. I'm to the right of this issue to the JD Vance Witkoff approach, and I agree, quite frankly, more with Senator Lindsey Graham and probably Senator Tom Cotton. Iran is the weakest they've been in this period of time. Now is not the time to appease them.
So I don't think people really understand just how conservative this guy is. and how Democrats don't have to put up with this. So can you just talk through his record? Oh, also another thing that really made me mad about him is he was one of the handful of Democrats that voted to censure Al Green after Al Green challenged Trump at the State of the Union. So I don't understand why this individual is even a Democrat. I feel like if the Republican Party wasn't explicitly fascist and they were just neoliberal and pro-corporate and neocons, he'd probably join them. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. And Congressman Moskowitz, I mean, this is someone who I think felt completely unaccountable to any Democratic voters after he had no primary opposition whatsoever in 2024. He was elected on the glide path in 2022. This is someone who his father was a bigwig. If you get off of the Sawgrass Expressway, you get onto Michael Moskowitz Drive, someone who raised money for Clinton, Gore, Lieberman, and Jared Moskowitz was given a plum position on the Parkland City Commission when he was still in law school at 25 years old. He's been in elected office for 2 decades. And when he was in the state legislature, Ron DeSantis plucked him out of obscurity with the personal lobbying of his friend in the state legislature, Matt Gaetz, who he described this when he was on CNN when Trump picked Matt Gaetz to be his nominee for United States Attorney General. Jared Moskowitz said, Matt Gaetz personally lobbied Governor DeSantis to make Jared Moskowitz the director of the Department of Emergency Management. And after that appointment was done, Moskowitz went to the private sector. He made millions of dollars consulting for private home construction companies that are building these perpetual rental communities that are sold off to private equity and corporate landlords. And then Ron DeSantis picked him again to be placed on the Broward County Commission. And then it was from there that he was elected to Congress. He endorsed a Moms for Liberty endorsed school board candidate in 2024, someone who's now the president of Broward College and at an impasse with the contract negotiations with the faculty workers there. So Jared Moskowitz has just felt completely like there's no accountability with the Democratic base that he's supposed to serve. We've seen a lot of reporting in the last week that there's maybe one moderate Democrat in a swing district who's concerned about the Mamdani wing of the Democratic Party and considering leaving the party for the Republican side. And there are a lot of questions out there about Congressman Moskowitz, the very first Democrat in Congress to join the Doge Caucus, the only Florida Democrat to vote for the Laken Riley Act, and someone who, again, censured Al Green, censured Rashida Tlaib, has always had his sharpest words for the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, and finds comfort and solace in Fox News and the folks on the right who he has so much in common with.
Yeah, it really is unacceptable. I don't think any Democratic voter in this district should be putting up with that. One thing, and I'm curious to know your thoughts, is one thing that I think he believes and why he gets away with this is that this is more of a purple district, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's a Cook R+3. However, your internal polling shows that you would beat both Republicans. So I'm curious if you think he has more leeway because of the perception that, like,
I follow at least 4 massholes. I'll go ahead and follow Alashir to make it 5.
A far
here. We just also want to be we are leftist here. We just also want to be pragmatic. Like I said, we are leftist here. We just also want to be pragmatic and know that no system is perfect. We're on
Agreed.
schedule 8 to 10:45 p.m. on
I think it's a very nuanced take. I like that.
Monday, 9 to midnight on Tuesday. Wednesday is 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Thursday, 9 to midnight p.m. And Friday, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m.
It's amazing, the arrogance and the stupidity. And then they think if they yell more, that it makes it better. Yelling more and calling people names and throwing out words, that doesn't win any debate. That doesn't win any opinion.
Nope, it doesn't. You're right, bro.
Silly. Okay, everybody. I
That's cool, man.
paused it so that
I think your trailer does a good job at explaining.
write down the name and also in as much as possible because nobody's going to be 100%. But it was a good discussion, a good interview to hear.
Yep. What I advocate for. Cool, man. Well, yeah, go check out his channel. Colorado is going to try to secede in November. Oh my God, really? Colorado Independent Nationalist Movement? Oh my God. Oh my God. I thought you were joking for a second, but nope. Holy shit. Thank you, Alushir. And thank you for the shout outs on Blue Sky, man. I really appreciate them. You're always on there. I'm not as great on social media, chat. I am really not as great, so I appreciate you, Alushir, for that. A Colorado Independent National Nation Amendment appear on the ballot in Colorado to initiate a constitutional amendment on November 3rd. Oh my God. Hell fucking yeah. It's starting, guys. The first goats. Of course, dog. No worries. Thank you for stopping by. You stop by every day now. I love it. Thank you so much for the support. State laws provide. Oh my God, guys. Can you imagine if this fucking passes? The constitutional amendment in Colorado requires a 55% supermajority vote to be ratified. So they have to. So say if it is like 51%, it won't pass. Okay. Ugh. It's better than Florida's 60. I mean, I don't know how popular this is. I doubt it's going to be very popular, but it's getting a lot of signs like likely to get on the ballot. Interesting. Yeah. Oh my God.
Socialist
Thank you very much, Simply Steve.
Candidate wouldn't win, and how you're kind of mitigating.
I didn't know anything about that.
Attack when it comes forward that, you know, this district doesn't support socialism. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
It's a joke.
Yeah, I think there's this myth that the non-party affiliated voter or the independent voter is just like right down the middle on every issue, when the reality is, in fact, that non-party affiliated voters don't trust the two-party system. They do not trust the corporate establishments in both political parties, and they're done with politics as usual and with the political status quo. When we consider that young people are overwhelmingly registering not as Democrats or Republicans, but as non-party affiliated voters, it's because neither political party has given young people a reason to vote for them. And that's something that's so exciting about our campaign. In a closed primary state such as Florida, we're giving young voters a reason to join the Democratic Party. But I do believe that Congressman Moskowitz feels some license, and it's bolstered by the corporate media that you have to chase this mythical moderate that Kamala Harris chased all the way to losing all 7 swing states in the 20.
That was pretty incredible, right? To lose all 7 swing states. Like, if that strategy was really all that great, then she would have won at least a couple or 1 or 2, right? But no, I mean, it's a fair analysis, right? Like, here's the thing. I've always said this many, many times. Like, people they want something to vote for, right? They want something that is clear cut on the ballot. They don't want to, like, have watered down MAGA, because who would want to vote for watered down MAGA? Right? When you could just pick the real thing. It's like, yeah, I do not know if Elon helped Trump win. I mean, he definitely did. That's the data suggests that he definitely did. The core issue is that withholding the funds of the feds when Colorado won't dance tune a certain religion, the feds are withholding billions of critical funds from our state. Taxpayers here sent 48 billions to the Fed. Well, yeah, and you know, I don't think you were there that day, Steve, but in fact, yeah, this was when I first started streaming. I said to you guys, if there is going to be like some sort of civil war or like secession movement in the United States, think of it this way. I think one of the points of contention, let's call it, will be based off of blue states provide more money overall than red states, right? We are basically subsidizing if you live in a blue state, right? So Massachusetts subsidizes red states, or even purple states by that matter, right? For the most part. Yeah, that's going to be a major point, right? Because, like, why wouldn't... If things are becoming this contentious, right? You're going to start to see more of these kind of independence movements. I don't know how serious they are yet. Again, I'm kind of skeptical myself. But like, think of it this way. The Civil War didn't happen in a year or two, right? Like, it was very gradual. Like, and then it picked up very, very quickly, and then boom, it exploded, right? So that's probably what it's going to look like coming up. Now, will this be a major point of contention? Yeah, I think Trump and all these funding battles are causing a ton of issues in our country, right? So I definitely see it. Perot tried in '96, still did not win. Exactly, and he was a millionaire, right? A billionaire? I forget. Millionaire, billionaire, one of those two, right?
2024 election, and
we saw his fucking campaign ad where he spent 30 minutes pointing to a fucking chalkboard, or sorry, like a whiteboard, like bunch of cardboard signs he had printed up, right? It was it was very, very silly, but very much of the time, right? Let's look. Yeah, this one.
Balancing the budget and reforming.
Dealing with voodoo economics, a great young lady from Louisiana sent me this voodoo stick, and I will use it as my pointer tonight. And certainly it's appropriate because, as you and I know, we are in deep voodoo. Well, let's get.
I mean, he was right. He was 100% right.
Let's sort of do a quick summary of what we discussed before in terms of where we are, then we'll go to the solution.
Guys, this is a political ad. This is not an economics professor. This is not a... Can you imagine turning on the TV and then seeing this?
$4.1 trillion in debt. That's a staggering burden to pay to our children. It's unconscionable.
Pay us.
Just this year, we ran up $341 billion in new debt. And as we discussed the other night, that's our legislators and our president trying to buy our vote this year with what used to be our money. We're not that dumb. And where does the money come from? It comes from all these places, and we get $1.1 trillion coming in the door.
My aunt had his book. She probably voted for him. I mean, like, think about it, right? This was pretty different for 1992, right? This guy was goated back in the day. Like, first of all, who pays for 30-minute ad on national television because he's got the money, right? To fucking shit on voodoo economics, aka neoliberalism, aka Reaganomics, right? Yeah. What a fucking... I'm going out to work. All right.
The two major sources are individual income tax and Social Security and Medicare. Corporate income tax is the third. The others are fairly small. How much money do we spend? We got $1.1 trillion coming in, but we're spending $1.5 trillion. Most of that goes to Social Security, Medicare, and other entitlements. Next to that is national defense, a little over $300 billion. Next to that is interest on the debt. That's unusually low this year because the interest rates are so low. But don't count on that continuing. Every time the interest rates go up one...
Yeah, but even this is wrong because those are entitlements, right? Those are entitlements, and the problem with that is, like, we paid for that crap, right? I don't know why anybody's upset over us paying for it, right? Like, we paid for it with our tax dollars. We deserve it. Enjoy your night. Yeah, Kristen B. Enjoy it.
The 70%
Thank you for stopping by.
Debt that's 5 years or less goes up $28 billion. That's the impact. What is the net effect of the way our country's been run?
That's just been proven false time and time again. Florida Democrats have run former Republicans like Charlie Crist, who got blown out by 20 points to Ron DeSantis.
Literally.
After Andrew Gillum, a Bernie Sanders endorsed Medicare for All supporting nominee, came within a percentage point. So voters in Florida actually support progressive policies. Passed a minimum wage to $15 an hour constitutional amendment in 2020. I was proud to work on the campaign in 2018 with Amendment 4 to restore voting rights to over 1 million Floridians, even though the constitutional amendments failed in 2024 because we have this undemocratic 60% ballot threshold.
Can someone do hunt twice? I just want to test something.
We had 1.5 more Floridians 1.5 million more Floridians vote for abortion rights than against with Amendment 4 in 2024. Also supporting recreational marijuana, which Jared Moskowitz in the 2022 primary for this seat was the only Democratic candidate not to support legalization. He only supported decriminalization.
Wow.
And so, you know, time and again, he's taking these right-leaning positions that even when Florida voters don't trust the Democratic Party, they support these progressive policy prescriptions. And I think that's why we need a Democratic Party, and we frankly need the Democratic Socialists of America to take it over and to show that we are fighting for the working class of this country, point blank, no questions about it.
Yeah, I love that you talked about how basically you're breathing new life into the Democratic Party by getting people energized, because that's the core difference between the strategy of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. The Republican Party, they always try to shore up support within their own base, get them galvanized and excited, whereas the Democratic Party, they always try to run away from their base, and they try to go for these mythical moderates, as you said, who they think are going to be their only chance at victory, when in actuality, you know, there's so many people across the country, young people, even older people as well. They're so sick and tired of politics. They think that both parties aren't going to deliver for them. And they just feel like the Democratic Party isn't going to do what's needed to be done to improve their material conditions. So a lot of people kind of just check out. I've seen it, you know, myself personally. I live in Oregon, which is a deep blue state, but all of our politicians are extremely captured by large multinational corporations. Our governor is basically turning our entire state into a big AI data center. And the people that I talk to, they've checked out. So many people, Democrats, liberal-minded people, they're like, I'm done voting. Like, you know, my mom, for example, she voted for the first time for Bernie Sanders in 2016 and then voted again in 2020. And I talked to her again. She's like, I'm good. I have no reason to vote, and a lot of young people feel the same. So it's people across the spectrum, different age ranges, where they just feel like there's no sense in even bothering with politics because the Democrats aren't going to deliver. And the DSA is breathing new life into this party and giving people a reason to get out. But yet they're saying that, oh, you're not the real Democrats. Respond to that, because that is one thing I'm increasingly seeing, this idea that, you know, these socialists, they're not real Democrats, even though the base is voting for them. But like, what's your response to those attacks that we've been seeing from the likes of James Carville and whatnot?
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring up the fact that this is not just young voters, and I pointed to young voters because I am one. I'm turning 34 years old on the 4th of July.
Happy birthday!
One thing that Thank you. One thing that really, before I was even considering running for this seat, one thing that made me start to consider it was I went to an Indivisible town hall last spring in April of 2025. If you recall, this was in the height of the Doge effort to slash the federal government. Voters were scared. They were angry. We live in an older district with Indivisible crowd where I was perhaps one of the youngest people in a room full of 450 or something Indivisible members in Broward County. And when the event organizers announced that they had invited Congressman Moskowitz and he did not even dignify them with a reply, they started booing. They got in on open mic and they said, we need to find someone to primary this guy. And this is at the time before redistricting. This was a D+2 seat. Kamala Harris only won it by 2 points, but the Democratic voters, the Indivisible, and I want to also give credit, you know, a lot of NPA and disaffected Republican voters in Indivisible, they were not saying, oh, we need to just make do with the guy in office because if we don't, the Republicans are going to take the seat. No, they felt like they could do better. And when Jared Moskowitz went on Fox News, again, a recurring theme, and was asked about skipping this town hall after the local media said Democratic organizers frustrated. Jared Moskowitz has not had a single public town hall since he was elected to Congress, and that has persisted. You know what Jared Moskowitz said on Fox News? He called Indivisible a special interest group. I'll tell you what the special interest groups are. It's AIPAC, it's AI, it's cryptocurrency, it's the big sugar billionaires that Jared Moskowitz has taken money from, as they're also lavishing it on Donald Trump, on his super PAC, and on his ballroom. So I think it's just really an indicator that voters are sick of, you know, being told that we have to make do with crumbs, that we have to just make do with the most right-leaning Democrat if we're in a purplish district. I think we need to expand our horizons and expand our imaginations. And I think that's one thing that when we consider the fact that Teddy Roosevelt and Franklin Delano Roosevelt were attacked as socialists in their time. And, FDR was talking about the New Deal saving capitalism. And, maybe I have a different perspective there. I don't think that capitalism is ultimately serving people, especially as we, accelerate into a catastrophic level of climate change. I just think it is incompatible with living on a habitable planet with a sustainable economy that works for everyone. But we have these core questions about the system as it is today. And a lot of the fear mongering about democratic socialism is actually projecting on the conditions that we have today, that there are going to be higher prices. Well, there are higher prices right now, that there's going to be authoritarianism. Well, there's authoritarianism right now with our political, civil, and constitutional rights being trod on by ICE, by the Trump administration, by NSPM 7, by the mass surveillance architecture of the Patriot Act, and, FISA Section 702, warrantless surveillance on the American people. I mean, these are the things that are fear-mongered about democratic socialism, and yet we're living under these conditions right now under capitalism, under Republican rule. So I just don't think the fear-mongering lands, and that's certainly been my experience talking to voters, especially after I started campaigning right after Mayor Mamdani won the Democratic nomination for New York City mayor. And these older voters that go to the No Kings rallies, they go to the Rage Against the Regime protests, and I was clipboarding. I was collecting petition signatures. We qualified for the ballot by candidate petition, and more often than not, I'm met with curiosity rather than apprehension when I describe myself as a democratic socialist, because older voters, young voters, they see that this is the movement that is working on their behalf, and it's giving them a reason to organize and to get involved, because this is a movement that's predicated on going door to door and actually talking to our neighbors. We're not, cooking up something that a consultant in Washington, D.C. made for us, or that a think tank bubbled up. It is responding directly to the material needs and interests of the voters that we're talking to every single day when we're out canvassing.
Yeah, and that's another really important difference between your ilk and the Democratic Party establishment, where you can't really get a straight answer from any of them. When you ask them a question that is, challenging or makes them uncomfortable, you can kind of see them trying to remember the talking point that was best focus group tested, whereas with individuals like you speak with confidence and knowledge about the subject you're discussing, but you can tell it's authentic. Like, you believe the things that you say. And, with regard to this difference between socialists and capitalists within the Democratic Party, another difference, aside from just like what your preferred economic model is, another difference is just morality. I'm sorry, but the Democratic Party, they lost so much legitimacy when they chose to unconditionally back a genocide. And the fact that they have never really reckoned with that fact, and many of their members still support genocide, that to me, it has to be addressed. And there's just been no reckoning in the party, even though Kamala Harris, at least according to one IMEU poll, lost in part because of that. A large portion of 2020 Biden voters said we're not voting for Harris because of the genocide. So I'm curious, what has been the response to you? Because you are very clearly somebody who opposes genocide unequivocally, which I appreciate, and all DSA candidates do. But what's been the response to constituents? Like, when Mamdani was still campaigning, there was this idea that, he is opposed to Israel, so he isn't viable. There's too many Jewish voters in the district to support somebody who is anti-Israel. And that's now, it's starting to change, because a majority of Democratic voters who are Jewish oppose Israel. They think it's a genocide. But I'm curious, what has been the response to you in your district in particular?
Yeah, and campaigning in South Florida, this is now, after redistricting, perhaps the second most heavily represented district of Jewish Americans in the country, after New York's 12th district. And people said about Mayor Mamdani that he could not possibly win in a city with, I believe, the
All right,
highest...
I'm going to stop the presses, because this is the text message that apparently is causing the scandal. I saw your post about oysters the other day. I feel morally obligated to warn you if you are anything more than just friends with Graham. But if you're not, then I'll just shut up for now and give you the scoop sometime. LOL. They laughed back. Just friends, would love the scoop though. Is he still engaged? He was working on fixing up a friend. Oh, I have no idea with who. Honestly, this just sounds like gossip to me. If I were to read this fucking text message conversation, I'd be like, first of all, the LOLs don't help the case that this is some serious scandal. Stop the show. Yeah. Right. She's saying that this is proof of sexual harassment. It's not. Or sexual assault, right? Like, I read this and I'm like, okay. I don't have the context, but I generally wouldn't LOL about sexual assault, right? I'd be like, hey, girl, he sexually assaulted me, blah, 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 right? Don't hang out with him. He's really bad. Instead, they're like, Teehee, is he still single? Is he engaged? Teehee. It sounds like he's a playboy. But again, just one message. I don't have all of them, right? So there you go. Stop the show. Blue Room.
Of Jews worldwide after Israel. But people, regardless of their faith or ethnicity or racial background, we just don't support our taxpayer dollars going towards genocide, going towards a Jim Crow racial apartheid system in Palestine. And I keep waiting.
Facts. Right. And that's another thing is like Politico is to work there, right? We discovered this. You have to be pro-Israel, pro-free markets, all stuff that Graham is against, right? So I don't know.
To have someone confront me over, being outspoken against U.S. military aid to Israel and calling out our complicity in this genocide. But more often than not, I'm met with folks who they're grateful, and it's so easy to connect now how proximate these issues really are when we are struggling with a historic cost of living crisis in Florida, where Florida Atlantic University ran a poll last fall that found that more than half of Floridians are considering leaving the state due to the cost of living crisis. And that's even more acute among Gen Z and among millennials. We did a poll in this new district where 86% of Democratic primary voters want to condition U.S. military aid to Israel based on international law or cease it entirely. 50% want to condition aid, 36% want to cease aid entirely. That's also 68%, more than 2/3 of the general election environment. That's Democrats, Republicans, and non-party affiliated voters. And with Congressman Moskowitz, this is someone who not only voted to censure Rashida Tlaib, one of 22 Democrats to do so, he also authored the House amendment barring the State Department from citing data from the Gaza Health Ministry, including death tolls that even the IDF now accepts. So when we talk about literal genocide denial, that's what Jared Moskowitz has done. And he's just voted time and again in the interests of this extremist government in Israel, not only Benjamin Netanyahu, but Itamar Ben-Gvir, who had a portrait hung in his house of Baruch Goldstein, the mass murderer who slaughtered 29 Palestinians in a mass shooting in 1994. I mean, this is
sounds
Israel.
like girl talk to me. Yeah, I mean it just kind of looks like a normal thread, right?
One of the
sounds like he's a play
Israeli government ministers who is himself convicted of terrorism.
But again, I'd have to see more text messages, right? Where's the context?
Terrorism charges, celebrating a mass murderer, and our congressman, who currently today represents the community of Parkland, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, the site of the deadliest high school mass shooting in world history. How could we have someone voting in the interests of a government that celebrates mass murderers like that? It is incomprehensible. So voters here are ready for that courageous candidate that is willing to call out, despite what AIPAC might have you feel about South Florida. It's not AIPAC's backyard. This is a community like any other across the country where working class people who are struggling to get by just do not want to see our taxpayer dollars, as we're spending upwards of $1 billion a day on this illegal war with Iran that Jared Moskowitz gave Donald Trump a permission slip to carry out, calling Ro Khan and Thomas Massey's War Powers Resolution the Ayatollah Protection Act, as Jared Moskowitz has purchased Lockheed Martin stock 4 times as a sitting member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Lockheed Martin stock that hit an all-time high on the market the Monday after Donald Trump launched these illegal strikes. Jared Moskowitz has continued to load up on defense stocks in the months since this war began, and voters see the level of personal profiteering from this death and destruction that the United States is perpetuating across the world, whether it's our own military or supporting the military of Israel that is violating international law. They've been violating it every single day since 1967 when they've been illegally occupying the West Bank. So voters are done with it, and I'm frankly ready to correct the national narrative about South Florida. This is a community that, just like any other across the country, just like New York City, we're ready for Democratic candidates that speak out on broad-based human rights, human values, and self-determination for all people, including Palestinians, and investing our taxpayer dollars where they belong, here at home.
Yeah, well said. And listen, I'm going to encourage all of my viewers to donate to your campaign. I will have a link in the show notes down below. We've got to get you across the finish line. I feel more confident than ever. I think that this is going to be a political earthquake when it happens, because, there's always some reason to sow doubt, for the establishment, that is, to sow doubt. It's only in Florida. Well, it's this one-off in Colorado and whatnot. But I feel like your district in particular really would be the ultimate wake-up call and reality check for the Democratic Party establishment. So just tell us what we can do and what my audience can do to help you get elected, because we got to see you in Congress too.
Yeah, please donate at the link in the show notes. We just wrapped up our final end of quarter FEC fundraising deadline of this primary election, which is on August 18th. So now anything that you contribute, it is barely touching the campaign account before it's going back out into advertising and reaching the voters that we need to talk to. Because as you said, Mike, I'm not only competing with Jared Moskowitz in the primary, I'm leading the two Republican contenders in this general election. And we need the resources to communicate, so please donate. Even a $20 donation helps us serve about 1,000 ad impressions on Facebook and Instagram. So your contribution, no amount is too small to make an impact in this race. And without taking any AIPAC, crypto, AI, or any other kind of special interest money, it is by doing interviews like this that we've been able to raise the amount of resources that we need to compete in this election. Would also ask your viewers to visit oliverforcongress.com. And if you happen to be in Florida, come volunteer with us, come canvass with us, go door to door like I do myself. Or if you're anywhere else in the country, sign up to make phone calls. We have ballots that are dropping next week. So voters are going to be receiving their ballots and filling them out in the coming days. And we need to talk to them right now, because as soon as people learn about my candidacy, they gravitate towards us. It's an easy decision. These are easy.
This guy's pretty good, it seems.
In 15
I hope he wins in Florida.
Say, I'm running against the only Democrat in the state of Florida who voted for Laken Riley, a two-time political appointee of Ron DeSantis, the very first Democrat in Congress to join Doge, and I'm not taking any corporate PAC money. I organized a union in my workplace with the News Guild, Communication Workers of America, I'm a former Bernie Sanders campaign staffer. And I believe in Medicare for all, a $25 minimum wage, universal child care, paid family and medical leave, and ending U.S. military support for genocide and apartheid. And people are like...
And he's got a Socialists of the World pin with the rose.
Sign me up. It's an easy decision. This is one of the clearest contrasts of any Democratic primary race across the country. And,
he's basically a Republican.
If we want to make the Democratic Party one,
all right,
that is more inclusive, that embraces this philosophy of democratic socialism that we see when people ask me about it. I just point to the fact that Mayor Mamdani and Representative Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Sanders are the three most popular politicians in the United States of America, and they're all democratic socialists. It's an easy connection for people to make, and I think people trust the authenticity and the integrity of rejecting the corporate PAC money, and they know that, as you said, Mike, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. There's no trying to dress it up to conform to political party establishment or any corporate donors.
Yeah, well said. Well, Oliver, we are absolutely...
All right. Oh, girl, I think her name... This is part 2, right? There's a few other parts here. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone. He was as of last summer, as I know, but my timeline is a little sketch. Maybe it was summer, but before, either way, I've been on and off. They've been on and off. Then I was told they got engaged. Yeah, COVID literally messed up my timeline for everything. What's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend, assuming he's single? Friend, assuming he's single. He can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and a very polite call him consensually careless at times. I mean, I have no idea what that means. Very polite call. You don't have very polite calls with people who sexually assault you, I guess, but I don't know. When drunk plus PTSD. I knew about the PTSD. He lies also forces himself on people. That part is bad if he does that, right? That's definitely not good. He lies also. Let's see. One thing that grossed me out after him and I were dating was that I saw a profile on OkCupid, and that site asked a lot of questions. And one of the questions was, if your partner told you that they had sex with one of their sexual partners, what would your response be? And his response was, that's not that many. So that super grossed me out, thinking he's probably slept with a ton of people. Okay, so this is literally gossip, right? Because, like, what are we supposed to believe, right? What is he supposed to say then? If you had sex with 100 people, that would gross me out. Then he'd be called a misogynist, right? What? Like, I just don't get it. Okay. Doesn't listen to you when drunk. Okay. Well, a lot of people don't. So, again, I'm not seeing too much, like, strong evidence besides she didn't overall say, yeah, she didn't forces himself onto people. She didn't answer that. Okay, so let's see. Next one. Is that it? Wait, that's it? That's it? That's what we're going off of? Yeah, I don't know about that, guys. I'm gonna be I'm gonna say point of contention on that one for now. For now, right? Unless some real evidence comes out. But
we are back, and we are
all right, Oliver Larkin again. But I'm glad I covered it at least, right? So you guys know the deets.
Joined now by,
I don't know. It just seems like a kind of like what you were saying, Living Lily, just some gossip among friends. And that he's kind of a meh kind of dude, but we kind of already knew that, so what the fuck?
Oliver Larkin, activist, union organizer, and Democratic Socialist who is challenging incumbent Jared Moskowitz in Florida's 25th Congressional District. Oliver, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me on, Emma.
Of course. It's been a long time coming, and you're gaining some momentum right now as people start realizing that democratic socialism isn't that scary. Tell us about what you're hearing from people in this district in Florida's 25th. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the district as well, and how young people are starting to get engaged in this race in particular.
Yeah, this is a coastal South Florida district. After redistricting, we now include Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties from the coastline from Miami Beach all the way up to Delray Beach. And people are really excited. I think ever since I started campaigning, I announced a year ago yesterday, would go to these indivisible protests. It was right on the heels of Zohran Mamdani winning the New York City Democratic mayoral primary.
Platner is problematic candidate, but I'm rolling my eyes at this until there's more evidence. The president was best friends with an organizer of the world's best pedo network, which is he's actively trying to cover up. Exactly. Right, and it's pretty clear that that's the case. We caught him on camera, and oh my god, like this is it. I'm really gonna believe a bunch of gossip over text message, right? I'm glad you guys are more level-headed than some of these other people, but yeah, I also don't trust Politico, right? They say it was from 3 years ago. Okay, I didn't see that on the text message thing. You blocked it out. It could have been sent literally an hour ago. Yeah, I see my good friend snuck out of the raid too. Damn right. You came to the right place. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back.
And people were so excited by that and really seeing some...
Yeah, I'm very, like, guys, just, it's not that I obviously, right, like, sexual assault's a serious thing. It was very, like, I called it literally, what was it, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes later after we broke that story with, what's his name? Eric Swalwell. I was like, yep, he probably did it. He's probably a dick. Yeah, he did all that stuff. And he resigned literally a week later. I am just extremely skeptical until I see more concrete proof, right? Also, like, their reaction says it all, right? If they're like, I didn't do this, what the fuck are you smoking? Right? People talk shit all the time about other people, so...
Hope and optimism.
You're so funny, guys.
And I remember going to these protests.
Also, like, she asked him point blank, does he force himself on? And she didn't answer that question, right? There wasn't no, like, yes, or yeah, he's done that to me, or something like that, right? Basically, the allegation is that he's a playboy and that he's very open-minded about sex. I mean, it sounds like, right? I don't get it so far, but 100% with you, Gus. Don't want to undermine women's allegations. Of course not. No. Of course not. I never want to do that, right? But they also have to be, like, we also have to take into account that he's running for office in a hotly contested race, that any Republican woman, right? Maine has a ton of Republican women that don't like socialists, that don't like this, right? They will happily say that kind of stuff. And we're just supposed to believe it? No, I think we need a little more proof, right? So there's, like, unfortunately, that's kind of what politics has come down to, right? Is that things are not always that clear cut, right? And I would like to believe every accusation like that, but there's been way too much of this crap in the news, and I'm no, right? Plus, literally, we got a pedo for president. What the fuck are you caring about, right? Platner wouldn't be my first choice, but if it's him or Susan Collins, it's an easy choice. Exactly, right? That's the way I look at it. It's not really up to me either. Like, why am I fucking weighing in on this, right? I just cannot, like, I don't live in Maine, right? So, again, but we'll have to see, right? If more things come out and there's convincing evidence, I will happily condemn it and condone him. But so far, this seems very in parallel to the other stuff that's come out, right? Remember the Republican operative that even Emma Vigeland covered on this shit? She covered this shit. We saw it. That the person who came out against Graham Platner was literally a Republican op. She was a woman, right? But guys, there's a ton of Republican women. Get over it. We need to stop, like, generalizing people just because of their, like, identity or their gender or race or whatever, right? Like, there are tons of Republicans in all these categories, right? In all these identities. And unfortunately, politics has become very dirty, right? So, not what I would like, but I don't really get to control that. I'm just kind of giving you my I'm trying to give you a level-headed take here, right? But yeah, that's none of that so far is like the smoking gun that he did anything be my first choice, but yeah, true. Yeah.
And rallies last year, and I was oftentimes the youngest person there, and people would ask me, where are the young people? Where are the young people? And as a longtime member of the Democratic Socialists of America, I've been a Broward DSA member for years and joined the organization in 2020. I would tell these indivisible rally goers, like, young people are organizing too. We're just doing it outside of the confines of the institutions of the Democratic Party that have really let us down, especially in states like Florida. And so I was at a Miami Beach Dems town hall last week and was asked about running as a Democratic Socialist in South Florida. And I said, look, we're in a closed primary state. Young people are overwhelmingly registering as independents. They're rejecting the two-party system, but what we're giving them a reason to do is positively engage in the Democratic Party process, not dissimilar to what we've seen with Mayor Mamdani, with Daria Lisa and Claire in New York City, with Chris Rabb in Philadelphia, with Melak Kiros in Colorado. And it's really essential if we're going to make the Democratic Party one that can endure and sustain itself and get back to competitiveness statewide in places like Florida.
I love how you're appealing to their desire to get more registered Democrats. I mean, this is how you actually build power, is that you have to set up like a situation where people go like, what's in it for me? The Democratic establishment in the area, what's in it for me? We've railed against the Florida Democratic Party for quite a while on this show, how they've abdicated their responsibility to this state. What's your assessment of why the Florida Democratic Party has collapsed and been really such a total failure for the entire 21st century?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's collapsed and failed because it feels like it has to be Republican light. I mean, we went from nominating a Bernie Sanders endorsed Medicare for all supporting nominee for governor in 2018 and Andrew Gillum, who came within a percentage point of beating Ron DeSantis. And then 4 years later, we're nominating a former Republican in Charlie Crist, who gets blown out by 20 points. I'm running to represent Broward, Palm Beach.
Yeah, Charlie Crist is shit.
Miami-Dade County.
Literally went from Republican to Independent to Democrat, back to Independent. Like, this guy's flipped parties more than a fucking Waffle House, right? Flip.
Highest Democratic voter registration counties in the state of Florida. And I'm running against
Pancake House? Yeah.
Someone in the person of Jared Moskowitz, who's positively identifying himself as a two-time Ron DeSantis Democrat, two-time appointee, the first Democrat in Congress to join DOJ, the only Florida Democrat to vote for the Laken-Riley Act. And I really lay the responsibility at representatives like Jared Moskowitz's feet for being so involved in depressing Democratic base turnout by pretending to be a Republican. And I think that preconception that the Florida Democratic Party needs to cater to the right has just depressed turnout, and voters are going to choose the real thing. I mean, they can sniff it out. When we passed a $15 minimum wage amendment in 2020 with over 60% of the vote, the Florida Democratic Party couldn't even fully embrace and associate itself with that fight. So I think they've just failed to have the courage to really provide a strong contrast, and they feel like they need to be the exact same. Also, as a union organizer, I mean, the FDP has busted its staff union. They've really gone after workers and made it an inhospitable climate in which to organize, and Florida's already tough terrain, and the Democratic Party in the state hasn't made it any easier. So we're providing a real alternative to that.
Let's now that you mentioned Jared Moskowitz and his horrific record of capitulating to the Republicans, I mean, he was the first Democrat to join the DOJ caucus before even the new term had started. At the end of 2024, he saw Trump won, and he said, "Please, sir, let me be a part of this. Me, Mr. Elon Musk, I want to destroy the federal government as well." Your YouTube channel put together this compilation of this guy. We should also mention one of the most supportive members of Congress in terms of Israel's genocide, and
that'll be apparent in this video.
I'm sure it will be. Here is Jared Moskowitz and some of his lowlights.
It's an offensive action. The United States pledges to makes an offensive action. The United States pledges. No, I don't support cuts to the agency, and I don't support defunding. If Israel makes an offensive action, the United States pledges to defend Israel. And so if that's what the Trump doctrine is on that, I think that would be satisfactory, that if Israel decides to go make a strike, that the United States will pledge to defend Israel from any Iranian response. So
you heard that, guys. Just give weapons to Israel no matter what. Even if they want to attack their neighbors unprovokedly, right? Oh, God.
Iran Revolutionary Guard should be deemed a terrorist organization.
This guy's basically GOP. I mean, there's no distinction, right? Yeah. Like, what? You believe in slightly less tax cuts and maybe some more like government aid? That's it? Oh, fuck off. Come on.
Organization. That's all that they do. Quite frankly, there's no reason why that hasn't been named. This has come up previously before.
Would you be happy with Elon Musk or Rupert Murdoch owning TikTok?
Well, it's better than China. It's unacceptable for Iran to get nuclear weapons. We all say that it's unacceptable. What are we willing to do about
it's
that?
better than
I think
China.
we need more joint military exercises in the Middle East. I think showing maybe the Iranian regime the military capabilities we have in the Middle East by doing maybe some weapons tests out there. They need to understand what we're willing to do, and then we do the diplomacy. When I went to go work for Ron DeSantis for 2.5 years, I led the entire COVID response for the state of Florida, when I think we got COVID right more than the other 49 states.
Listen, it is as bad as it can be, but it is not a concentration camp.
What I would like.
Oh my God. Okay. I think we get some of the gist. Truly, if you had taken the indicator that he was a Democrat.
Oh no, dude! If you were to put me, I'd be like, this guy's a Republican. There's no way he's a Democrat. What?
Out, and I didn't.
This guy, exactly. Thank you, cycling boy. How is this guy a Democrat?
Know anything about Jared Moskowitz? I would think that was a compilation of like a standard Republican.
Yeah, like a moderate to maybe like right wing Republican.
Like Mike Lawler. Yeah.
Mike Lawler. Yeah. In fact, that's actually a really good analogy because Mike Lawler is a Republican from New Hampshire, New York, right? And like a very like, yeah, I guess Florida Dems are different. LMAO, like Mass Republicans, apparently different. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I live in Mass, cycling boy, and Mass Republicans are very different, right? They tend to be more tolerant. They're like not overtly. They're like Scully. Oh my God, we gotta cover this, right? Hold on. Our goat is back in the news, guys. Hold on. Watch this. We're gonna laugh our asses off. Hold on. I think I found it. Get ready for the laughs. I think he's on Instagram too, which is... Yeah, here we go. Is it? It's like this moment, right? Curtis Wheeler. So apparently I'm trying to find it on Instagram. He was talking about how he was like one of the first he conducted the first gay marriage in New York. Hold on. Is this it? He talks about this all the time too, and it's like, what? He's talked about this before. I love him. Yeah, I think this is it. Hold on. They keep dropping this because they're like, wow, we got to vote for him. Except no. Yeah, this is what a joke, right?
Parade was packed. And you know what was interesting? I got cheered, the Republican. You know who got booed? Chuck Schumer. If that's not a signal that it's time to retire Chuck and not run again, I don't know. Maybe his own daughter's a lesbian who got married to another lesbian, and he celebrated, and they still booed him. It's a good litmus test. And by the way, where are all the other Republicans? I know some of you are gay and lesbian. I'm not going to out you, but might be good to show a little presence and not just give up the gay and lesbian vote to the Democrats. This parade was.
This guy honestly he's content gold, am I right? Hold on. I'm trying to find like his rant about this. He loves to rant about this. It's literally one of the funniest things. Yeah, I think this might be it. So he had talked about this before, but there was like an Instagram thing he did recently, and he talked about, maybe we can just find it on Instagram. Hold on. God, if anyone could find that, that'd be incredible. He's too funny. I know. Guys, I support gay and lesbian people, so I did the first gay marriage.
I had actually officiated over the first gay marriage ever in the state of New York, and it was back in 1977 in the community room of the Monroe's housing projects deep in the South Bronx. And I was marrying my closer, Ralphie, meaning closer because I was the night manager at McDonald's. You know that. That's where I started the Guardian Angels in 1979. And I said, sure, I'll do it. Not a problem. I never had a problem with that. And I did it. I officiated the wedding. Now, most people didn't know about it other than people who worked for me at McDonald's. I'm proud of that moment. I never let anybody come into that restaurant or in the streets abuse any gay or lesbian, or they'd have to deal with me as they'll have to deal with me now.
Did you hear that? If you mess with any gay or lesbian, I'm quoting him here, right? You'll have to deal with Curtis Sliwa.
I had actually officiated over the first gay marriage ever in the state of New York.
There you go.
It was back in 1977 in the community room of the Monroe's housing projects deep in the South Bronx. And I was marrying my closer, Ralphie, meaning closer because I was the night manager at McDonald's. You know that. That's where I started the Guardian Angels in 1979. And I said, sure, I'll do it. Not a problem. I never had a problem with that. And I did it. I officiated the wedding. Now, most people didn't know about it other than people who worked for me at McDonald's. I'm proud of that moment. I never let anybody come into that restaurant or in the streets abuse any gay or lesbian, or they'd have to deal with me as they'll have to deal with me now.
Someone who
based
Jared Moskowitz loves to appear alongside in media. I mean, the number of times that he's
Here we
appeared
go.
with Mike Lawler,
I found
I'd be
it.
very interested, in fact.
I found it. All right. He just recently announced this too, because of course. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is it.
Out to stand with the gay and lesbian community. I know that's going to piss a lot of you off, but I don't care. This weekend is Gay Pride. I've always been involved in the parade, supporting gay and lesbian.
But I don't care.
And every right that ever came down the pipe when they first had the Stonewall Rebellion, way back in the 60s, gays and lesbians were being shook down by the mob, shook down by the 6th Police Precinct. And it's been an onward movement ever since, right to the point where gay marriage was ratified by the United States Supreme Court. Well, guess who conducted the first gay marriage in New York State?
Curtis
It
Wheeler.
wasn't in the 90s or the 80s. 1977. Yours truly,
Michael.
Curtis Sliwa. In the Soundview projects for my closer at the time, who worked for me at McDonald's. A guy who was named, well, let's just say he was Street Snaps Up, man. And he came to me and he said, I want to marry my boyfriend. We've been together for years. And I said, Ralphie, not a problem. I'll do it. I
I'll
didn't
do it.
tolerate any homophobic language in that restaurant. In fact, if you didn't respect the closers at McDonald's who happen to be gay or lesbian,
I love this. I love this story he tells. Right, the way he tells it too. It's like the funny.
I was coming right over the counter, and I conducted that first gay marriage ceremony in New York State. You check it out in the Huffington Post. And then what did they have? Oh, it's like Defense of the Marriage Act, all these great liberals, the Clintons, Schumer, Obama, they couldn't get married.
The liberals never supported gay marriage, guys. I mean, he's right, but...
Just be domestic partners. Stay quiet. I laugh at all of them. It took them how many years to catch up to me?
Get on my level, peasants.
And I'm proud of what I did then, and I'm proud to stand with the gay and lesbian community again.
But notice how he doesn't say trans or Q or plus, right?
Again, with the Stonewall veterans.
Oh my God, it's so good. Oh man, there you go. That's this is what I mean. Like a lot of Republicans from Mass Cycling Boy are like this, right? They're very open-minded on kind of like this stuff. So they, according to them, right? I don't think they're that open-minded. It's sort of coded in this weird. I don't even know how to describe it. In this weird copium kind of stuff. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, you encounter some people like that. You encounter some Dems like this too, right? Who are well, I'm a Democrat, but I don't like socialism. It's terrible. But I would say, yeah, overall, it's a pretty, it's a different place. Let's just call it, right?
Remember, Republicans, without gay and lesbian votes, we're not going to be winning any elections. So if you just want to look at it from a political point of view, wise up.
Wise up, wise guys.
And I'm proud.
I love this guy's the most Italian. He's so Italian. It's so good.
If he's willing to endorse the Democratic nominee that's running to put that seat in New York 17. I've been in communication with Effie Phillips Staley, who I know has been on the program and really ran a strong campaign speaking out for Palestinian self-determination and against this U.S. military aid that we provide unconditionally to Israel. No, Jared Moskowitz is, I think he's had a D next to his name because he's run in Broward County and his, he just got picked when he was 25 years old to run for political office. His late father was an enormously influential lobbyist and Democratic Party power player. So this is someone who's had a glide path for 20 years in office and feels like he has license to really do whatever he wants and not be accountable to any Democratic voters because he's never really had a competitive primary until now.
Matt's pulling this up here. Here they are working together. This is
January of this year. A press release from Mike Lawler. Lawler Moskowitz introduced bill to halt U.S. funding for UN agencies that illegally expel Israel.
Yeah. Jared Moskowitz is a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus. We made fun of them very recently because these are just a bunch of centrists like Josh Gottheimer and.
So New York. It hurts.
Mostly, when you look at this caucus, we saw there were 22 Democrats that joined in voting against Rashida Tlaib's resolution to attempt to curb Israel's actions in Lebanon of ethnic cleansing, and Moskowitz and the rest of that crew, the problem solvers, centrists.
He really is. Yeah, he's so Italian. I'm surprised he hasn't done this. I'm just motherfucker, what? You do that, girl. What up?
Of course, curiously, they all are the ones that signed the letter about how we love capitalism and we hate socialists. They all were the ones that were supporting Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Lebanon. Moskowitz was one of them.
Yeah, and I think it's directly tied. This has come up a few times. We talk about Elon Musk. He's taken the $10,000 corporate PAC check from SpaceX. We talk about Josh Gottheimer. He's gotten the corporate leadership PAC check from Josh Gottheimer. And as he is supported, and him and Gottheimer came out opposed to the Ro Khanna Thomas Massie War Powers Resolution, Jared Moskowitz called it the Ayatollah Protection Act. I don't think it was a coincidence that
The Ayatollah Protection App. What a great. Yeah, you. Jesus.
He purchased Lockheed Martin stock 4 times as a sitting member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and then Trump launches these illegal strikes with Jared Moskowitz's permission slip, and Lockheed Martin hits an all-time high on the stock market the Monday after the strikes, and he's continued to purchase defense stock. So someone who's literally, he's talking about what we're capable of. I guess we're capable of murdering school children in Iran, in a girls' school in Minab, and Jared Moskowitz is personally profiting from it, not dissimilar to the way that he's profiting from the apartheid, what I would call Jim Crow, in Palestine. I mean, when this vote came up in the U.S. Senate and 40 out of 47 Senate Democrats opposed the sale of Caterpillar equipment, when Donald Trump was having his trade war with China and had Liberation Day, quote unquote, on April 7th, 2025, Jared Moskowitz purchased Caterpillar stock, which has returned 175% in the time since he purchased it. So, just a really disgusting, like, not only the ideological kind of antagonism towards any kind of like human rights-based framework that the United States and our members of Congress should be supporting, but also someone who's literally making money off of this. It's just so foul and contemptible, and I think it's why voters are going to be ready to reject it on August 18th.
Caterpillar manufactures the militarized bulldozers that have been paving over Palestinian bodies to hide evidence in Gaza, and also are critically used to bulldoze homes in the West Bank for Israel's ethnic cleansing in that part of the world. Now, yesterday I read this article in the Miami Herald about you, that you were able to convince Florida's AFL-CIO, the largest federation of labor unions in the state, to not endorse one sitting Democratic member of Congress. They endorsed every other incumbent Democrat except Jared Moskowitz. What did you say to these labor leaders to convince them that they're just not endorsing in this race so far, is what it seems like, but to at the very least not endorse Jared Moskowitz as the only incumbent Democrat who they couldn't get behind?
Yeah, the day started at 5 o'clock in the morning. My campaign manager and I drove up to Orlando to the AFL-CIO Committee on Political Education convention, where they discuss their endorsements. And we had a fact sheet. We had actually a multi-page fact sheet, because there's a lot that Jared Moskowitz has done opposed to the labor movement. Anytime that a delegate would step out of the room where they were deliberating and hearing from candidates, Jared Moskowitz didn't bother to show up there, by the way. Of course he didn't. But we were on our feet for about 10 hours, and just any time that a delegate had 2 or 3 minutes, they were stepping out for a water break or a smoke break. I would tell them, did you know that Jared Moskowitz endorsed a Moms for Liberty school board candidate who was a Ron DeSantis appointee to the Broward County School Board, someone in the person of Tori Alston, who's now president of Broward College, which is at an impasse in contract negotiations with United Faculty of Florida. I mean, the UFF and Florida Education Association staff, they're really on the front lines of DeSantis's attack on freedom of speech, on the book bans, on gender identity and sexual orientation being expressed in schools. Also with these 287G agreements that in Florida it looks very differently than Illinois or California, where you've got ICE agents, or Minneapolis descending down into the state. We just have these deputized local municipal police forces and even campus police that are doing ICE's mass detention and deportation for them. Jared Moskowitz personally wrote the letter of recommendation for Adam Hasner, a former Florida House Republican Majority Leader and Executive Vice President of the GEO Group, private prison corporation, which is headquartered in our district in Boca Raton. Jared Moskowitz recommended this person to become president of Florida Atlantic University, the largest public university in our district. How are we having a Democratic member of Congress recommending a private prison executive to lead a university? I mean, it makes me so mad.
Said.
And I know as well the students and faculty feel the same way. So we just had.
But this is like the revolving door of the government, right? We've talked a lot about this on the stream too. There have been several books on this as well. The like government representative to lobbyist to like insider revolving door that happens not only in the United States, but in a lot of these governments around the world, right? In the UK for sure, right?
A number of delegates, whether it was
Like, I think the Epstein class in general, right? This whole Epstein stuff has really uncovered this stuff. And, like, it's crystal clear now, right? Like, it's funny. It sounds like we were, like, conspiratorial for so many years, but we knew what we were talking about, that there was a lot of corruption in this field, right? In this, like, revolving door of lobbyists and CEOs and government, right? And now it's like, yeah, it's just part of the Epstein files, right? They confirm it all the time, right? How was Epstein able to, like, smuggle out all these girls from Eastern Europe and stuff, right? It's not a conspiracy anymore. I know, but, like, a lot of people you would talk to, especially libs and, like, more Dem centers, right? Dems, centrists, even some leftists, right? Even some people on the left, and especially Republicans, they would be like, no, that doesn't exist. What are you talking about? You sound like a conspiracy theorist. Excuse me? Have you read the Epstein files? It's in black and white. A friend told me that the first time I told him about Epstein and Prince Andrew, he thought I was crazy. Bingo. See? Yeah, and this is what I mean, guys. The people who think you're crazy will, like we're always right, but too early. Right? Just remember that. People, if you're genuinely on the left and you try to hold a left point of view, right? I'm always, like, calibrating, being like, hey, listen, is this yeah, if you're always doing that, you're going to be wrong you're going to be correct at the wrong time. That's generally what happens, right? It's the facts of life. The curse of being a leftist. Damn right, Outer Signal.
Was my brothers and sisters in CWA. I organized my workplace with the News Guild Communication Workers of America back in 2018. You know, we had members talking about the power of possibly electing one of their own, you know, of the labor movement to Congress. The AFGE workers, the Social Security workers that have had, you know, a reduction in force order of 8,000 Social Security workers at a time when we have a rapidly aging population and more people are relying on these benefits. I mean, the Doge effort has just been so detrimental, but it's, you know, but one piece of a much larger, you know, how are you going to take the corporate PAC checks from management and then say you're on the side of the workers? The Association of Builders and Contractors, which is, you know, part of the housing unaffordability in Florida. Jared Moskowitz not only, you know, privately consulted and made millions of dollars from Lennar Homes, which if you go on their open secrets, their top 3 beneficiaries are Jared Moskowitz's PAC, and the National Republican Congressional Committee. I mean, this guy is just, he's a Republican. He's a Republican in Democrats' clothing, and I find it very ironic that, you know, the Josh Gottheimers and Jared Moskowitz of the world that want to define what the Democratic Party is supposed to be, they really want it to be just another Republican Party, you know, that's dressed up maybe in
It's planted opposition. I've said this multiple times. I'm starting to believe, in fact, I fully believe it now. They want it to just be planted opposition. Fuck them. I refuse to be planted opposition.
More acceptable
If
language.
I have to pick a fucking side, I will not be on the other side being some planted opposition. Oh, hell no.
But it's ultimately, you know, this is why people
I'm
are
so
so
sick of this
disengaged,
shit.
because they see no difference. And I think the real power of these union members that stood up the rank and file and defeated this resolution really speaks to a desire among the working class, among the trade union movement in Florida, which is so under the thumb. I mean, we had horrible anti-union legislation once again passed in the recent Florida legislative session to raise the recertification standards. And, you know, we need a fighting labor movement, and we need allies in Congress that are going to go beyond the PRO Act and talk about, you know, restoring public sector workers' right to strike, you know, secondary solidarity strikes, boycotts. You know, these are all attacks on our freedom of speech. When
I agree. So many of the same donors between Corpo Dems and GOP.
we don't have this, when the Constitution guarantees freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of protest, and that's what we're standing up for.
Oliver, so all of this, I mean, look, someone wrote in, Eli from Jersey, when he said Jim Crow in Palestine, I could hear the Kill Bill siren coming from Emma, because, I mean, you're saying a lot of stuff that I completely agree with, but, you know, you mentioned Boca Raton is in your district. I'm a little familiar with this area of Florida. Really wealthy people, a lot of Zionists, a lot of big money, a lot of real estate development money. You know, you're down in polling, but it's also like anything's possible right now, given the fact that I'm not sure polling is picking up on the depressed turnout for centrist Democrats, as well as like an influx of voters that aren't traditionally engaged in the electorate. Like
I completely agree there, right? There's a lot of we've seen like sort of a depression, right? A depressed voter turnout for people on the center, right? That's why all these fucking other streamers like Hutch are pissed, right? Ugh, I'm really important. That was like one of the funniest pictures I've seen after an election, right? He was so disappointed.
Case for your candidate.
So many other,
But why do you feel you can overcome some of the larger polling gaps that we're seeing in terms of like a DSA candidate versus a establishment Democrat?
Yeah, I think Melat Kiros is a great example because I believe she was at 7% in the polls about 2.5 months ago. We are 7 weeks out from our election right now, so just under 2 months. And we've tripled our support in the polling in the past month. I was at 7% last month. Jared Moskowitz's campaign put out a poll just the other day that had me at 19%. I've taken 7 out of every 9 new voters that have made up their mind since they ran the same poll last month. And he's got a very hard ceiling, right around 50%. So 30% of voters are undecided. He's got 50, I've got 20. And this is a race that's completely up for grabs. We've made these gains without spending really $1 yet on our paid media advertising, which we had a fantastic virtual rally on Monday headlined by Hassan Piker and AFA-CWA President Sarah Nelson. And we had Assembly Member Claire Valdez on the stream. And we raised about $60,000, a little over $60,000 in one day. And we saw over $10,000 come in the final hour of the quarter after the race in Colorado was called. So, things are moving very quickly and people are so disengaged, from politics by and large. Not everyone is a junkie like us, but in our district, specifically on what AIPAC would say is a third rail that we just can't touch. We've done polling in the general election as well as the primary election. And in this new district, 86% of Democratic primary voters want to condition or cease military aid to Israel. It's even half, 50% want to condition it to international law and 36% want to cease aid. And 68% of general election voters want the same thing, more than 2/3. This is Republicans, independents, and Democrats. So, supporting the AIPAC line is it's a losing proposition. And we talk about this being a 90-10 issue all across the country. South Florida is, maybe a little bit different, but it's not that different. People still have the same concerns about the rising cost of living. Florida Atlantic University did a poll last fall that found that more than half of Floridians are considering leaving the state due to the cost of living crisis. We're now seeing, population decline in Miami-Dade County because no one can afford housing. So there are more proximate concerns than, what people feel about Israel and Palestine, for even Zionist voters. Like, they still don't like that Jared Moskowitz was appointed twice by Governor DeSantis and that he's proudly touting that. So, I think there's maybe a little bit that's been overblown to make South Florida, South Florida's long been a punching bag for the rest of the country, but we have working class people here too. We have people struggling with the economy and cost of living here too. And, we all deserve this kind of representation that we're seeing so inspire people all across the country. And that's exactly what I think our campaign is poised to deliver and make a lot of gains in these final 48 days.
Well, you're walking the walk by wearing a full suit in South Florida in July, bro. Do you go outside like that?
Yeah, I do. I actually got a lot of comments about this at the last No Kings rally, which we've got it somewhere on our feed, where I was saying in the full suit, and people tell me dress down, but I said you got to distinguish yourself to let people know you're taking the role seriously. Taking it seriously. And I said South Florida is ready to elect a Democratic Socialist like Zohran Mamdani, and it was like cheers. Like, people are so ready for this, and the attacks of Democratic Socialism just do not land. People are more concerned about ICE going door to door and kidnapping their neighbors, or being priced out of living in South Florida. That's scarier than what I keep finding is people, really look to Senator Sanders and Representative Ocasio-Cortez and now Mayor Mamdani as the standard bearers for the kind of Democratic Party they want to see. And, the path that we see to being competitive in all 50 states, which, that 50-state strategy is one that Democrats abandoned in 2024. They campaigned in 7 different states and, lost all of them. We need to broaden our horizons. And I think that's part of why it's so important to support campaigns like ours in South Florida.
Absolutely. Alex writes in, I donated to $25 to Oliver recently, which is a good way for me to ask, where can people support your campaign? How can people support your campaign? When does early voting start, by the way? Because I know primary day is August 18th.
Yes. Yeah. So people can visit our website, www.oliverforcongress.com. We're also going to have a special Act Blue link for the Majority Report audience that you'll be able to find. So yeah, we can let you know how much the audience raises. Early voting. So we've got ballots being mailed out on July 9th. They're going to begin hitting mailboxes from July 11th to July 13th. So that's going to be the vote by mail. Our voter registration deadline to become a registered Democrat, because Florida is a closed primary state, you must be a registered member of the Democratic Party. Again, this is DSA broadening the tent and bringing people into the fold. That is July 20th, 29 days before our election. And then we're going to have a period of early voting in person from August 8th to August 16th, right before that August 18th primary.
Okay, well, we will put
August
a link
18th.
to all of that and the special link for the Majority Report audience, which, by the way, more campaigns should do this, because I think it gets, the audience or the community excited, and then they can see how much they've raised. So let's beat Hassan Piker. That's not going to happen.
If you beat Hassan Piker, then we are going on the air tomorrow. So that's an ambitious goal.
That is a David and Goliath situation here. That's not going to happen, but maybe our audience can surprise me. We shall see. Oliver Larkin, we'll put a link to all of that down below wherever people are listening to or watching this. And we already have a California Resistance, says Emma, donating again today to Oliver.
Here's
so there
our
you
link.
go.
So folks, hold on. Don't go donate in the generic place. We got this special little.
The competition's what's most important here.
Yeah, this is really what we care about. I mean, Oliver's great and everything, but
Yeah. Who cares? Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the link is secure.actblue.com/OFC_Majority Report, but we'll have the link, obviously, so people can check it out. Oliver, thanks.
And it looks like AIPAC Tracker says they revoked their endorsement. Okay. I mean, I thought you guys just tracked that stuff, but okay. Anyhow. Where is it? Damn, they're pretty active. Yeah, it says the allegations against Maine Senate Graham Platner make it impossible to track AIPAC to continue our support. We are revoking our endorsement immediately and urge him to drop out.
Valor and Balogun will play for the United States tonight against Belgium after an intervention by President Donald Trump, the undisputed winner of the FIFA Peace Prize. He made a call to the head of FIFA and said, hey, look, we just want you to go ahead and look into this red card situation.
He made some peace.
He made peace. He's a peacemaker. So Donald Trump thanking FIFA. Thank you to FIFA for doing what was right and reversing a great injustice.
No,
President
this was
Donald
shit.
J. Trump. So basically what happened is the U.S.'s striker landed, his foot accidentally landed on somebody else's ankle, and they gave him a red card for it, which, things happen. And when you get a red card, you are then automatically suspended for the next game as well.
Mm-hmm.
FIFA has the authority under Article something, something, something to suspend the suspension.
Right.
And according to all of the different reporting that we have,
It was a heavily disputed call.
Disputed call, and
heavily.
It can like you're going for the ball, it can happen.
Yeah.
Things happen.
Yeah, your
red card
leg finds another man's leg.
Legs are moving fast. Apparently, one thing that the Trump administration protested was the use of super slow motion replay on the doling out of these red cards, because it is true that it always looks worse. Almost always looks worse in slow motion. It's like, oh, look, he's aiming right for the ankle, and ooh, that looks like it really hurt.
Yeah.
And unlike almost every other tackle in soccer, where the guy's faking being hurt,
Yeah.
that one looked like it actually did hurt.
Yeah.
But also, it's let the boys play. So this is the Trump, for once, using his powers of corruption for the country.
Well, you were pointing out earlier in the show that actually this is Americans arriving on the soccer scene. We have learned
Yes.
how to play soccer correctly. And
Which is that you bribe the FIFA.
well, let's
officials.
put the first element up on the screen. This is confirmation that this Ben Jacobs, not the political
Different Ben
reporter,
Jacobs.
Ben Jacobs, a different Ben Jacobs, confirmed the White House made a direct call to FIFA to ask Gianni Infantino to review Balogun's red card. FIFA approached for comment and referred to the findings of its independent committee. FIFA sources insist White House influence could not affect the decision due to the powers contained in Article 27 and the independent nature of the disciplinary panel. But obviously the White House did take a call. Trump has very carefully not taken credit. You noticed in the Truth Social, he didn't say anything. He just thanked them for making the right decision. Now, we can also put this Clay Travis post up. This is the third element. According to Clay Travis, he's a conservative sports journalist. He says President Trump Commerce Secretary Lutnick and White House Task Force head Andrew Giuliani, he is the son of Rudy Giuliani, put together a team of elite lawyers from outside the government to challenge the Balogun red card. Specifically, they challenged the use of slow motion, as Ryan mentioned, instant replay to give the red card, which they argued violated FIFA rules. The president also conveyed to Gianni Infantino that the appeal had been filed and he believed the red card penalty was excessive. FIFA's independent committee reviewed the decision and agreed the penalty was incorrectly given, rescinding it under their Rule 27 authority. Now, Ben, I think you can actually make an argument that all makes sense.
Infantino,
right?
FIFA boss, is Trump's bitch. So pathetic. Special rules for my friend. Yeah, Splendinavia. Welcome back, my man. How you been? Welcome back. Absolutely, right? I don't know. I'm just... I think team sports is dead, guys. I know this is kind of like a doomer take, but I think when you introduce polymarket betting odds and all these like corrupt hierarchies and money-making operations, they quickly just turn into shit. And they turn into something where you can't even really count on the integrity of the game anymore, right? Maybe less so for soccer, right? Or for football, but like basketball teams, college football, all this stuff, right? It's really bad. But FIFA's a terrible organization. Why anybody supports them is crazy, right? Good, bro. Good to see you as always. Thank you, my man. Good to see you always. How's Iceland treating you?
A bad call, and that the suspension is wrong.
Of course we can make that case.
Now, don't tell me that any other country would refuse to use this power in the World Cup. If any other country had this level of sway, they had the FIFA Peace Prize winner in the Oval Office, in their version of the Oval Office. You're telling me they don't make this call? I don't buy it. Now, we should mention that Belgium is appealing. So the CNBC headline from yesterday, Belgium set to appeal as FIFA reverses Balogun's World Cup suspension after Trump reportedly intervenes. So the Belgians are furious. No surprise there. BBC, when I checked their website this morning, they were leading with a headline that was integrity of game at stake over FIFA Balogun decision at UEFA. So they're reporting that Balogun, who was sent off against the Bosnia-Herzegovina, should have had a suspension for the last 16 tie against Belgium, but FIFA opted not to enforce that. UEFA said that, this is the European Soccer League, said that, or authority, said that intervening to effectively cancel suspension at a tournament, quote, crossed a red line. And
first of all, the idea that FIFA has any integrity to be challenged,
amazing.
Get out of here.
Stop it.
You don't have any. So Emily has been doing more social media, and so she did a direct-to-camera reaction to this ruling when it first came out. Let's put up E4.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
Yes.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
We are all that guy.
How did you get that video of me?
We are all Emily. I mean, and I think this is where Europeans are going to learn something about Americans. Like, we like to win, and we don't, many of us do not like our president. We also don't like the stupid rules that this stupid game has. And we are, I think, repulsed by Belgium's anger at this. Like, it's, okay, fine. Trump used his power illegally to get the Americans' best player back in, but that's not your business. Your job is to go out on the field and beat our best team that we can put out on the field. You're supposed to want to beat our best players.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Because it's us.
Weak sauce.
How could you be so intimidated by us? We're the United States playing soccer. You're fine.
You can beat our best players. Yes.
Yes. But you're right. Win with the best players and not on this, what was obviously a very questionable red card call to begin with. So.
But all these stupid red card calls are pretty questionable. The whole thing.
Ryan's getting dangerously close to saying play football like a man.
The whole sport is just a little bit ridiculous by how much it hinges on on all of this stuff, and then the penalty kicks and the offside. Like, it's just dumb. But whatever. This is the U.S. playing the game of soccer how it's always been played, and now we're actually getting involved in the corruption, and so we're going to defend this corruption, and so the game will be tonight at 9 o'clock?
8
o'clock?
Yeah.
Against Belgium. And also, we had to beat two teams at once, Bosnia and Herzegovina, to get there.
You're right.
And you're going to say that it's not fair? That's 22 players against 11.
I'm sorry, but every other country, both Bosnia and Herzegovina, would be using this power if they had it at their disposal.
Yep.
Everyone would be using this power.
That's the fucked up part.
Trump, by the way, this morning on True Social put out a very random post where he said, Harry Kane of England is a great player. That's all he said.
Amazing.
Actually, early this morning, so like 11:08 p.m. last night, actually.
Also, real quickly, do people know... And people who aren't following this might not know Balogun's story. Do you know how it intersects?
The birthright citizenship, yeah.
For people who don't know it, his Nigerian family was like visiting the United States, and they were on their way to London, but she was so pregnant that the airline wouldn't let her get on the plane, and so she had flown here in the United States. And then once they were able to fly again, they went back, and he grew up in the UK, as a boys, under 17, always played with the UK. But he has said that Americans, as they were getting more and more into soccer, would constantly be kind of in his mentions and comments saying, well, why don't you play for us? Why don't you play for us? Rather than the English team. And because he had birthright citizenship, he was able to do that. And also, he's able to start because we're not as good as England. So it's not just that he loves
He's a
the United
patriot,
States.
yeah.
He loves being on the field.
He's a
And
patriot,
now
guys.
We have a president who's willing to fight for him and get him back on the field.
Fight.
Meanwhile,
I thought we didn't allow people like that into the country, but okay.
wild what went down in Mexico. We can put up E5 here. So these are Mexican fans outside of the English Players hotel having an all-night party, setting off fireworks, playing music, rather crassly, I guess we could all say, trying to keep the English team awake. Didn't work. Oh, I mean, it might have worked. Maybe they were pretty tired, but they beat Mexico last night.
That wasn't nice. Don't do that, guys. That's mean. Come on. Unfortunately, it didn't work for them. I know I watched the highlights and I was like, wow, Mexico, petty. To be fair, it's not Mexico fans. It's some tiny amount of Mexico fans, right? Like, that's not a huge amount of fans from, like, Mexico has a ton of fans, right? It's a huge country. Has over 100 million people, right? This was not every Mexican fan out there. So let's be fair, right? Let's not label. But yeah, like, there are some really petty people all over the world, right? Yeah, that's not good. Don't do that.
Awake, didn't.
You lost on home soil. Sorry, guys.
Work
on your own soil, right? Of course, no collective punishment, please. Yeah, and I'm never for that, right? I'm really, guys, the minute I hear like punish all these people or groups or yeah, I'm just like, ugh. Be really careful with those kind of statements, right?
Oh, I mean, it might have worked. Maybe they were pretty tired, but they beat Mexico last night, and then also
it was 3-2, right? England 3-2. It was a good game. Yeah.
Norway knocked off Brazil yesterday. I don't know if you watched this game.
Norway knocked off Brazil. Damn. So it's going to be probably, my bet is that it's probably going to be, because Argentina's playing Egypt, right? I mean, let's be honest. I think Argentina's going to win. Argentina's a really good team. They've crushed it right? So we're going to have the famous matchup, Argentina versus England. Jesus. We all know why, right? That's a famous matchup.
Watch it, but
the hand of God. The Falkland Wars. Lucy, what do you think about that, huh, girl? I already know you're gonna be pissed. Did FIFA lift? Yeah.
Viking-looking guy ever.
I need Argentina out, though their players be singing racist shit. I mean, yeah, I agree.
I saw that.
Norwegian
I agree.
scored 2 goals.
Yeah.
I agree, girl.
Absolute
I agree,
Norwegian
girl.
specimen. You're like, that's comical. Like that.
We've talked about that, Lucy. Yeah,
That's what the Norwegian guy looks like.
I was reading
He's like a foot taller than the Brazilians, and his first header is just so nasty.
Yeah.
And then his second goal.
Damn, I can't believe Norway got kicked. Sorry, Norway out of all countries kicked out Brazil. That's crazy. Right? Hold on, let's look. FIFA, yeah, if I remember correctly, it is going to be probably Norway, England next Saturday. Yep. If I remember correctly. I love how people can come together during the World Cup. It doesn't always happen. I think the Mexico example was, people are very petty, guys. Don't be petty. All right, so it's going to be Norway and England, but whoever wins Argentina and Egypt, and I guess it's Switzerland and Colombia, whoever wins that would mean it could possibly be England and then Argentina. That would be an epic matchup, right? In the quarterfinals? What is that? The quarterfinals? Yeah. That's crazy, guys. Right? Here's Argentina and Egypt are coming up tomorrow, actually, in Atlanta. Damn. And then Switzerland and Colombia. Two okay teams, right? But I don't see Switzerland or Colombia beating Argentina, right? And I certainly don't see Egypt beating Argentina, so they've been doing really well. Messi's, right? Let's see. Oh, today's the United States versus Belgium, right? Damn, guys. I can't believe Brazil got knocked out. That's crazy. And they're on American soil. Well, technically, right? There are better and worse World Cups, but the fans around the world always are awesome. Yeah, I love seeing how wholesome the fans are, right? Here in Boston, we've had great fans. Like, I can't complain, right? And I've seen so many just like wonderful fans. Look, it's going to be, oh God. Can you imagine if we beat Belgium? We're going to beat Spain? Yeah, I don't think so. Jesus. I don't know if we could beat Spain. I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see.
Where he just blasts it into the corner.
It's brutal. Yeah. It's a brutal way to lose. No, I was reading an essay recently that said soccer actually has the highest upset rate of Americans. Like, if you compare it with baseball and American football, which has the highest upset rate.
Which I think is the knock on it from Americans' perspective, because it's like there's so much chance involved.
Yep.
And you can be dominating, and then you just get one run going the other end, and boom.
Brazil, yeah.
So it's a tough one for Americans, but
the argument is that makes it fun to watch. That's the argument.
Yeah. Also, we need more commercial breaks. I think Americans feel uncomfortable if there's live action for 10 minutes and we haven't heard from Buffalo Wild Wings telling us about the.
Oh my God, that's so true. I fucking hate that about American sports, though. It's like now there's commercials every fucking 5 minutes. I hate that. I like just watching something and then, oh look, commercial 20 minutes later or whatever. No, fuck that.
The new
I'm good, thanks.
Specials. And so for the first time ever, FIFA added these fake water breaks.
Yeah. So that we could have our anthropomorphic.
There's nothing better than an upset. Yeah. Well, England was quite the upset.
Okay, now we feel centered and grounded.
Should I buy the Bud Light?
Okay.
And then you know.
Yeah, and then back
Someone
to the action.
tells us, yes. And producer Mac just adds, finally, before we...
Guys, we might be getting the hand of God, too. We're getting it all back, guys. Iraq War 2.
Go that it is
Why
against
not?
FIFA's own rules to use slow motion on red cards. So
Aha.
just the final point, tie this all together.
But did they? Maybe they did.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Producer Mac, see, everyone in America, left, center, and right is going to defend the corruption.
We don't call him good soccer guy. We call him good politic guy.
That's right.
You check out that channel. All right, that's going to do it for us on today's edition of Breaking Points. I think.
All right, we're going to take a break and play some GeoGuessr. Rigel, where are you, buddy? It's GeoGuessr time. You nailed it, buddy. Take a short break. Should be fun. See how good I am. I haven't done it in a while because it's does not support 3D rendering. How is that even possible? What? Of course it does. It's gotta. Yeah, we used to do this as like a little break, Blue Room, before you started coming by, but it wasn't working for me. I'm okay at it. I have pretty good geography skills, but sometimes they do fuck me up, right? It's the languages generally. Okay, let's see. John's Garage. Okay, so this is obviously somewhere that speaks English. Boras Bilgas. Maybe the flags will give us something. Scandinavia, baby. Instant Systems. Is it? Oh my god, because the little O, right? I would guess it's Scandinavia, somewhere in Scandinavia. Like, it's not even a joke at this point. Because there are... yeah, it is. You're right. The A. The A with the little circle on the top. I forget what that's called. But there's a lot of English in Scandinavia. It looks like Scandinavia, right? Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, but what country? This cannot be Iceland, that's for sure. I 100% agree with you there. I 100% standing by that statement. Cat, okay. Let's see. LTST. What the fuck is that? Football saving lives. Okay. I'm gonna guess up. Sweden Bridge. Okay, I'm gonna guess Sweden. Yeah, born in Sweden. All right. It doesn't look like it's. Hold on. I was about to say, when in doubt, pick Sweden. So I use a bunch of little like tricks like that. The A is what gave it away for me, right, guys? That like Asgard A that they use. That's very Scandinavian. Boras 5+. Helpful sign, yeah. Okay, maybe it's somewhere out here. Not bad, okay. Gothenburg. Okay, not bad, guys. I said it's probably Sweden. It looked like Sweden to me, and not only that, there was like a lot of not bad. Only 184. Like it could be anywhere in Sweden, right? Like I don't know Gothenburg, so it's some small town in Sweden, right? Oh Jesus. Okay, next. Not bad, guys. We're doing well. Okay, this. My initial impressions say this is Europe? Initially, right? Let's see what the... Is this Poland? Bukwo. Okay, I don't know what language that is. If you know all these different languages, you're gonna be Gucci in this freaking game, guys. Because it really helps you out. Oh, we in Shack country. These are the hardest. Yeah. Yep. Parnetsky. I think this is fucking. I think this is Poland, guys. I think this is Poland. UL. What's UL stand for? Barnochka. Yeah. In fact, I dated this Polish girl, and she had her last name ended in like SZYC. Like it. I'm trying to find similarities, right, guys? I don't know Polish, unfortunately. So, yeah, I'm guessing this is Poland. Liberetsky, Jamina Kawidi. You should get extra points if you find a shack. I know. You really should. You don't even get that much extra points for pointing it out exactly. Oh. Yep, it's Poland. Well, I knew it, guys. See? That's why you always pay attention to your ex-girlfriend's like last names. That'll give it away, guys. See? Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad. I guessed it was in the eastern part, or sorry, the western part. Why? Because as far as I know about Poland, right? The western part is less developed. The eastern part, especially like the part that used to be like more a part of Germany, is more developed. It's just more. There's more civilization, quote unquote, right? There's more toilets. All right, let's see. Okay, this looks like Spanish to me. I could be dead wrong here. All right. Varas Ensenada Pueblo. Wouldn't it be Pueblo? Bahia Raul Rosillo. Chocolates artesanales. Artisanal chocolates. Tortas. Okay. I'm guessing. Hold on. Let's see. La Belladonna. Okay, that. So if they're speaking Spanish, which it looks like Spanish, it doesn't look Italian to me. I'm gonna guess this is Patagonia. It looks like Patagonia to me. But is it Chile or Argentina? Right? That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, it looks like Chile or like Argentina to me. I agree. Yeah, Lucy, there you go. Even you agree with me. Camino Angusto Zona de Curvas. That's not Italian. So this is nowhere in Europe. But this isn't like the Argentina, Chile. I'm guessing it's gonna be a harder one, to be fair with you guys, because it's another shack location. It's very wet. So I'm willing to say it's, hold on. What's the bridge look like? If there's like a city that we can find. Petrohun? Okay. Wow, it's beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's also very like temperate. Whoops. I'm gonna guess actually maybe Chile, but I might be wrong on this one, guys. It's gonna be right on that border. I guarantee you. All right. I'm gonna guess right over here in Argentina. Oh, I should have picked Chile. I knew it, guys. See? Why? Okay, I'll tell you. I'll explain to you exactly why. I let you influence me, Lucy. Not again, ever again. Never again, girl. You don't even know your own country. Chile? Come on, girl. What kind of Argentine are you, girl? All right. Let me break it down. The reason I knew it was probably Chile is this part gets way more precipitation, right? Meaning rainfall. This part is a little drier. There was a lot of fucking rain and stuff there. Yeah. So there you go. That's kind of what gave it away. But it's right on the border, right? Like, look at that. As I nailed it. Like, it's literally like, what, 5, 10 miles, 20 miles away from the border? Yeah. So that's why it was a little more difficult. But I was like, it's definitely the Patagonia region of South America, right? You can tell by the trees. They're not tropical. They're not jungle. There's no jungle here, guys. It's all like temperate forests. All right. Perfect. Okay, so this looks like Cyrillic. I don't know Cyrillic very well. So this could be somewhere in Russia. It could be Ukraine. I mean, I don't know, right? I'm guessing Russia. This looks like Russia to me or something. But again, it could be anywhere in Russia because Russia is a ginormous country. 1941, 1945. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This might give it away, guys. Do we see like victory of the Soviet army? Yup. There we go. Okay, so we're definitely in Eastern Europe, probably Russia, because I don't imagine too many Eastern European countries keeping this up for various reasons. Talked about on the stream. Okay, let's see. I get lost in my own. It's just, you know what it is, me and you two? It's just repetition. When you see a lot of these things in books and stuff, and you had to like, I spent a lot of like long nights looking at this stuff. Yeah, guys, I'm guessing this is somewhere like in the middle of fuck nowhere, Russia, which is going to be very difficult to find. Maybe in the Eastern Caucasus. Yeah, I'm gonna guess somewhere in Russia. Where? I mean, Russia's huge, so it could be anywhere, guys. Here? I don't know. Fuck. Yeah, it was Russia. Yeah. See? You could literally be like, most of Russia is just forest, right? It's definitely Russia. Soviet Mamdani, Soviet New York under Mamdani. Damn it, should have picked that one. Would have been closer. All right. Wait, not another one. Oh my god, where the fuck is this? This could be... Compimiento bienvenido. Okay, that's Spanish. So this could be... Definitely Greenwich Village. Yeah, definitely. I don't... This is in the middle of fuck nowhere. It looks kind of deserty, too. I'm not gonna say Mexico. This doesn't look like Mexico to me, guys. This looks like Paraguay for me. It could be. Like that, the Chaco region of Paraguay. And again, me and you two, the only reason I know this stuff is just trial and error, just trying so many times. And having to do so many reports and papers and research stuff. Okay, so where could it be? It's definitely not Spain. It's Spain, yeah. This is gonna be a hard one because this is literally in the middle of fuck nowhere. I live on the New York Connecticut border and I'm still trying to learn my way around Connecticut because taxes are cheaper. Oh, good for you, girl. Yeah, I've gone to Connecticut a few times. The CT. You've gone down to the CT. That's what I call it, like some like ghetto place. The CT. Connecticut's nice, guys. A little too suburban for my take, but too uppity. But let's see. Provenir 85. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be a hard one. Hopefully this sign is what gives it away, because otherwise I'm cooked. Oh my god, I was so right. It was the Chaco, but it's Bolivia. So I'm guessing right here. We talked about this. Yeah. Damn, I'm good. Look at that, motherfuckers. Not bad at all for the middle of fuck nowhere, right? Yeah, so the reason I knew it was the Chaco was because... So let me just break it down for you guys, right? The Chaco is this region of South America, right? It's really like this region. They call it the Green Desert. So it's basically very shrubby, very like lowland trees, kind of like what you see there. But they're not really tropical. It's very dry. It doesn't rain all that much. It's very like dusty, right? As you can kind of see in these pictures. Like there's vegetation, but sometimes there isn't, right? And then you kind of see that here. So that's kind of how I guessed it. And I was like, the minute I saw Bolivia, I was like, there is a Bolivian part of the Chaco, right? Because the Chaco is, it's like a desert. It's essentially what they call the green desert, right? So this area in itself is, like, I didn't think it was Argentina because it's a little too dry. It could have been Paraguay, and it actually was pretty close to it. It's only like a few miles away from the border. But yeah, there you go. The Bolivia sign gave it away. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That one was hard, right? That one was really hard. I did pretty good. I think the worst one I got was Russia, but I mean, guys, Russia's very difficult to pinpoint just because it's the largest country on earth, right? Silver medal. We'll have to play next tomorrow. Thank you for joining me on that one. Do you play this a lot, bro? I don't, actually. I just started playing it as like a break thing to get people to, like, you know, just to take a little break, to have some laughs and to have some own moments. Because, yeah, sometimes I get them dead wrong, right? But, yeah. It's good to know. It's fun.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
I would consider doing it more often if, like, when the channel gets a little bit more donations and stuff, because you got to pay money to use it, to play it daily. Can't give you any more information or else I will have my location nailed. Oh shit, girl. I see how it is. It's okay. I don't like to tell people exactly where I live either, right? I'm very... I save that for DMs or whatever. And not even, because I don't. Please, yes, please. Love geography stuff. Good, I'm glad, yeah. I mean, the thing is it does cost money per month, right? Like, to play that game, I think you gotta spend $5 a month or whatever. And I'm just not, like, making that much money to do it, but I would happily do it because I think it's fun. You learn a lot, and not only that, but I try to explain my rationale, right? And it's, as you can see, it's not wrong, right? Like, I guessed pretty much I guessed all the countries. I just don't know exactly where, right? So.
Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Millions of Iranians have attended funeral services for Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and 4 members of his family assassinated by the U.S. in February. Joining the funeral were 3 of Khamenei's sons who had not been seen since the U.S. and Israel launched the war. A 4th son, Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, has been named new Supreme Leader and remained out of public view. Ahead of the funeral, President Trump told Axios negotiations with Iran will remain paused until at least July 9th, and that, quote, neither side will shoot at the other. Israeli forces have bombed parts of Lebanon in a fresh violation of the U.S. brokered agreement to end the attacks that Israel signed in June.
He's my human map. Yeah, I don't know how I got so good at it. I just, again, I think it's just seeing commonalities. Seeing things in common, right? Knowing just like stuff like that. You see them a lot when you do research and stuff. That's how.
Israel's most recent strikes targeted Nabatea in southern Lebanon, killing at least 4 people.
I never took geography. I never did a class or any of this stuff. This is just all my observations, right?
There are also reports of Israeli drones flying over the coastal city of Tyre. On Sunday, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claimed without evidence that some Christian villages in southern Lebanon have asked to be annexed by Israel.
Oh, God.
In Yemen, dozens of people are dead following an outbreak of fighting between Yemen's internationally recognized government and Houthi rebels in Hodeidah, a province near the strategic Bab al-Mandab Strait on the Red Sea. The violence began Friday when Houthi fighters used snipers, drones, and artillery to attack government positions. A Yemeni minister says more than 50 Houthis were killed in a counterattack. On Sunday, the British military said a cargo ship came under fire off the coast of Yemen in the Red Sea. No group claimed responsibility, but the Houthis are active in the area and had previously threatened to renew attacks on ships. Israel's military continues to attack the Gaza Strip in further violations of the U.S.-brokered October ceasefire. Earlier today, 2 people were killed and 15 injured when Israel struck a tent housing displaced Palestinians in al-Mawasi, an area Israel previously declared a humanitarian safe zone. Another attack on Khan Yunis struck a vehicle, killing 2 Palestinians. Meanwhile, Israel's security cabinets approved the construction of 13 new settlements in the occupied West Bank. The International Center of Justice for Palestinians condemned the announcement, writing, quote, "This is a deliberate strategy to reshape the geography and demographics of the occupied Palestinian territories, entrenching annexation and deepening Israel's unlawful occupation in clear violation of international law," they said. The family of the prominent Palestinian doctor, Hassam Abu Safia, says his health has sharply deteriorated after more than 555 days in Israeli prisons. Dr. Abu Safia had served as a pediatrician and director of the Kamel Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza until he was abducted by Israel in December of 2024. He's been held without charge ever since. In a video message, Dr. Abu Safia's son Elias says his father shows clear signs of torture and medical neglect during a recent meeting with his lawyer in which Dr. Abu Safia described being beaten with a hammer.
Costa's broken through the matrix. It's all code to him. I just see the world in code. Oh yeah, that's where this is. Okay, cool. We got it. That's where this is, right? Just looking at fucking trees. Most people see trees. I see code. What up? Outer signal.
My father was unable to breathe. My father was unable to speak. His face was disfigured from the marks of torture and pain.
Oh my god, that's fucked.
Especially after the last court session held in Jerusalem at the Supreme Court. We still call out, plead and appeal and beg to all the free people of the world and to everyone with an atom of humanity in their heart to save my father's life before it's too late.
Palestinian officials say Israeli attacks have killed about 1,700 healthcare workers in Gaza since October 2023. At least 83 medical workers remain in Israeli prisons. In Greece, residents of Thessaloniki have been ordered to remain indoors with their windows shut after a fast-moving wildfire engulfed a recycling plant, sending toxic smoke over the city. This comes as hundreds of firefighters battle wildfires in Portugal and Greece following a record-shattering European heat wave that's already been blamed for thousands of heat-related deaths. Here in the U.S., at least 25 people are dead due to extreme heat and humidity after a massive heat dome brought record temperatures to the central and eastern U.S. over the 4th of July holiday. Some 185 million people, and more than half of U.S. residents, were under heat alerts over the weekend, with extreme weather forcing the cancellation of Independence Day events in states from Alabama to Connecticut. We'll have more on the extreme heat wave with David Wallace-Wells. Meanwhile, Super Typhoon Bavi has brought devastating 175-mile-per-hour winds and storm surge to the Pacific Ocean, U.S. territories of Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. The headline of David Wallace-Wells' piece in the New York Times Magazine that we'll talk about is "We need to retrofit the planet. The heat wave proves it." In Washington, D.C., officials ordered thousands of people to evacuate the National Mall Saturday night as severe thunderstorms approached, delaying President Trump's speech and fireworks display, marking the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Thousands stood in security lines for hours in triple-digit heat as the district tied its all-time record high for Independence Day. Dozens were treated for heat-related illnesses. Trump eventually spoke at 11:15 p.m., delivering a 40-minute speech in which he promised a new golden age of America while casting his political opponents as communists who pose an existential threat.
Yep.
Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not
Goddamn communism.
We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast.
You got to cut it out
Trump spoke after
fast.
dozens of people wearing masks, mirrored sunglasses.
Can someone run hunt twice? I just want to test something. The overlay should be working. I did some upgrades to the weather effects and the environments. So I think something just got fucked up in the hunt. Thank you. Perfect. So the cooldown's working. All right. Don't worry, you'll still catch it. Oh, right. Guess I get to ignore that? But something must be going on. I think it might just be OBS. I just don't want to end the stream. It's fine.
And symbols of the white supremacist group Patriot Front rallied in Washington, D.C. on the 4th of July, riding public transit and marching near landmarks. The group has portrayed itself as the, quote, protectors of white America, unquote.
Ooh, a Venusaur.
This comes after the Trump administration's Freedom 250 celebration narrowly avoided disaster last week when a piece of debris
Holy shit! I remember this.
Crushing a group of about 24.
Look at that, guys.
Fell from the stage, nearly crushing a group of about 24 dancers. Meanwhile, federal prosecutors have indicted the former U.S. Olympian David Hearn on a felony charge for allegedly damaging the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, which has been plagued by peeling paint and rapid algae growth following the Trump administration's multi-million-dollar renovation.
All these guys forgot the points of their hood.
Contract.
They did.
Hearn was arrested last month after he was spotted reaching into the water. He said he was curious about the state of the reflecting pool, had merely touched coating that had already floated to the surface. Later in the broadcast, we'll speak with his lawyer, the former Obama ethics advisor, Norm Eisen.
Damn.
The confirmed death toll from Venezuela's devastating twin earthquakes rose to more than 3,300 Sunday, with thousands remaining missing as officials began to bury the bodies of dozens of unidentified victims. Thousands have been left homeless, primarily in the region of La Guaira. Meanwhile, the U.S.-backed government of interim Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez is defending its actions in the aftermath of the quakes as survivors and residents decry what they've described as a delayed and inadequate response to the disaster. In Ukraine, at least 11 people were killed after Russia launched a series of overnight aerial strikes on Kyiv just a day before a NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. The attacks came after President Trump reportedly offered to help Russian President Vladimir Putin to end the Ukraine war in a phone call between the two leaders that reportedly lasted nearly 90 minutes. Meanwhile, Russia faces a growing fuel crisis after Ukraine targeted more than 50 oil refineries and other energy sites across Russian territory and occupied Crimea since March. Over the weekend, a wave of Ukrainian long-range drones struck a key oil terminal and naval base in St. Petersburg. President Trump is flying to Turkey today for the NATO summit in Ankara, where he's scheduled to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Heads of state from over 30 countries are also...
Not Vladimir, Volodymyr, right? I guess Volodymyr is the way you would say it in Ukrainian, right? They're very similar languages, but they're not the same, guys.
Scheduled to attend. Ahead of Trump's visit, Turkish police detained more than 100 protesters as they march to demand Turkey's withdrawal.
Yeah, if you do hunt, it will just use your lowest tier ball, just so you know. So you always want to pick, like, what kind of ball you have, unless you know, like, whatever. I don't care which one I use, right? Then you can just do hunt. But yeah, the overlay, for some reason, OBS is not displaying it. I think if I just reset the stream, it would work. I just don't want to end it.
Withdrawal from NATO.
I fuck with Jeff anymore. Now BB and Vlad are my best friends. Yeah.
Among those arrested in Ankara were several journalists, human rights activists, and
Dawn
academics.
2026.
Police also cracked
Donnie.
down on protests in Istanbul.
NATO's crimes around the world are apparent. They have also committed numerous offenses in Turkey, orchestrated coups, and have bases here. And now, shamelessly, they are being hosted in Ankara. I am here today to protest because I cannot
a Rotem Frost. Look at that.
accept this blow to my honor. NATO is a very big criminal organization.
Pope Leo
I don't know how to play. Oh, it's simple. Okay, so shop. These are all the different balls you can buy. They have different, you can look them up online, but every single ball has like a perk that gets you like a bonus, right? Like a standard one, the regular Pokeball are the cheapest, right? Don't rely on them to be great. Great is slightly better, but more expensive. Ultra is the best of like the normal tier, and Premier is just like a slightly different version of the right luxury. Like they all have like their, you can look it up online. They all have like different perks, so you kind of want to like guesstimate, right? Hey, it's this time in the game, so I want to use a dusk ball, right? Because a dusk ball will be better at night than in the day, right? You want to use the dawn ball in the day. There's different, so like you kind of want to like, there's some strategy to it, right? Or you could just do what Living Lily does and just always use an ultra. But she has a ton of points, right? A moon ball, which is like for certain moon kind of, right? A park ball, like all these, they all have, like you have to look them up, right? They all have different perks. I don't think the game has dawn balls. It doesn't, huh? I don't know why. I put them in there. I'll put them in though. I'll definitely have to add those. They should be in there. Because I like that aspect of it. I'm actually working on a weather system. Yeah, there isn't. You're right. I don't know why it's not showing up. What time zone is in the game? It tells you on the overlay, but the overlay is not working. So it was working earlier, but normally it tells you in the time period. Like 1 hour on the stream is 1 hour, or sorry, 1 day in the game. Does that make sense? So if you spend here 8 hours, you're basically spending 8 days, right? I'm also going to work on like a system where maybe like you guys can like influence what part of the safari you guys can go to, right? So like you can go to more underwater parts or swamps or jungles or whatever, right? So that should be kind of fun. I just got to figure out how to do that. That, and I got to add the dawn balls because apparently Ducky just confirmed it wasn't working. I thought it was in there, so I added it. I don't know why it's not in there. I can see them. Can I see what I have in balls? Yeah, just do exclamation mark bag. Your bag. It's very easy once you get used to it, right? Oh, and the horde lures as well. Yep, there you go. Yep. So you have 2 Pokeballs, 2 Greats, a Cherish. Horde lures are for like attracting multiple. Don't do that yet because I haven't fixed that problem. But yeah, you can buy any of those in the shop and then you're good. And they use your Gloggy points. So that's how they work, right? They use your Gloggy points, which is your watch time.
Urge the United States and European nations to ease up on their inhumane treatment of migrants and refugees. The pontiff made the appeal Saturday from the Italian island of Lampedusa, where he also visited a cemetery, praying over the graves of migrants who've died while making the treacherous journey from Africa to Europe across the Mediterranean.
Those who have lost their lives in this sea are victims both of decisions that were made and of decisions that were not made. Indifference to the common good and corruption in their countries of origin. A global economic system that generates poverty and exclusion. Fear that fuels prejudice and contempt. The belief that such problems do not concern us, the criminal calculations of those who profit from the suffering of others.
President Trump has issued pardons to 11 more people, including 9 who face criminal charges for violating the Clean Air Act by tampering with
Damn, you got a slow king.
emissions monitoring.
Yeah, sorry about the overlay. Again, I think I just have to reset the computer or the OBS program and it should work. Black Catholic Christo-fascists call him a Leo the Lib.
On cars. Trump also pardoned Adam Kadon, former business partner of the disgraced lobbyist Jack Abramoff. Kadon pleaded guilty in 2005 to fraud and conspiracy related to the purchase of a fleet of gambling boats. His pardon came just months after he co-hosted a fundraiser at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort for a Long Island Republican congressional candidate. Fresh controversy has embroiled the FIFA World Cup after President Trump called on the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, to lift a red card suspension on the U.S. men's national team top goal scorer, Folarin Balogun. Trump reportedly had a private call with the FIFA chief last week to ask for a review of Balogun's suspension, which was lifted on Sunday ahead of the U.S. team's match against Belgium today. The reversal is highly unusual. It's the first time since 1962 that FIFA's allowed a player to appear in a game after being suspended. He was red-carded. Trump took to Truth Social, thanking FIFA, quote, for doing what was right and reversing.
That's fucked.
A great injustice, unquote. And China's begun enforcing
Still,
a new
I'm like,
so-called
wow.
ethnic unity law that human rights groups warn could accelerate the forced assimilation of ethnic minorities. Beijing said the law could also apply to individuals outside Chinese borders. Amnesty International said in a statement, quote, rather than celebrating difference, it's about pushing ethnic groups such as Uyghurs, Tibetans, and Mongolians to adopt a single state-defined national identity dominated by Han Chinese culture law. This law risks providing a stronger legal basis for existing practices of transnational repression. Peaceful advocacy for minority rights in China by anyone, anywhere, could be characterized as undermining ethnic unity, unquote, Amnesty International said. Here in New York, a Tibetan activist lit himself on fire outside the United Nations headquarters last week, protesting China's annexation of Tibet. In a live stream video posted before his self-immolation, Logba Rangzin decried Beijing's policies for, quote, destroying the Tibetan people.
It's not that we do not have independence. We had it, but the independence is lost. We have to get it back. Therefore, we Tibetans in exile must unite and struggle for the independence of Tibet.
Logba Rangzin died in the protest. He was a 52-year-old resident of Queens, New York, originally from Eastern Tibet and an advocate for Tibetan independence for over a decade. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
All right. I did want to talk about this. This came up on my phone late in the evening. It looks like Netanyahu's government is basically actively going against their own Supreme Court. World's greatest democracy in the Middle East. Am I right, chat? Why are we defending this shit now still? He literally said that he's going to reject this ruling by the Supreme Court. Huh?
Good morning and welcome to Breaking Points, the show we put together so that we have the...
Because reasons. The two libs, right? Too many libs on there, right?
Material.
Only democracy in the Middle East. Woo! Yeah! Democracy in the Middle East that defies its own Supreme Court, right?
For the famous newsletter that we have launched.
And not for like any sort of moral reasons, right? For literally, you're going to find out what it's about. It's about regulation of... It's about a freedom of speech issue, right?
That's right. The newsletter now takes supremacy.
Everyone's talking about the newsletter.
But actually,
really good.
The newsletter, if you haven't checked it out yet, please do. It is really cool. Basically, it's you get
Crystal.
It's laughing at the promo. If you're listening to this, it is actually
God, that's corny. Corniest fucking promo
you get a
ever.
Breakdown of the show with all the links that we've used to put it together.
Ooh, $1,500 for a lifetime membership gets you in the credits forever. Ad-free access, full-length episodes, not bad. If you win, I think for like, if I had the money and because we do cover a lot of their videos, it'd be kind of cool to have them, right? Like with the more like exclusive content, like their interviews and stuff are really good.
Box, it's really, I think it's a very cool product. So breakingpoints.com is where you can go to sign up. It's actually free. There's a free version of the newsletter. If you want to pay and get a Meteor newsletter, you can also sign up for a Meteor subscription at breakingpoints.com. Now, if you're still having any issues, it's going to your spam folder or something like that. First of all, check your spam folder.
Guys, one thing you'll find out about me is I don't like fucking paying per month for anything. Unless it's like, I guess you would be supporting them, so and it's not the biggest deal.
If you haven't gotten it.
They've already calculated it, right? Their marketing department or their people that do this stuff. Igloo, welcome back. How you been, man? There you are, buddy. We're talking about how Israel is openly defying its Supreme Court. World's greatest democracy in the Middle East. Am I right, chat?
But otherwise, if you need more help, go to help@kit.com. Shoot them an email, let them know help@kit.com, and they'll take care of it for you. But Ryan, I guess we have to do the show part to get to the newsletter part.
Well, maybe we don't even have to do it. We can just pretend we do it and put it in the newsletter.
Or we could just dub ourselves with AI.
There you go.
But actually, the newsletter pulls quotes from the show, which is kind of wild.
Oh yeah, so we got to say some stuff.
Yeah, we got to say something interesting at least once a segment. So that's the goal. We are going to start with Netanyahu, who did an interview on Fox News yesterday. We're celebrating the 4th of July. Who else would we talk to but Benjamin Netanyahu, the representative of our final congressional district, as Mike Huckabee recently put it. So
did he really say that?
Mike Huckabee?
We are. He said Jerusalem was, but we are going to get into a little bit of the political problems at home for Netanyahu as well today, Ryan, because those are starting to mount as well. The funeral
pulled off a coup, basically.
we'll we have a guest who's going to break that down for us. But also, we're going to be talking about the funeral held in Iran this weekend, along with some updates in Lebanon and updates in Iran as well. But you're going to want to see the images and hear some quotes from the funeral that was held for Khomeini this weekend. So lots to get into on that. Trump gave a big 4th of July speech. Mamdani also gave a 4th of July speech, kind of dueling speeches. It was interesting that Mamdani's was so, what's the right way? It was.
I'm surprised I haven't heard it before. Mike Huckabee's a good one. Oh, really? We call him that all the time. I know you're newer here, though, but that's what I call him. Mike Huckabee.
It was a huge topic of discussion.
God, I've hated him ever since the Obama years. He was like so. He would always be like the biggest cringe lord against Obama, right? And there's a lot to be like to not exactly like about Obama, but the stuff he didn't like was cringe as fuck. Yeah.
And almost to the point where he became the leader of the left, as Trump is the leader of the right. Like it's over. It's almost like they're the dueling figures in American politics right now. The mayor of New York City. So we have lots to break down from that. Big news out of Michigan yesterday, where Mallory McMorrow dropped out of the race. That was kind of a spoiler for the segment.
The abundant. Well, I think since it's news, I think we can spoil news. Yeah. The abundance candidate has dropped out, leaving El Sayed and Haley Stevens as the remaining candidates in the Michigan Senate race. We'll talk about how that happened, what it means, and then
I remember when Fuckabee lost a ton of weight, wrote a book, and moralized fat, then gained the weight back. Yes, I remember. Crazy, huh? What an arc. It's like reading a good drama. Oh, wait, there's a turn. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Well, what? Oh, shit. We're back to this now?
Trump, for once, used his powers of corruption for the United States instead of robbing the United States.
Yeah.
He made a phone call to, he's the FIFA Peace Prize winner.
Right.
Famously.
So he has some privileges.
So he made a phone call.
Well, guys, when you earn the FIFA World Cup Peace Prize, there are some benefits. You get to call when people get actually red carded or not. Did you know that? I didn't. Until yesterday, right?
To the head of FIFA, and he got Flo's red card suspended.
Yep.
The red card's still in place, but the suspension afterwards is suspended.
Yeah.
So he will play tonight.
He will play.
If Belgium shows up. They're angry.
How could you not be?
I mean, it's unfair, right?
Come on. Play the best players.
I agree.
I
mean, these people spend all of their time watching soccer, and we just dipped in.
Yes, but we have finally caught on that in order to be serious about soccer or football, you have to be corrupt. America has arrived on the football scene.
We now understand how to play this game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just as a reminder, BreakingPoints.com, premium subscription, and you can sign up for the newsletter there as well. Let's get to the show. We're going to start now with Netanyahu's interview on Fox News, where he's laughing off J.D. Vance's claim that Israel is losing support around the world.
So good.
Let's go ahead and take a look at A2.
If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
What was your reaction when you heard that?
First of all, I respect J.D. Vance. We have a very good relationship, but doesn't mean that I agree with everything that he says. And I have to point out this. Donald Trump is the greatest friend we ever had in the White House. And
the
I stand by
greatest.
that completely. Secondly, we have some other friends, like a small country called India. You know, it has 1.4 billion people. And boy, do we have a tremendous support there. Mm-hmm. You know, I have this Facebook thing, and I'm just flooded by these.
God, what a boomer. Jesus.
Overwhelming support.
Yep,
there.
red card.
We have many others.
That came in handy.
We have support.
That emo.
Because it's fashionable now, and you know, in many countries, because their media and their social media are inundated with anti-Israel, anti-Semitic material. Many leaders, you know, call me up and say, "Hey, look, I've got this problem with public opinion, but I want you to know we respect you, and can we make some deals? And can you teach us some of the things that your military does? And can we have some of your AI and cyber expertise? You know, Israel is the #2 country in cyber in the world, and our technology is absurd. I mean, it's so good. The relations are not quite as they appear, and we have many friends. And I have to tell you, we also take care of our friends, especially the Christians in the Middle East. The Christian villages in Lebanon.
We take care of the Christians in the Middle East, chat. Oh, man. What a joke. What a joke.
Some of them have actually asked to be annexed to Israel because we protect them against the Hezbollah fanatics who want to kill them. And we do the same things with Christians everywhere.
Well, you're
protecting Christians in the Middle East.
Well, meanwhile, let's go ahead and take a look at this footage from southern Lebanon over the weekend. We can roll the next element. You see this on your screen. Ryan, the strikes have continued very much.
Yep.
Yes, they're diminished, reduced. So oftentimes what Israel means by a ceasefire is that their attacks are going to be reduced from what they were before.
Yeah.
Certainly not.
Guys, like a ceasefire from Israel isn't a ceasefire, right? What are we joking about? What?
Go to zero. So you're
It's just objectively not a ceasefire.
Some of the ongoing killings in Gaza as well. But I had to listen to that Netanyahu comment a couple times because I was like, did he really say it's not true that Israel is isolated because there are a lot of Indians on Facebook that are supportive? I went back and watched. You don't believe me? Go back, scroll back, watch that again. That is, in fact, the argument. Think about the superpower level of propaganda that has come out of the Israeli government for decades, and compare it to what Netanyahu is now saying, that they are not completely globally isolated because there are Indian bot farms, basically, that are whipping up support on Facebook.
I mean, even just citing one additional country was quite interesting from Netanyahu.
Right.
He was like, we have a little friend called India.
And you should see him on Facebook.
He's like, it's not nothing, but it's not undermining J.D. Vance's point.
The Hindu nationalism that is surging in India has as much hatred of Islam embedded in it as Netanyahu does. And so it's true that there's some like ideological or whatever you would call it sympathy there. And it is very true that Indian social media is very supportive of Israel. Like all that is true. It is just kind of embarrassing that that's the last thing you're hanging your hat on.
But India, chat, India.
About
they ramp up right before you cease, we fire. Exactly. That's what it's called. That's what they think a ceasefire is. You cease, we fire.
Villages in southern Lebanon.
Not a ceasefire.
You know what Israel did say to Christian villages in southern Lebanon?
Fuck off. And they tore down their statues. Yeah. Oops. My bad.
Ideological or whatever you would call it sympathy there. And it is very true that Indian social media is very supportive of Israel. Like all that is true. It is just kind of embarrassing that that's the last thing you're hanging your hat on. When he's talking about Christian villages in southern Lebanon, you know what Israel did say to Christian villages in southern Lebanon? If you shelter any Muslims who are fleeing from our attacks, we will level you too. So that is the
nice
expression of the love that Netanyahu says he has for Lebanese Christians. Also,
brilliant.
Israel is in the Middle East.
That's how much they love us.
It's just so odd to me.
I say they because, aren't we a Christian nation?
That he would be that transparent.
Was that our boy Benny? Yeah, it was our boy Benny.
To Muslims while being in the Middle East. Like, just
guys,
say,
like, we are so cooked, right? Like, all these things are such contradictions. We're a Christian nation, yet he's literally doing this to other Christians in the Middle East, right? Oh, we are so fucked.
He's like us. Which isn't true because they are ruthless to Christians both in Palestine and in southern Lebanon. But even if that were true, like to just explicitly come out and just say you've basically written off relations with the population of like 90+% of the Middle East, that where you exist is a choice.
I see what you're saying. I mean, the obvious response to that is he would say, well, there's a lot of hostility coming towards us as well.
He says he's best friends are Saudi Arabia, the UAE.
Yeah.
He's got friends in Qatar, even though he doesn't like all of Qatar.
Oh, yeah, well, that's part of his political problem.
He has a bunch of friends in Lebanon. They fund a bunch of people in Syria. He loves the Kurds, or he claims to.
Yeah.
So he claims the Abraham Accords are based on the idea that he can coexist with all of these other
But they're not.
countries.
Yeah.
But when he's being honest, he's like, you know who I really like and loves me? India. And you should see him on Facebook. Yeah, go ahead and look at some of the comments that these Indians are making on Facebook. It would make Nick Fuentes blush.
Also interesting that Fox News' Jackie Heinrich got that interview. I don't want to leave the segment without noting that her husband, Brian Fitzpatrick, they literally just got married a couple of weeks ago. I pulled up on Track AIPAC, the Pennsylvania delegation. He has taken the most money from pro-Israel PACs in the entire Pennsylvania delegation, more than Fetterman, more than Brendan Boyle. Actually by a huge margin, he's taken $924,000, almost $1 million. And that's actually way ahead of everybody else in the Pennsylvania delegation, which again, just.
Yes, but that is only to bring the end times, you see. True. Which, Mike Fuckabee wants to do as well.
To note, including.
We can all die, and only Mike Fuckabee and his Christian fellows will go up to heaven, to Jesus, to God. Guys, it's a death cult. I don't know what else to say. It's a giant death cult.
Fetterman, according to the Track AIPAC numbers.
Philadelphia suburbs, he's a very talented politician.
Yeah, it's a death cult.
He keeps hanging on against these Democratic attacks, he's one of the remaining, what you would, outside of supporting an extremist genocidal state, a moderate Republican.
Let's go and talk about updates from Gaza as well, because there were some over the weekend. Let's put A4.
My Twitch keeps freezing. Yeah, unfortunately, I've noticed that. If I leave somebody on to listen, even if you're chatting, it will freeze and you gotta it's a mess. I don't know. Is there any tricks to help her out?
We're up now.
I thought it was just me. Yeah, no. Are there any tricks? Does anyone know?
So this is Dr. Hossam Abu Safia, who was, if people will remember here, arrested in December of 2024 at Kamal Adwan Hospital. His hospital was surrounded, and he continued operating and treating patients as the IDF was sacking the hospital.
I lost chat earlier. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that. Sorry, guys, that's a Twitch issue, right? I wish I could help.
Famous photo of him.
Did you try turning it on and back off again?
You remember seeing it walking across the rubble toward an Israeli tank in order to be detained. So that was almost 2 years ago at this point. All of the information that has come out from his family and his attorneys over the succeeding time is that he has been tortured just relentlessly, lost an extraordinary amount of weight. So he's been moved. He's no charges whatsoever, just administrative detention that every 6 months, they just keep him in administrative detention. So he's just a hostage. And so he recently met with his lawyer, and as he got transferred to another underground prison, and he told his lawyer, quote, this is the end. This is the last time you'll see me. They brought me here to kill me. And the lawyer said he had bruises on his eyes, his ears, his head. There was serious fear that he has brain bleeding from the torture that is going to kill him. And we'll talk about this in a little bit with an Israeli journalist. The High Court in Israel has ordered the IDF to present some information about his case, because there is serious attention on his case. A very celebrated physician. He wrote a column for the New York Times, which is
there you go. That's why he got targeted.
Op-ed, which is what people suspect is why they've been treating.
Unless it's to support Israel, but
treating him so viciously.
They're lib on everything else, right?
as an example, like you think you're a celebrated physician who can speak in the New York Times about what's going on in Gaza? No.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna show that we're not afraid to torture even somebody like that.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it was, clearly.
And so
that's why I wanted to cover this story. They don't care that you ran for the New York Times, right, or whatever. They don't, guys.
Think about it. If we'll torture him, you, who is a much lesser figure, who's not in the New York Times, is not a celebrated physician, like you have no chance. Now the Israel is going through either a coup or a constitutional crisis. So whether they're going to follow the orders of the Supreme Court remains to be seen. A couple of
yeah, and I'm reporting that I read a brief article on this. It looks like the Netanyahu government is saying no. Right? They're not going to follow that order. So, greatest democracy in the Middle East. Am I right, Chad?
Other West Bank developments that we can get to really quickly if you want to.
Yeah.
Like a couple crazy things where you have to just repeatedly check these to be like, is this possible that this is really going on? We'll finish with A5 just so anybody who wants this is the update from Dropsite about
most moral too. Most moral army.
Gaza. You can pause that.
Yeah. And I think like I bring up the New York Times thing is because obviously like the New York Times is a liberal newspaper, right? But they do have some people who are like, well, there's nuance, right? You know, there is some of this stuff going on and we need to be more careful, right? There are some tiny voices like that. But overwhelmingly it's pro-Zionist, right?
And
that was
read
my
those
point.
if you want to. A father was killed a year ago. They just killed his son.
Jesus.
Over the weekend, and they continue to recover bodies. You can put up
4 killed in Gaza over the weekend.
Yeah. You put up A6. It's horrifying footage. It's not graphic, though it is a gut punch. This is a checkpoint west of Ramallah, where a family is trying to take their 4-month to a waiting ambulance on the other side of the checkpoint, and the Israeli soldiers just won't let the family through, and so the ambulance just sits there on the other side of the checkpoint helplessly, and the 4-month-old baby died waiting. That was Ahmed Zaid from Deir Amar. Like just as a parent, like it's just incomprehensible to be in a situation like that, and for these, we've all encountered bureaucrats who are just like immune to the urgency of a situation that we're in. Usually it's not a 4-month-old that needs emergency treatment and there's a ambulance on the other side of the checkpoint. And then we have A9, another like absolutely shocking video that I had to watch several times to figure out what you just saw.
Yeah.
An Israeli soldier throw a stun gun inside a car.
Jesus.
With people in it and close the door. An American, people get mad when I say this, but an American soldier who did that, it would be an absolute scandal. Protests in the street, court-martial, investigations. And anybody watching this program knows how I feel about the American military.
Right.
I am not its biggest champion or defender, but think about that. In comparison, they make the American military look like the most moral army in the world. And it's one thing,
he's not wrong.
It's just a bad apple.
He makes us look great. They make us look great, right?
The training.
For real. Look, I love that emote. Whose is that? The hugging one? That's adorbs. Surf? Oh, the surfs? Yeah, we've rated them before. A few times, actually.
But it turns out it's not. The training for the stun grenade is not to throw it into an occupied car and close the door on the occupants. What's shocking is we all know there will be no consequences for that person. And there will be some brave people. It's honestly hard to keep following
fucking heartbreaking.
Half a dozen who will go out and protest. They'll get beaten.
Wasn't ICE doing... Well, ICE isn't an army. It's a Gestapo, right? But, like, I get your distinction. Yeah, absolutely. I think he's saying, like, ICE isn't a military by, like, the very nature of it, right? It's a government organization that enforces immigration, right? The military is used for just combat. So he's comparing apples to apples, right? ICE would be like ICE uses very similar tactics, which I completely agree, and I don't think he would disagree with that at all. In fact, I'm pretty sure he said the same things before. But I think like the distinction is just the term military, right? ICE is not seen as a military, even though it has a lot of military equipment and it acts very much like one. It's technically not, right?
Those are heroic.
But it's a stupid distinction, right? But it's still a distinction regardless. Yeah.
Heroic Israelis who will do that. But you're talking about...
We need a bouncing gloggy. Oh my god, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I like that idea. Hopium. I like that idea.
Like a half a dozen people.
It'd be pretty cute, I think, right?
Yeah.
There will not be mass protests, and there will not be political backlash. There won't be a reckoning. Oh, how did we get to a place where we're okay with a 4-month-old baby dying at a checkpoint?
Yep.
And a soldier throwing a stun grenade into a car with civilians in it, and then closing the door on it. Like, how do we get there? Now, what's going on in the Israeli political system, which we've been teasing here, is quite incredible.
Yes. Yes.
Basically, Netanyahu has been trying to consolidate control of the media, which is going on all over the world. This is what you're seeing in countries. The Supreme Court, the High Court in Israel, pushed back against him.
This blew up over the weekend.
Yeah, and said you can't do that. This is illegal. You set up this fake second commission that's over-regulating the media. That's not the proper one.
Bloggy shaking his ass. We already got that one, girl. It's in the works. You didn't see it, remember? Yeah, we got a bunch of emotes. I'm making 28 emotes. This one's almost done. This is the Gloggy coffee emote.
Chat, the machine is coughing sparks. Bro, what kind of goblin wizard just shook his ESSA like it's some magical pizza cutter? Shaking that thing like a pro chaos conductor. Let's go. Keep flexing that vibe. CYA at the loot raid.
I love it. Yeah, so we got this one. That's going to be an emote. This one's almost finished too. This is going to be sus. Adorable, right? We just got to add his hands on. Let's see. This one we're going to work on, but this is going to be like Gloggy Gun. I think we're going to change this one just because I don't like I don't like him having a gun. I don't know. There's something about it. But then we also have Lurk. We're going to change this one up a little bit, but this is the general Lurk one, right? We're going to change up his face a little because it looks a little too squished. But yeah, like it's pretty much done, see? They look awesome. Thank you. Yeah. He does a great job. It's just, they do take time, but I think they're worth it because she's a great artist and, he's really passionate about making emotes. And this is going to be the booty shaking emote. We're going to have the best booty shaking emote on Twitch. Look at those cheeks. It's not fully colored in or anything, but this is like the overall idea of it, right? Yeah, I want to make this like subscription worth it. Like I want to make it so like you guys really need the emotes because they're that good, right? And then hold on, let's see. This one's gonna be our cry emote. This one's going to be incredible. This one's going to be animated. A simple slime pistol might be good too. Yeah. He's going to like cry into his hands, right? And you're going to see the water. That's going to be the cry. This is the concept for evil. And this is what we might replace the gun one with, because why not, right? Booty smacking, damn right. Right? So we got a bunch, and there's going to be 26 in total. And they're coming in waves, so.
This is the official proper regulator, and we're reviewing this deal where you're trying to concentrate wealth. Netanyahu announced over the weekend that is an illegal order. We're not going to follow it.
Look at that Times of Israel headline. First, government vows to disobey high court ruling, setting up constitutional crisis.
Yeah, not even Trump has done this. Trump has disobeyed some lower court
rulings. Thanks, girl.
Or kind of ignored them, not completely disobeyed.
Careful, Rhizome Cheeks got clapped.
Explicitly, and then appeals to the higher court.
Right.
Trump has never yet, and hopefully he won't, disobeyed a Supreme Court ruling.
Yes.
That is, because once you do that,
there is a constitutional crisis.
All the guardrails are off, because then you're just
right.
Then you're just an unchecked authoritarian government.
Right. And you can see from this Haaretz headline, Herzog called it a red line and joined other officials in pushing back against government decision to defy high court order. And again, we have a guest who's going to break some of these internal political dynamics down for us. But the stakes for Netanyahu were already high. And certainly now, Ryan, they're even higher.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Yes, they sure are. So let's bring in Noga Tarnopolsky back to Breaking Points to discuss. All right, so joining us now is Noga Tarnopolsky, Israeli journalist joining us.
Oh
from
shit!
Jerusalem, a lot of.
We talked to her before, or they had an interview with them. Remember? I love them. I'm so glad you do, girl. Rip cheeks. Oh yeah, I'm telling you, I'm trying to make the best emotes on Twitch. Like I want you guys to be like, yep, we gotta subscribe because I love the emotes, even if I don't watch them. I gotta subscribe for the emotes.
Jay's there, Noga.
Like I'm actually surprised how many people subscribe to me and don't even like watch all that much. But it's because like the emotes are high quality, right? At least the few that I have, and that's why I was like, I'm just gonna drop a bunch of money into them and make sure that you guys enjoy them because I like using them too, right?
Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Shout out to Noga's cat who just walked into the shot as well. We love cats on Breaking Points, so.
That cat is Melisande, who's named for the 12th century queen of Jerusalem, the only queen Jerusalem ever had.
It's a powerful cat.
Well, there we go. And Noga just launched the Substack BB and Beyond. BB
Kitty.
Already giving her a lot of news for this. So tell us about this coup/constitutional crisis. Why are some people calling it a coup? And what is the constitutional crisis? Lay out for people who are kind of new to this question.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do my best. Although I just want to start out by saying that the most serious people I know who are addressing this, for example, professor of constitutional law at Hebrew University called Mota Kremnitzer, and the Attorney General of Israel, Gali Baharav Miara, they're calling this an insurrection. And I'm saying that because I do think that in useful ways it can be compared to January 6th, in that it's an effort to illegally control some of the power of the state. But now I'll take a step back.
Sure.
There are two facets to what has happened here in the last 24 hours. On the one hand, what we had is a Supreme Court ruling about a government decision, basically removing the media regulator and allowing the government to control almost all of the media space, very much on the Hungarian model of how Viktor Orban basically eliminated the free media in Hungary and took over all of the organs of the media. That was a decision passed by this government. And after months of deliberations, yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled that the government can't do that and that the regulator must continue operating. So in a narrow way, what the government has said is, no, we're not going to adhere to that ruling. We're going to take control of this regulator and we're going to control the media in these months leading up to an election.
I want to make other channels jealous of Gloggy.
People are calling it a coup d'etat isn't the specifics of that law. It's that the government has decided that the Supreme Court is no longer the law of the land. Supreme Court rulings have no bearings. And so what that means, certainly in the eyes of the Attorney General of the state, that in Israel is a civil servant, in the eyes of former Prime Minister Yair Lapid, who's head of the opposition, he said that as of yesterday, this is a criminal government, a rogue government. The reason people are reacting that way is the expectation that the government is going to use this as a precedent and no longer recognize the rule of law going forward now.
Jesus.
Towards the elections.
Greatest democracy ever, chat. I like going into other rooms using... Oh, I love it. Thank you so much. Me and you too. Yeah, I mean, it really helps out the channel because apparently Twitch tracks that. Right, guys? So, like, when you use the emotes and stuff, like, all the emotes matter because I guess they have, like, some crunching system, number crunching system, and, like, when you use the emotes, they link it to your right, and they link it to other people's algorithms that use the same kind of emotes and all this crazy stuff, right? It's probably super technical, and I don't know a lot about it, but yeah, they do, like, track that stuff, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask.
It's like one of my go-tos.
I mean,
Love
Israel, lest we forget.
That's what I want to hear, right? I want it to be useful. And not only that, I want it to be like worth the money, right? Because if you guys, like the way I view it, if you guys are spending money on it, I want you guys to get stuff out of it, right? If you're going to spend it on Twitch, if you're going to like spend it here on the stream, right? When I'm streaming, if you're going to use it on other, right? I love that. Like that's what I want. I want you guys to get the most bang for your buck.
It is a fairly young country. So
I'm a big emote user. Yeah, exactly. I know, Ducky. You really are. No sound.
So what precedent, if...
Drop this when casual revolt plays his catchy music. Yeah, that one was my idea. Because, like, that's AOC's... One of AOC's first videos on Fox News, right? That... they played and they basically were like, look at this girl, she's dancing, what a slut, right? They literally called her like something close to that word, and I was just like, what? It was crazy. So I like decided to take it back, as they call it, right? Oh, it was on my end. Yeah. You know, I mean, I don't think it was on my end, but I hit the volume button by mistake. God damn it, CT got you crazy, girl.
Any is there for this? I mean, how significant politically and constitutionally is what's happening right now?
Those trips to CT.
This is an earthquake. The state of Israel was established in 1948. It's a 78-year-old country. This has never happened ever. Even in this most extreme Netanyahu government that made its desire basically to perpetrate a putsch clear very, very early on in this mandate. Now, the government was basically came back into power around January 1st of 2023. On January 4th of 2023, not the Attorney General, the Justice Minister of Israel, a Netanyahu man called Yariv Levin, announced that he was going to hold a press conference, and he basically stood behind a lectern. And he said he was, I'm quoting now, launching the first phase in a reform of the administration of the state.
It's the emotes. They're making me crazy. It's Gloggy shaking his ass in front of you. You're hypnotized.
This is the announcement of a coup d'etat.
That booty shaking emote's going to be great. I can't wait.
We're changing the way the state is run. We're changing the institutional structure of the state. For reasons that are really beyond me, the media shorthand for what the government did that day was judicial reform.
Yep.
But this was not a judicial reform, never presented as a judicial reform. The government became very extreme also in terms of its efforts to illegally hold on to power, really from the start. Still, until yesterday, the government, no government in the history of the state of Israel has ever said in an official statement, we're not adhering to the Supreme Court ruling.
And I want to get into some of the broader implications of this, but on a specific case, we earlier in the program talked about Dr. Hossam Abu Safia, who is in the news because telling his lawyer this is the end. They're trying to kill me, and the High Court has pushed the Israeli government for some answers on his situation. What does this ignoring of court orders? How does it play into the ability of the courts to get information about Dr. Abu Safia's case or the case of any Palestinian who's in administrative detention or otherwise in detention?
I was going to say anyone, that there are Jewish protesters against this government who've been held in administrative detention for more than 4 months. So again, on many levels, the Netanyahu government is a rogue government. And that sort of should be framing, I think, our
juicy
understanding
derriere
of what's happening.
Love it. It doesn't take much to excite me. The posterior with the monsterior.
The government is not yet in breach of a court order.
So good. I love you guys.
Regarding Dr. Hossam Abu Safia, the government, this was another decision, but it was
chat is on fire. Yeah, I love you guys.
An appeals decision. So it wasn't a ruling.
I love our
Supreme
community
Court.
that we built. Like, guys, love you so much.
It was simply an order by the court yesterday accepting a petition by an Israeli NGO called Physicians for Human Rights, ordering the government by tomorrow to tell the court what is his health condition, why is it so bad, and to explain what his treatment is. But I do want to widen the lens a little bit because Dr. Hossam Abu Safia, who
Finish his trash today.
And headed
right back at you,
Gaza's
Gus. Thank you, buddy.
One hospital. He was detained in November 2024. No charges have been brought against him, and there's been no explanation by the army of why he's being held, despite, occasional repetitive kind of media requests. He appeared to be in perfectly good health when he was detained. And I'm mentioning all this because I did make some inquiries yesterday. I thought we were entering to war crime territory. It's not clear that we are because administrative detention during wartime isn't per se illegal. However, Israel clearly has a duty of care towards him. There are a lot of rumors going around about what has made him so unwell, but I doubt we're going to hear anything from the army before tomorrow, the deadline given by the court. And until then, what we have to face is a situation in which Netanyahu...
Technically tomorrow in Israel, right? Because Israel's like 12 hours ahead. Am I right? It's like 8 hours ahead, if I remember correctly. Europe is 6 for the most part. Like that western part of Europe, right? So Israel is like 7 to 8. It's gotta be, right? Let's see. Let's look it up real quick. Let's actually use okay, so it's 7 hours ahead. Okay, I was right. Perfect. Yeah. Okay.
Extraordinary.
I forgot that I changed the tone to have different a different thing. So normally the tome, if you want to ask it a question, it's Gloggy's tome, right? It's a it's this new feature I have here. This is for like deeper research that I want to start doing. It basically scrapes the internet for a bunch of different like sources, and then you can click on them. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. But it's for like very technical like research, right? And you still got to fact check it because it is scraping a bunch of different sources, so you don't want to like quote stuff that's incorrect or whatever. But it does do a pretty good job at scraping large amounts of data on the internet, right? But we don't really need that. I had another version of the tome which just told you like the answer right away in the chat.
To two people.
But this is like the deep research tome, which is like a little bit more in depth. It like literally spends 10 minutes scraping the internet for like all the data that it can, right? It's pretty cool. Gus researching eugenics. Oh no. We were researching what was it again? We were talking about how genes, it was a very scientific like field that I don't understand, right? Because I'm not a scientist and I don't know anything about genetics. But basically it was like, how long have like traits in humanity, how long does it take for humans to evolve genes in certain parts of the world? And they literally said it takes like many generations. Like, so when people say like, oh, I grew up in a tropical country, therefore I have tropical genes, right? It actually is the opposite. Like, your genes are not even that at all, motherfucker. You're being dumb, right? So like, it was to combat eugenics, if anything. Blue Room.
People who are on the most,
or like the people who say, I love the cold weather because I come from Ireland, right? The bullshit.
Extreme fringes of society.
Because like,
so the minister
because genes don't work that way, and like that's what we revealed.
in charge of
that's a dope tool. Yeah, I worked a lot on it a few weeks ago, and I just like it's only when like when we really need like a technical something like that, right? Because I am not a geneticist. I don't know anything about this stuff, so I would have to look it up. And the problem with it is, like, the problem with looking stuff up on Google is, we've discussed this, right, guys? Google is become a platform where now everybody, all like the searching of like information has become very, very bad, right? Like, it's very difficult to find good sources on Google now. Even DuckDuckGo is a little difficult as well sometimes, right?
National security, which means police and the prison service, is a guy.
The U.S. has equalized against Belgium. Big deflection off the piece. Belgium responded a minute later. Damn. So it's 2-1.
Convicted 13 times of hate crimes and terror. Itamar Ben-Gvir. And a guy who is official.
Eugenics are basically influenced like that, though. Yeah, no. Like, I was actually, what we were trying to research, and we proved, right? Because we looked at the sources that day, was that anytime somebody says, hey, my family, you come from a hot country, therefore you like hotter climates, or you come from a cold climate, therefore you like cold climates, it's bullshit, right? Because like, that's not how genes work, guys, right? And that's what we discussed in the deep research thing. So and like, we had facts to prove it, right? We had like actual scientific data to show that it was bullshit. I mean, we already knew it, but I just wanted to confirm it, right?
The Minister of Finance of Israel Secretary of the Treasury of Israel, was also given a second job as a sort of secret deputy defense minister in charge of the occupied territories of the West Bank. Dr.
Belgium 2-0-2-1. Perfect. Honestly, we deserve to lose. No offense. We cheated. Fuck them.
In a prison in the West.
Did that conversation touch on histone expression? We read about it. It did a bunch of. It gave us a bunch of information.
Bank in Ophel prison. So
it's a really handy tool. I was quite impressed by it.
I'm very concerned, not only because I trust this.
It's basically a search engine, guys. Basically, this is all it is. It's basically a search engine that takes a longer time to look through sources because it's actually scraping through the internet, and then it shoots back out the sources that it scraped out. That's all it is, right? So instead of Google coming up with the response right away, you gotta wait 10 minutes sometimes for it to process, and then you click through the individual links and be like, oh yeah, this checks out, this is a good source, right, etc. But yeah, basically that's what it is.
NGO, and I trust his lawyer. I'm very concerned
welcome back.
Because the two men who may be exerting power in order basically to cause extreme suffering for Dr. Abu Safie, these are the guys who have the power to do it, even though it's not a straight line.
Right.
Well, and can you break down the political dynamics of the upcoming election as well? How have Netanyahu's opponents reacted to this? How has Likud reacted to this? What's it looked like in the last several days?
So it's just really the last 2 days, because this happened yesterday and today, but it's a really interesting question. So the opposition actually came out pretty good, I would say. As I think I mentioned to you, the former Prime Minister Lapid said that as of yesterday, this is an illegal government, a criminal government. Then another former Prime Minister who was served with Lapid, Naftali Bennett, said that this is bringing Israel to anarchy. The Attorney General, who, as I mentioned to you, is a civil servant, but she came out with a very, very powerful statement, basically saying this is an assault on the rule of law. That is the first person from Israeli officialdom saying this is an insurrection. A member of the Labor Party in the Knesset, a congressperson in Israel, Naama Lazimi, has already called for Netanyahu to be arrested for sedition and for endangering national security. This is not as crazy as it sounds, because under Israeli law, the Shin Bet, the Internal Security Service, is statutorily charged with protecting the democratic institutions of the state. Now, Netanyahu, just a few months ago, I think presaging the current crisis, installed in a very dodgy maneuver, installed a kind of messianic non-Democrat, lowercase d Democrat, as head of the Shin Bet. So we have not heard from the Shin Bet, but inciting to thwart the course of law is a crime in Israel. So Netanyahu and his government are getting themselves into deeper and deeper trouble with every step.
Wow.
The Likud has begun showing some cracks, and this really is very interesting. So,
what a cool idea. Yeah, thank you. I always try to think of ideas like that. I'm like, how can I implement this on the stream in a cool way? Right? It's basically just like, I call it Gloggy's tome because, a tome is like a infinite source of knowledge. It's magical, right? It kind of has that like appearance where it's like, ooh, it's magical. It knows all this stuff. And I just kind of try to go by the theme of it, right? But it's actually like a useful tool that anybody can use, right?
So the Minister of Communications, the guy behind this,
I think as like web search engines become worse and worse, you're gonna start to see more like deep research engines being used, right? I think it's a good tool, right? As long as you're checking the sources, which you should be doing on any Google search, right?
Particular kind of media takeover law, came out fighting. And he basically was the one who put out the official statement on behalf of the cabinet saying, you know, we've decided towards the Supreme Court, screw you, to put it bluntly. But then there have been two prominent members of Netanyahu's inner circle who have tried to backtrack. And so one is the cabinet secretary, not a minister, of the cabinet secretary, put out a very confused, bizarre statement last night, basically saying, no, we didn't say we won't adhere to Supreme Court ruling. We said we'll use all legal tools in our hands to go against the Supreme Court ruling. They have no legal tools because this is a Supreme Court ruling, but you got the sense that there were probably some difficult discussions being held. And I had the sense yesterday, I don't have proof of this, but I have a lot of experience with these people. I did have the sense last night that there might be some Netanyahu ministers saying to themselves, I don't want to go to jail for this guy. And also saying to themselves, this is going to kill us in the elections. And since last night, there have been leaks today of ministers being pretty fearful. It's important to underscore that while Netanyahu wants to take control of the media, and while Netanyahu has really put together an unbelievably dastardly avalanche of laws that he wants to try and get through the Knesset.
Gloggy on. Come on down to Gloggy's tome.
In the next 10 days, basically.
Yep. As search engines get worse, Gloggy's got you covered. Come on down to Gloggy's tome. Damn right. I love it. I just made the overlay and tried to make it like nice to like look like a book and stuff, right? That way we're not like... Also because it takes a very long time to like crawl through the internet and do all that stuff. It gives something to like... It gives us something to look at while we're like reading the rest of it, right? Otherwise it looks kind of like messed up when you're using it on the... Yeah.
This Knesset session is automatically brought to an end, and because we will be 90 days before the legal deadline for elections, this government will automatically become an acting government.
Yep,
and its powers and Netanyahu's powers will be significantly curtailed, again, under law, assuming the government adheres to the law. They're trying to pass any number of laws, and it's actually, today I heard a very interesting interpretation of the situation from the leader of the opposition, Yair Lapid, who said he thinks that Bibi Netanyahu is trying to get an invite to the White House as early as next week.
Right.
Because he doesn't want it. Yeah, he said so on Fox News yesterday.
Yeah.
Lapid's interpretation...
Well, and Trump is trying to get the president of Israel, right? Which is a different position, guys. There's the prime minister and there's the president. He's trying to get the president of Israel to pardon Bibi because the minute the wars are all over, Bibi's going to jail. Apparently. Do I believe that? Maybe. Not really. But he's worried, so I guess there's that.
Is that Netanyahu doesn't want to be in Israel for these Knesset votes because
okay.
His own voters, they hate this legislation. They're the ones who, obey the law and want to live in a state of law. They're right wing. Some of them still worship him, but they don't want any of these are laws that, transfer millions and millions of dollars to ultra Orthodox, to draft dodgers. And so Lapid's theory of what's happening is that Netanyahu wants to pass all these laws so that his coalition partners are happy and he can stay in power, but he knows his voters hate it. So he wants to come back from D.C. and say, well, so I didn't vote for them.
Well, to that point, I wanted to get your help in getting some context on an interesting exchange on Israeli television. Let's with a Likud minister. You can put up A10 here. And you can tell me if they.
My fingers are crossed that they lock his ass up.
They have the translation.
For real, this guy he's cringe as fuck. Because he needed his laundry done. Exactly, right? We had covered that. We had covered that too, right? He literally brings all his dirty laundry when he comes to the United States, because like there's a service where you get your laundry done for free, and he just takes advantage of it. Isn't that so pitiful, so petty? Oh, it's disgusting.
But he's saying so.
Like, can you just imagine bringing all your fucking dirty laundry on an airplane so another country can do it? I mean, if that isn't fucking symbolism, I don't know what is. You do my fucking dirty laundry, bitch. Right? That's us. We're the bitch, right? Like, I don't even know how else to say it, but it's literally it. It's literally one of those moments. Yeah, me and you too. You didn't know that? He's been caught doing that several times. And that, remember, costs us, the taxpayer, money. It'd be like if you just, like if you didn't wash clothes for a month and we're like, yep, don't worry, honey. We're going to the United States so they can do our laundry. Ooh.
So you mean
right? Isn't there a joke there about like, yeah, they're airing out their dirty way, or you got to do my dirty laundry, you know? Ugh. My fingers. We live to serve. Damn right. Loving is living. That's you, Eleni, right? I figured. That's like inviting a guest to your house and they bring all their dirty laundry. Fuck no, get out. Yeah, it's very disrespectful, right? That's my point. It's very, very disrespectful. Like, I get it if it's a day or two, but bringing like a month, 2 weeks, even 3 weeks laundry, like dirty laundry, just because we offer it as a service or we offer it as a courtesy, that's incredibly disrespectful. And honestly, but these politicians are all bought and paid for by Israel, so what are they going to do, right? If it's not my sons, get the hell out of. Well, yeah, exactly, right? Like I get like offering to do somebody's like laundry while you're doing laundry or something, but that isn't what's going on here, right? It's like they're just taking advantage of us. Remember when we covered that Italian guy who's like a millionaire? And he like trucks his fucking dirty laundry to his mom's house, and his mom does all his laundry and then ships it back to him. And the poor Italian mom was like, "Yo no duermo, no duermo después." And I'm like, wow, of course you don't. No duermo means like I don't sleep until he gets home, or until because he's out partying all night. I wonder if he used to do that when he sleeps in jars in Jared Kushner's bed when Jared was growing up. You literally can't make this shit up, right, Blue Room? We live in the craziest world right now. But yeah, I wonder. And Trump didn't call him disrespectful, but called Vladimir Zelensky not wearing a suit disrespectful. Correct. See, but you see what I mean? It's rules for thee, not for me. I get to sexually assault people. I get to do this. I get to be a pedo. I get to do it. You, on the other hand, wait, what? No. You're a communist. You're a socialist. No, now, you know, and this is why there's different rules, right? Like, it's not equal, guys. This is what I'm trying to tell you is like, these people live completely different lives than the rest of us, right? And I think BB and like the Israel lobby and all these people basically prove this hand in hand, right? And I don't know what else to say, right? I just got to be like, hey, this is fucked. Hell, no, I have boys and they can bring all their dirty wash here, but I'm not doing it. Right? I don't want to see their girlfriend's underwear. Oh, yeah, right? Yeah, I don't blame you there. I don't know if I'd. I'm not with the hypocrisy. Yeah,
Agree with
but this is what I mean. Like they're hypocrites, right? The same people attacking all these other people for doing this stuff they're even bigger hypocrites. It's why, like, I hate to always have to say this stuff, but it's part of it, right? Like, it's certainly not like the only thing we should consider, but it's certainly part of it. Like, if you are taking in truckloads of laundry to a country, fuck you. You are a piece of shit. You are taking advantage of us.
Jewish Power, which is the Ben-Gvir party.
Yeah.
And the minister says there aren't many differences between Jewish Power, Ben-Gvir's party, and Likud. Let's just underscore that. Let's just make sure we're clear about that. Who is she, and what should we be drawing from the fact that a minister in the government is saying that actually Ben-Gvir's party and the Likud are basically the same thing? And also, let's pause for a second. If there was a party in the U.S. called White Power that was as dominant as Ben-Gvir's is,
wouldn't we be saying something?
As to where they stood on the kind of political spectrum. But so, what should we draw? What is she saying? What should we draw from her claim that actually Likud and Jewish Power are basically the same party at this point?
Yes, she said they're ideologically indistinguishable. Look, I take it very seriously. I don't take her as a person very seriously. Mai Golan is basically a weaker female version of Itamar Ben-Gvir, of Bezalel Smotrich, of Yariv Levin, the justice minister, of Miki Zohar, the culture minister, who today tried to clean up this mess a little bit. And he tried to kind of make it clear. He said, we're not causing a constitutional crisis. The Supreme Court is, because they made an illegal ruling. You know, this kind
You don't get to determine that, though, right? You still have to abide by their rulings if you're supposedly a democracy, right? What you do is you pass a law, you expand the court, you do the stuff that we want to be doing here in the United States, right? You just don't go doing this, because then you can't claim to be the best democracy in the Middle East when literally, like, other democracies in the Middle East or other regimes in the Middle East abide by their Supreme Court. Huh? Fuck off.
of mucking it all up.
God damn it. Yeah, like, it's so dumb. Like I just explained it in a nutshell, right? How dumb this all is. Right? And that's why, guys, whenever somebody says, no, we shouldn't be expanding the Supreme Court, tell them this. Yeah, we should. Because the Supreme Court is doing a bunch of illegal shit. But I have the distinction that we vote these people in, they want to reform it, they get to reform it, and then that's the Supreme Court. That's how you do it, right? Because then otherwise you're going to have a constitutional crisis, right? And generally countries that have constitutional crises are not going to have, they're going to have a lot of problems, let's just say, right? There's a bunch of things we could say on this issue, but it never ends well, right? It weakens basically everybody, right? And again, I'm not the biggest fan of these institutions myself, but you know, it's what we have, and we got to figure out how to work within. Like, we got to figure out what to do to fix them, right? As much as possible, or make new ones.
This is a government that in its totality is very, very extreme. Mai Golan is accused herself, by the way, of all kinds of crimes. She has one of these money-wasting ministries just basically intended to keep her on side. I think she's the minister for
social equality and the advancement of the status of women.
Thank you very much.
The fuck is that? That's the most lib-coded thing ever.
She is.
Yeah.
My dream job.
Yes. And my dream job.
Now, notice that she just said that she, at least, or her party, has no ideological differences with a party that is theocratic, anti-democratic, profoundly misogynistic, and I could continue, segregationist. I want to mention somebody who I take more seriously, and who said the same thing yesterday, and maybe you can get a clip of him too. Aminadav Begin, he's an academic. He's not a well-known public figure, but he's the grandson of the legendary right-wing... Sorry?
No, I did see this comment. This is Menachem Begin's grandson, I believe it was, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's Menachem Begin's grandson, who I think is in his 50s, and he has become increasingly, I would say, a strident, an important voice in the Israeli public sphere. And he says that this party led by Netanyahu is not the Likud. It's not the party created by his grandfather. Remember that his grandfather, I think in the 70s and 80s, was considered beyond the pale extremist. Mm-hmm. You know, it was a right-wing takeover of Israel at the time. And yet,
I mean, yeah, it just shows you how right-wing Israel's become, though.
He was...
all right, pretty late over here. No worries, man.
A man who...
Take care, Outer Signal. See you next time.
Believed...
I'll be on tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Profoundly in the institutions of the state, who strengthened the judiciary, who spoke repeatedly in public about the importance of democratic institutions. He wanted to be a right-wing prime minister, but he wanted to do it with authority. And so now we have his grandson, and he said yesterday, he said, this is not a constitutional crisis. He said, this is a Kahanist coup d'etat. He gave a really remarkable interview that I would urge anyone to see, because he believes that he represents what is truly the right wing. And he confessed in this interview, he said that for a long time, he himself voted for Netanyahu, that, you know, he kind of considered him a normal right wing leader. And that what's happening now
he wasn't. He never was.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thanks for
clown show.
Updating
Clown
us on
world.
This, quite a dramatic.
He never was.
He
was always on the right wing, like far right wing, by the way.
BB and Beyond is the Substack that she just launched. Israeli journalist. Really appreciate you being here.
Time flies with you guys. Thank you.
You got it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support.
All right, guys, you know what time it is. It's that time of the night where I say good night, good day wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gustex broadcast. I'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time. Love you guys. Let's see, what else? Ducky. Hell yeah. Let's rate out to Penis 15? Pendis? I don't know who that is. Looks like they cover politics. How do you say their name? P. Dennis? Is it a joke? Such shame when your right-wing demagogue starts breaking the rules. I know. Peen Den? Peen Den. Peen
Please
Dennis.
clap.
Yeah, that person, right? I don't know. I've never seen any of their streams, so. But I like to raid new people, right? I don't like to raid them.
Bowser Big Bean Burrito just got a 3-day stream streak. www.watch.
Thank you, Big Bean Burrito. You got your stream streak in 3 days. What up? All right, stay tuned for the credits, and yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll raid out to her. She's good. Okay, cool. I'm glad I found her then. Yeah, she was coming up on my thing, and I was like, okay, let's raid out. I'm always curious about other people.
Please clap.
Peen Den is online. Okay, I get it now. I wasn't sure if it was like a penis joke. I was like, I don't know. Maybe she just likes to piss us. It's a pee joke. Gotcha. Okay. It's something. I know. It had to be something like that. P and Eden. Oh, okay. I get it now. I thought it was like peen Dennis, like peen, right? Like the peen. I don't know, guys. So funny. Read out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I missed most of the show. I'll be around for the next couple days. Yeah, what happened, PJ? God, I'm sick of your shit. Always excuses. I'm joking. Loved it. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad you did. I hope you learned some new stuff here. There's some crazy shit going on, isn't it, Lucy? Lucy. Ducky, my girl. Appreciate you guys. See you soon.